Merry Christmas to everyone. How are we all doing today? For me, we're just gonna do the final stream of probably, I'm not sure quite if it's gonna be the year or at least like the week. Like we're definitely taking a big break for Christmas, but I'm not sure if I'll be streaming next weekend or not. But let's have a good time. We're gonna be playing Drazoath the Ashen after a week of messing around, a weekend of messing around with old world. Uh, Long loading times are getting the better of me, so we are skipping that and we are just gonna play good old um standard whatchamacallit, standard gameplay. We're playing very hard. We're just gonna have a good time. How are we all doing? For anybody, watching this in the future, Merry Christmas. Or whatever it is you celebrate, at the end of the day. But for me, I'm gonna say Merry Christmas. And yeah. It's gonna be a good time. I think Chaos Dwarfs is one of those factions that is like it is quite fun. I think I'm not making a wild take, right? I'm not saying anything unusual. Chaos Dwarfs are very fun, very enjoyable. Um they are unique, but at the same time, a lot of what makes them unique is getting more and more robbed by other factions, The Kala has their building system. Caps have always existed, they existed with Beastmen, and now caravans, already existed. So like it's not so much that they are unique, though a lot of their military was very unique at the time. A Dreadquake mortar, choo-choo trains, all the rest of it is still very unique, right? But it's just the combination of everything that makes them such a good package. They do have that issue as we were talking about yesterday, where like at the same time they don't have quite, they have that early game issue where like a lot of their best units are late game, and the game itself doesn't really encourage you to play into the late game. So it is a mix of, it is a bit of a mixed bag. We're gonna fight this fight while we just load up. How you all doing? For me, as I said, it's a good time. It's a good day. We did my son's like early birthday. Not quite. It's just like when family could line up. So we did his birthday. It was good. He's almost a year old. Not gonna obviously talk about the real birthday on stream. Sorry, guys. But yeah, time goes by really fast, and it's fun. This is actually like one of those battles that's not like difficult, but you do have to be careful a little bit. The thing that you're worried about when you fight this fight is your demons are very fragile. They can break, they can shatter, like disintegrate, and obviously you preferably don't want that. So my recommendation is you protect your gun lines with your two heroes, and you put your stuff to the side. Yeah, Tretch. No, see that's the issue with like Tretch. Tretch starts with the Doom Wheel, right? Remind me. Am I wrong? Because I haven't played Tretch in like years. I'm not even sure if I played Tretch before Chaos Dwarf sort of thing. Yeah. So like, what you need to do with the Doom Wheel is you basically need to murder these. If you can murder these with the Doom Wheel, you need to chariot in and out, treat it like a chariot, Lock them down with underweight and then use it like a chariot. I'm not saying it's an easy fight, but like that's the way you got to do these things. I'm not gonna be able to motivate them to come forwards, am I? Ah, here we go. Like, it is an intense fight. Don't get me wrong, and we're gonna have an intense fight in the other direction because we're gonna be fighting against Tretch and his homies. You need to watch out for this. This is a bit of a waste. I think the AI will dodge it, but I think there's enough units that maybe they won't dodge it entirely. Let's have a look. It was too good of a blob. Yeah, they're gonna dodge. It was too good of a blob that I risk it. Hey, that's a Blackworks. Pretty well hit. I'm pretty sure the water messes with it a little bit. Maybe that's just my imagination. But yeah. Merry Christmas, by the way, Eps, or whatever it is for you. But happy holidays, etc. Blah blah blah. Let's have a good fight. Getting rid of 50% of the Black Orcs is a win in my book. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's triple speed. But yeah, I played I was playing a multiplayer game with someone, and I was taking like I knew that if I like auto resolved the next 2 fights I would lose something. So I fought this out manually with someone on a multiplayer game, and the dick made sure that my Fireborn died. So I made sure to bully him for the rest of the campaign, like to the point that I lost because I was targeting him too much. But screw it, it was worth it. I regret nothing. Let's fireball that. That was a good, solid hit. Now we need to avoid the... We need to... If the dogs don't want to fight me, I'm going to go for his cavalry. But ideally, I want to go fight his archers. Now, if we can distract the black orcs, that's a win in my book. But yeah, I'll look. I'll show you how I deal with the rat, and then maybe you can learn from me dealing with the rat what you shouldn't do. Let's go with that mentality. Once I'm locked into melee, then I'm going to... You see, here's the thing about abilities or spells, is that the AI is going to try to dodge, and that will break... So if they're rushing towards gun lines, why are we not shooting? Well, it wouldn't be a day in this game if my units were working perfectly. I'm just not shooting at all. That's a great start. There we go. See, this is all part of the plan. That's a pretty good shooting angle, to be honest. You, Drazoath, go. Melee that. Yeah. It wouldn't be this game if everything worked perfectly, I guess. We are destroying the archers. Now we want to get away from the black orcs. We don't want to fight the black orcs for obvious reason. Let's, No. Skirmish, like, you don't want skirmish mode. Skirmish mode is bad. Skirmish mode just means that they're gonna run away, like, the moment the enemy gets too close, and that's not something you want. But I had Fired Will on. You can check the replay. They just were not shooting. Because, yeah, why would you want a functional game, huh? We are losing this guy. Let me take a shot on the Lord. And let's shoot at that. Oh, we are locked into battle with the Black Orcs. We do not want to be locked into battle with the Black Orcs. Pull that out, please. Now we are taking shots at you. We take shots at that. We now rotate you and shoot at him. We have to deal with the Black Orcs, which we are going to deal with trash. Yeah, I hope so. Like, look, I think I speak with everyone, as I've said a few times on the streams, like, if you are a fan of this game, you have endless complaints about this game. It's not like from a bad place, you know? It's complaints born, you know, you like this game, but like you have to realize, and I'm pretty sure I'm running with community bug fix. So even under community bug fix, I guess it still doesn't work too goodly. Let's go deal with the archers while I figure out a solution for the Black Orcs. I want to shoot that right now. We'll murder him. There we go. That's very clean. And then we'll turn around and we'll shoot that. So yeah, this was not the cleanest win in the book, but hey, it all works out. Let me delete the Black Orcs for the experience. Yeah. So, any plans for yourself? For me, I've got family visiting from America tomorrow, so I'm doing that. We're gonna go see, we're gonna do the proper Japanese experience. We're gonna go see capybaras with my son. Hopefully, gonna get some cool photos. We'll get some sushi. You know, they're just visiting Japan, so, you know, we're doing stereotypical I'm in Japan for a few days kind of stuff. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. But yeah, guns don't always work. Like I've never had an issue quite that bad recently, but the standard issue with guns is that, you know, when you order it to shoot, you know, something that's slightly from a different angle, instead of just being like, okay, we can point our guns in a separate direction, the whole unit shuffles and like readjusts and then starts shooting. And it's like, okay, that feels a little bit unnecessary for a 2-degree shift. But it's also my bad. An advice for guns, and I was not living up to my own advice, is always put your guns in little infantry squares. If you put your guns in little infantry squares, they are, important words I'm about to say, more likely, that does not mean they will, but they are more likely to shoot more efficiently because the AI doesn't take so long to shuffle a square. If you make it as a line, and you order it to shoot somewhere else, the whole line is going to rotate. Where if you put in a little square, this kind of square can just do this. It is not a guarantee. It is not perfect. Great. We're doing another one. It is not a guarantee. It is not perfect, but it is more better. TM. That's sometimes more better is the best you can hope for, right? Let's mow them down. I don't actually think I need my front line, so I'm actually gonna pull at least the really weakened ones. out of the fight. You don't really need to, but hey, I'd rather keep the unit alive than let it die for no reason. Let's see if we can. So what's our map like? Also, once again, the usual, like, pay attention to hills, pay attention to slopes, blah, blah, blah. Here's a nice slope, speaking of which. So if you keep the unit in a little block like this, it will rotate better. Not a guarantee, and I don't like that angle. I would rather this angle. But it is more likely to work properly. Yeah, I think a lot of this game, like, getting more experience in this game is about learning to manage those, like, those little issues. And once you can manage those little issues and you're doing it, like, subconsciously, you tend to have less frustrations. You never have zero frustrations. As I said, like, being a fan of this game is accepting that there's always going to be issues. But it can be, like, more mentally managed. I'll keep these guys as backup. These will be my 30 backup dancers, just in case we get overwhelmed here. I want to fight those, and then I want to fight this. I'm going to put my Kadais over here. Ideally, we can bait the dogs to come fight me. If they're not going to move... I mean, okay, that's not good. I don't want to get shot at. You can beat the dogs, obviously. It's not great to do it while you're getting shot. It's just like, you know, taking unnecessary damage. I could just try to nuke them, but they'll just dodge because they have no, like... The AI will dodge if it's not like currently engaged in something. So you have two options. If you want to land a spell, you want to do it on very hard. You want to do all the unit is already locked in, or you want to do one of those like spells without like the casting time. So if I had like Flaming Skull, I could just Flaming Skull through the line and the AI won't react in time. Where if I try to do something like this, it has such a long load time that the AI will dodge. It's the same with like Empire Mortars. Empire Mortars, they have such a long wind-up time that like you will not land it successfully. I could try to bait the AI. Like, they're reacting to me, right? But I don't necessarily want to... Whoop, and then let's pull out. Whoop. Okay. We are going to shift that. Let's go. You know what? Let's give them a reason to move, and at least they won't be shooting at me while I make the approach. See, right now they're going to move because I just casted the spell on them. So... They're shifting their position, which means that was a kind of not a, that was a shitty demonstration of my point. But you know, it'll do the job. We got our charge off. We're mostly in range. You'd think that the oil, like this is all like petrol oil stuff, right? Like you'd think like it would ignite when a fire unit like this comes in. That'd be really cool. It'd be rather excessive and it'd be such a minor detail for like 5 maps in the game. But like sometimes you just have to do something because it's cool even if it makes no sense to do, like technically. Okay, speaking of, can I disengage please? At least they're moving forwards now. Like, let's disengage. I hate how broken cavalry is. I'm gonna lose these. I'm gonna lose these because, let me try to do that. There we go, let me see. This is what I mean by, are we shooting at least? No, why would we? No, we're not shooting. Okay, this guy's shooting now. Let's see. Like, this should motivate them to back. Oh, and maybe not, but it'll do the job just fine for me. That was a pretty good hit. Yeah, I'll take that, I'll take that. No, it ain't. It ain't the most optimized game in the world. And honestly, it never will be, but like, it doesn't have to be. It just has to work. 99% of the time you can ignore it. 99% of the time you can ignore it. And then honestly, like, what game is well optimized these days? Like, let's be honest with each other. Pretty much every game comes out as like, badly designed these days. And of course the guns are not shooting, so let me give them the manual order to fire. Let me lock into melee, and let me chase down the archers. How are we doing over here? Okay, this is kind of a victory. As long as they don't... What do you mean unbreakable? You're not unbreakable. Yeah, why are they unbreakable for a second? Yeah, we're gonna lose them. Ah well. What a great start. What a great start. Now, shoot at this. This will give me a clean shooting angle. I'm gonna ignore the loss of my men. You know, it's like a great leader. Let's shoot at that. Let's do this in the rear. Casting magic has the double benefit of A, just doing damage, right? But also... This game is testing me today. This game is testing me today. It also has the double benefit of, like, there's a morale debuff to getting magicked. So, that being the case, like, you can just sometimes cast magic, even if it's, like, not efficient magic. So, as I was saying, like, yesterday, like, you can cast Spirit Leech on a high entity unit, not because of the, like... Yeah, but I know they did their job, but I didn't want them to die either. There's a bit of a difference. Everybody is shuffling today, Jesus. But you do get that advantage of, like, the morale debuff of the cast, and getting magicked on is the same as like artillery. Artillery has, like, I think it's a -10 morale, I think it's a number. And, like, a -10 morale is very efficient on a lot of units. So, like, your Skaven, if you just fire at Skaven, even if you're, like, using, like, a bolt thrower or something like that, you're likely to just break the unit. Even if it's not the best technique. What have you been playing at the moment? Have you been enjoying the sales? Have you been getting anything at the sales? For me, I got Tamarcon and I got Champions of Chaos, and I was just like, I tried playing them on yesterday, and it's like, even playing like the best of Chaos, I still don't enjoy. I don't enjoy Nurgle. Like, I don't enjoy the Satans. That's the thing. Is like melee Unga Bunga, especially like slow melee, is kind of a bit miserable. Like, I really like the aesthetic of Nurgle. Like, I think it has been growing on me, like, consistently. It's like, Nurgle as an aesthetic is really fun, but Nurgle in the game does not sell me. Nurgle in the game does not sell me. Nurgle in the, like, Nurgle, the idea of Nurgle to me is more exciting maybe than the actual Nurgle in practice. They look really cool, and, like, with, you know, End Times coming out, they're definitely gonna make more Nurgle stuff. So, a lot to look forward to, right? I'm gonna sell that. I'll get rid of this. I'll do that, and I'll do start training some better units. But yeah, I think it's a good DLC to have, because once again, they're gonna make End Times, and they're gonna make much more Nurgle stuff in the future, in the next few months. And it'll be cool. But once again, I think I look at things like Putrid Blade Kings. If you've never seen a Putrid Blade King, Google it. It's like, that looks really neat. I really like it. But, like, I would probably hate playing with it in-game, because it will probably be this, like, incredibly sluggish melee infantry, which, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's Nurgle. But at the same time, it's like, I enjoy guns, I enjoy, like, mobility, like, not mobility, but, like, I enjoy my guns, I enjoy my gun lines, I enjoy that, like, flexibility that a good gun line offers you. And it's like, I'm not really gonna get that with Nurgle, am I? But it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to Skaven. Skaven's gonna be the fun part, like, End Times, and then I'm obviously looking forward to Empire. So pretty much it's gonna be an all-around win. I had the aesthetic win with Nurgle, I have the massive, I mean, aesthetic and gameplay win that Skaven is gonna be, and then I have the Empire stuff. I'm hoping that, like, so, Empire doesn't have, like, a big obvious centerpiece left for End Time, so I'm hoping they add a Celestial Hurricanum. That, like, it doesn't really tie in well with a lot of the other stuff, but it's also just, like, something they could just throw in because they need a centerpiece, and, like, it would be pretty neat. Like, if you have a look at that model, like, that model, because it is a model, right? But, like, if you have a look at that thing, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I think it's definitely a cool little, like, thingy. So, we lost my cavalry, which is really gonna suck when we fight against, Clan Rictus. We'll ignore that. We're just gonna keep going. Let's check our diplomacy. Yeah, I like Drazoath. Out of the 3 Chaos Dwarfs, I prefer Drazoath the most. It's not always like... So, long term, he's the best one. If you really like your Bull Centaurs, Astrogoth is better, right? But if you just want, like, he is the best in terms of empire building, you really want to use your Drazoath. Drazoath, like, has all of the economy buffs. Like, you don't really care about his specialties. So his specialty is Fireborn. The issue with Fireborn is, like, Kadai units is, like, well, as we've seen, the fire demons break, and the big things are kind of like, using large single entities like that are fun and all, but, like, you are kind of open to getting shot a hell of a lot, so, But here we go, we're going in. We're going to take that, and then we can focus on dealing, because at around the same time, Snitch comes in. Oh, do I really have to do this? Nah. It is a bit of a waste. I could manually fight that. It is a bit of a waste. But, and look, saving money is the right plan. To be honest, I don't blame you. But you see, living in Japan, all of your, as I think I mentioned this before, like, the game is cheaper. It is cheaper to just buy it straight on Steam on sale than it is to go on, like, CD keys. It is, like, it is an incredibly cheap place to get games. I have no money. Which is probably why I should have kept those units. But hey, we're not thinking things through today. We're just going, we're just gaming. Christmas stream. No big thinking. Only, what can I make to make some money? I want to do labor quotas. Yes. I want to do, yeah. I want to find someone. Clan Rictus will give me money to declare war on an enemy they're about to defeat, so that's 300 gold. Sons of the Mali, we do not want. We want to take a war with. Yeah, we want to do that. We want to do that, and we want to declare war on these dwarfs. They will give me another 600. You want to be careful. You don't want to declare any war on anything that is too like permanent. So no major factions. It's never a good idea. But like some of these minor factions that get deleted is that's a good thing. If you can see a faction, for example, it's probably not a good idea to delete them because they're probably actually close enough to you to like to mess with you. Now, my usual tactic would be to declare war on Clan Rictus and then bait him with a ambush lord. Might do that. Or we have the option of just doing him fair play and just hiring a few more units. I think we're just going to hire a few more units. And then we're just going to try to fight him fair play. Honorable. All those good words. Yeah. I want to get back. You want to get Gorbaz Backstabber as fast as possible when you play as Chaos Dwarfs because, like, it allows you to run your trash army with your few good units, so your guns, and then a bunch of, like, green trash. But then separately, you can run a Gorbaz army, which actually does have the combat power to actually be useful. So it allows, because, like, it's the same issue that Tomb Kings used to have, where, like, Tomb Kings were really capped by the fact that you had, like, only one army. Technically, you can always run 2 armies as, like, Chaos Dwarfs, but the other one is going to be filled with trash, right? We're going to move up here. We're going to move up on the border. We're going to do one more turn of recruitment, and then we're going to go in. We are very underprepared. And that's going to be the fun part, right? I want 3 more archers. No, we want 3 more frontline because we do need something melee to stop his underways. It has been a while since I've played Drazoath, so I'm just remembering. Let's do this. Let's see if I can handle him, or maybe the rats will win this. Let's see. Like the $1,000,000 question is like, can I shoot the wheel? If I can't light up the wheel when it comes in, I'm gonna suffer. Let's see. Those ogres are kind of just vibing on my lands. They're always very concerning when they do that. I'm probably assuming I have the range. You want to attack that minor faction. You see that minor army, you see that little small army next to Clan Rictus? Ooh, there we go. We got him right on time. That is good. That is a good start. You want to use him. He's not obviously that good at this stage, but hey, it's one more unit I didn't pay for. Ooh, can I think I can attack him. And he will probably not back off because he has his main army there. Skaven kind of back off sometimes on fights, obviously, because they're Skaven. But I am hoping that he does not. We want that control bonus because otherwise we're going to have a rebellion next turn. So let me try to stabilize this region and then we'll start declaring war before I forget about it. Give me a control benefit. One of you has a control benefit, right? I'll take research rate. And I'll just build some more trash. There we go. So, let's declare war. Here goes nothing. You know what? Okay, I'm declared as the winner. I don't want to. Do I want to attack him? It is a minor. I know that it's listed as like. That is a map. That is certainly a map. I don't think that gives me any advantages one way or another. Let's find out if we win this. But yeah, the wheel is a problem. The underways are going to be a problem. Let's see what we can do. It's going to be fun. There's a lot of units, but once again, the main thing, once again, it's your weapon when you are Fretch, and it's your weapon when you're worried about when you are playing against Fretch. Is that wheel will mess you up. It is a tier 5 unit that he's just running around with casually. And they, like, it is a powerful thing. That is a lot of rats. Especially if my guns don't shoot properly, that's going to be a lot of rats. Like, 99% of them are terrible, right? But it's that few percentage of them that, like, are not, that's going to be a problem. I think we want to retreat. I think we want to pull further back, ideally. That is the plan, at least. Let's pull back. Let's keep an eye out for the 45-second mark. Let me take you free, and let me run them backwards. Protect the, they don't know they're here. As far as the AI is concerned, those 2 gunners are unprotected. The AI knows, because obviously the AI knows, but we're gonna treat it seriously. Let's, okay, running is too fast, but then walking is too slow. Okay. Adjust. I think that's pretty clean. Let's charge in. There we go. That's one problem dealt with. You don't want to shoot at them because that's a waste of ammo, right? You just want to try to break them as fast as possible. Any casualties these rats get, even like one, is one too many. So you just want to kind of just break them as soon as possible and then not be shooting. Especially not your shots. Okay, let's keep running. They're going to have another one in a second. We want to regroup. We want to use this hill. And the fact that there's not a lot of options for them to flank me. Because they have way more numbers than me. So if I let them swarm me, then that's going to be a huge problem. But if we can just hold properly, we got this. Ah, there we go. I have not been paying. I didn't get the announcement. Oh, no, that's a gun, that's a gun. Just jump them. There we go. Nice and smooth. Oh, you free. Stop. I do not have enough ammo to justify spending on these guys. I really do not have the ammo to do that. It is one of those like frustrating thing the AI does is like the AI is stronger than me. The AI like thinks it's stronger than me, and it probably actually is. If I don't play this safely, I'm gonna die. So like the AI should not be waiting for reinforcements like it's been doing, because that should only be something it should do like if it feels like it's weaker than you. But it doesn't feel like it's weaker than me. It does feel like it's stronger than me. So it's like I don't understand why they're waiting, and I also don't understand why the rats jumped in there. I'm not complaining though. We killed them now. We got them. We got them good. Let's take this hill for the guns. We don't need to have a clear line of sight for the missiles because the archers are archers. Put you two on the side. Let's put you over here. Let's put 3 ranks of you in front. And let's put 2 sneaky gits over on this side and then 1 sneaky git over on the other side. And then you in the middle. And then you over here to hold the line. There we go. We've got this all planned out. Where's that wheel? Doom wheel's over there. I am very concerned about that thing. Oh god damn it. Let's jump him. Oh, that was underwhelming. I could break them with magic, but I don't feel like we need to. Yep, we got this. Once again, they haven't like I thought they were out, so I'm glad they didn't try to jump the archers. That could have been bad. Maybe I should put 1 sneaky git. 2 sneaky gits back here just for now. Just in case. You never know. I think he's out, but I've been thinking he's been out for like 2 casts now. So let's not take any chances. There's a lot of them, isn't there? There is quite a lot of them. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. Definitely. What I'm hoping for is that the wheel and preferably the Lord come in quick. And if I can take them out, obviously the rest of them will break, but that wheel doesn't seem too motivated to come in too quickly. But that's the hope. Let's just break these down. There we go. I think they're out. I think they're out, so I'm going to pull back one of the sneaky gits towards the front. Now, let's make sure we have Fire at Will on. We make sure we have Fire at Will also on. We make sure we have... He still has Fire at Will on. Good, let's not... I always turn it off to avoid shooting at unnecessary things, but then sometimes you forget to turn it on, which is a bit of a goof. A bit of a fuck up. Part of me wants to shoot this way. And we have this gun over here. He's taking his sweet time, isn't he? He's not in a rush. Ah, the wheel is coming though. The wheel is coming. Let me adjust. Hopefully the wheel comes in alone. Thank you, AI. Let me shoot this thing. I love this. It's one of those like models where it's like the model for it on the tabletop is a little bit old. It's not the newest looking thing, but I still want it. It still looks pretty cool. I'll definitely get one at some point. I think realistically, I'm gonna get all the Skaven stuff. The only one that I really do not want to get is the Hell Pit Abomination. That one is like, there's a limit to like how old I'm willing to ignore, and that's definitely the upper limit of it. It is not quite. Let me turn off. Where's he going with that? What the hell is the AI doing? Look at it. Just kind of stuck. The guns are shooting. Let's start. We do want to focus down their archers. And the wheel is still stuck. The wheel is still stuck, so I'm just going to ignore that. We ran forwards for no reason. We got a wheel problem. Try my best to slow it down. If I can poison it, that'll help. We got some good shots in on it. We got the wheel. We got the wheel. Okay, let's readjust. Readjust. I think we're doing good. They are Skaven in the lines. Readjust. We have the assassin here. We readjust. We need to shut down the archers. Don't have much of a solution for that. That is a cast from this guy. Can't do much about that right now. Let's shoot. Let me try to shoot on Rictus. We are losing control of the fight. We are definitely losing control of the fight here. I think we're getting... Yeah, we lost this. Realistically, let's restart that. Let's see if we can win this. That is definitely not the cleanest victory I've ever had. Let's try that again. So we're expecting 4 underways. We're expecting reinforcements. So we need to avoid certain issues. And we can try to hold this. Let's see. Then we need to... There's no advantage to attacking early. None at all. We need to basically... We need to stop... We need to shoot Rictus the same way we need to shoot the wheel. That's our solution here. Is there any better position? Like, there's a bit of a cliff here. So if we could try to hold here, and then like hold a bit of a sideline there, that might be better. I think I can shoot clean, no, I don't think I can shoot cleanly over the cliff face. Do I want to defend over here? A pretty good defensive position. That might actually be pretty good. I have skirmish mode on these guys, so I can just set them up early. Then I have the shield goblins. I have these free. And then I have the archers as well. So, let's readjust a little bit. They don't need the line of sight. These guys definitely do, and we have it. I think we're going to be able to get a very clean line of sight. I think we want to keep a tight formation. That way we can maximize all of our morale boosters. We want our wheel guys in front. We want some protection from the sides. I think we want one shield goblin in front, and then 2 in the rear. We want a kind of a circle. And we need to protect for the theoretical summons that are about to pop up. So let me just jump here and here. There we go. Let's just protect for the summons. They're not gonna. We remember what they did last time. They're not gonna come in early because they're gonna wait for the reinforcements, which is good. And then they jump there. Look, I'm not gonna tell the AI how to do its job, but like I'm not convinced about where it's placing these underways, and I need to stop shooting. I am much more, especially with the shotguns, I am much more likely to murder all of my own men than I am to do anything to them. So let's avoid that if we can. Okay, let's adjust. The AI is still not coming. But the AI sees the protection on the shotgun, so they're not going to jump the shotguns. But I'm surprised they haven't tried to jump the archers, because as far as they're concerned, they should see that the archers are unprotected. Oh, that's interesting. They came back. That's rare. Usually they don't bother. Honestly, fighting. Damn it. Like pulling out the crossbowmen is probably gonna hurt more than it is going to. Yeah, let's just break them. That's good. Enemy reinforcements is here, so there should be 1 or 2 more heroes. And then we can readjust our lines to face the enemy from the front. Because we have the wizard. So we can't keep a too tight formation, otherwise we're going to get warp lightning to death. But we want to, ideally we want to fight. We're expecting another summon. Archers forwards, that was a bit slow on me. You guys. Right in, there we go, 0 casualties. Nah, they killed 5. They killed 5 of something. Still, they didn't kill the archers, which is fine. No, do not shoot. Okay, we readjust. We readjust. I like this position better than I like the last one. But I'm just not convinced. Their slingers, they have a lot of slingers, and the slingers outrange pretty much either of my guns, so that's not great. Ideal. I think we're expecting 1 more summon. Yeah. No, you know, I don't even need to move on that one. I don't. Let me charge in. Let me move them forwards, just because we can. These guys got 2 kills. Fine, we'll live. Okay. They're out of summons. The wheel's gonna come in from the side this time, and we can't really stop it. But we can start adjusting a proper formation. So, Freeman in front, Drazoath in front. 2 guns. You sneaky guys on the side. 1 shield to join in front. Okay, go here. Go there. Sniper here. Gorbaz will join them over on the side. And the archers at the back. As close as possible, but not close enough that they block my line of sight. And we've got this. I'm worried about that wizard. Like, Warp Lightning is such a disgustingly powerful spell for, like, the tier of... Like, it's just, like... the first spell, like, of the lore of, you know, Skaven lore, but, like, it definitely, you feel it, you know? One proper cast of that, you can't dodge it for whatever reason, like, you feel that. What are these guys doing? Where do I want them? I want them over here for now. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Good boy. Let's do this. This is the best chance we've got this time. If I can't win this, then I don't think we could have won that. That's okay. We have the assassin. I want to fire on the assassin. We are in range. Can you please shoot? Of course, half the guns are not shooting. We got reinforcements coming in from the side. That's fine. The archers are not shooting. I don't have fire. Oh, I don't have fire at will on. Damn it. Turn it off because you save ammo, then you forget about it. Standard moments. Let me cast on him and break him. Let's charge in to avoid archer fire. We've got a lot of stuff. Wait, I think we'll hold here. I'll send you in as well. Let's bog down the front lines. Why are we not? Oh, because we don't have a clear target. Shoot at that. Shoot here. Did we kill the assassin? I think we did. Let's kill out. Oh, we got the doom wheel. Oh no, the assassin is very much alive. Shoot at that. 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 You bog it down. Bog him down. Gorbaz, go. Got this. Shut down the wheel. The wizard is coming. That is not good, but we can't do much about that right now. Shoot here. I got the wheel pretty much down for count. And we go in. Position you back up on the hill. You back up on the hill. Yeah, they are gonna hurt like hell. We killed the wizard. That's good. We will hold this front. That's not the front I'm worried about. We've got that front down. We are gonna try to not morale break, but like weaken him. We are gonna keep shooting at various units here. Let's break that guy. Can we shoot, please, for the love of God? Shoot at a rat. Adjust. Yeah, that wasn't great. That was not great. That was not great. Let's pull in. Fight. Keep magicking. Okay. We break another archer unit. Missile unit. That's good. That's good. We do not have a clear... the wheel is back. Okay, that's a problem. I was not expecting the wheel to be back, I'm going to be honest. I thought that wheel was gone for good. We have units here that I wish were doing something else. Suggest you. We need a... It's not over. It's not over. I might be coping here, but I can definitely hold a little bit longer. It sucks that my guns are pinned down now. My guns are pinned down. Like, they'll win in melee. They're very good melee combatants, right? But it's still pinned down. I don't want it to be. And now these guys are running into melee because of course they are. Okay. Maybe I should have gone for the ambush. You guys, if you have your fire at will at any point, you do. Let's turn the fire at will on these. It's not clean, it's not clean. Shoot the wheel, just because screw it, I hate that thing. Go on. Take the shot. Thank you. That's their balance of power. Damage a little bit. I'm being petty. Is that the most efficient shot I could have taken? No. But I want to be petty, and I'm happy being petty. Drazoath is just kind of holding back here, but he's not doing anything. He's kind of out of the fight, which is unfortunate. We actually might win this. I feel like we could win this. I am going to try to pull the gunners back. We're going to use the fact that that guy's in melee to hold. Oh, we've cleared out this side almost completely. So then we can take you. And we're going to win this. We are going to win this fight, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to win this. We've got this. Is this a pretty fight? Absolutely not. Is this an effective fight? I think so. I think if we're going to use it on the metric that we've won the fight, I'd call that a good fight. Yeah. They're regrouping because they're Skaven, so we can't just relax our guard. I want to readjust you. I want to try to... Let's take a position for shooting. Gorbaz is still... Oh, there's a storm vermin that I've been fighting this whole time. You know what? Maybe it's not the end of the world that I've been fighting these. We are just we're shooting, we are winning this. You, Gorbaz, go fight the wizard. And then you guys, once the wizard is engaged, you pull back out. Go, that's good. Skaven slaves are positioning. Doesn't matter. We're gonna kill that. I think he hit his own men more than he hit my men. I'm not complaining. Can we... Oh, Firewall is not on. Firewall is not on. Let's do this whole fight. Firewall has not been on. Okay, fight. Maybe the advice of turn off Fired Will is a bad one. Probably is. I forget. I forget too much. Okay, can we afford to pull unit? Oh, no, we can. We need to move, we need to move, we need to move, we need to move. Yeah, we're not going to move that in time. Out. Let's get it back into melee. Shoot this. Try to get the Lord. We can kill Rictus, we've won this. How are we doing on the Storm Vermin fight that you've been stuck in the whole game? I mean, he's holding, I guess, so that's good. We're getting good shots off on Ashen. Gorbaz, go help him out. Let's clear out the last of them. We've got this. It was not a pretty fight. It was not a pretty fight, but we got this. Even with quite a few mess ups, and we can keep magic casting. So let's cast that here. Let's cast that here. Sorry, I just needed to turn something off. Let me readjust. Clean. We killed. No, we didn't kill Rictus yet. Got assistance coming. Position, position, shoot, shoot, shoot. Yes, 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 yes. Good, good. We're out of magic. We are almost out of heroes. We are holding with actual archers, but we are holding. So, you know what? Let me just take a shot on the Storm Vermin to free... Oh, damn it. As I said, let me take the shot on these Storm Vermin to free up various things. If Drazoath comes back, then I will... We need to have you engage with that. We need to shoot Rictus again. If I get a clean shot on him. Hell yeah, let's execute him. Worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a tough fight. That was a tough fight, but we won it. We won it, and we didn't lose a single unit. That's a win. It's funny, my whatchamacallit, my archers got way better value than my gunners. But hey, they did. They held. Everyone held. We can now hopefully. I should have maybe executed. We've executed most of the important stuff. I'm not sure if we killed off enough units to be able to auto-resolve the city or not. I think I should have made sure to kill off extra things. But I also don't have a cavalry unit of any kind. So maybe we can't afford to do it anyways. There we go. I'll call that a win in my book. Okay, we lost one. That's unfortunate. We did completely kill that. I'm going to make this the factory region. And we own it. It was a bit messy. That was a bit messy. I'm willing to admit that that was not the cleanest. But hey, 12% speed on Drazoath is like one of those things like you don't think it adds up, but then like because obviously when he's not on his mount, it's meaningless, right? But when you put him on his actual, I like to build him as the sniper. Do I build him as a like fighter version today? Nah, we build him as a sniper. No, you know what? He's my frontline holder. We build him as the shoot you in the face shotgun build. I could afford to build more thingies, but let's just do a standard. Let's do that, and then we have a cap slot open, so we can just do this. There we go. So that was quite the fight. But hey, we win. After this, we need to go focus down Imric. I always run that chance of like Imric attacking you unexpectedly when you fight him, but I'm willing to take that chance because I think the benefits were worth it to attack Skaven. Because you know, that's the thing with Skaven, is like, it doesn't matter what kind of ally you are, at some point he's going to attack you, so you just need to kind of be prepared for it. Hopefully we'll... I think it's not worth it to take one turn replenishment. I think we need to move forwards. And we have cafe vision now, that's good. So yeah. We won that. Rictus is that fight that, like, if you do something wrong, if you let the wheel get value in, you let too many of his archers shoot you, Rictus will make you bleed. But as long as you don't... Hey, look at this. He's positioned outside of the city. You know what that means? That means he doesn't get any diplomacy. Oh my god. That is quite a lot of trash. That is a lot of trash. How many underways does he have? 4 uses of Menace Below. A little part of me wants to auto-resolve. Let's do this. Okay, so it's a pile of trash. It's a mega pile of trash, but it is 2 stacks of trash. We are mostly healed up from our last fight. Our main goal is to kill off the underways. Same as last time. We need to. I'm going to take that top right corner there. That top right corner is going to be a very clean position. I think ideally. Because once again, they have endless numbers. So we cannot afford to do an open fight. We do need to use whatever choke points we have access to. So. Now. Everybody here. Everybody on top of them. And just. Yeah. Let's give them one. Let's give the AI one bait. If he wants to target that, I don't mind so much. Let's do that. Let's begin. Let's wait for him to use his 4. He's not going to attack for ages. Part of me wants it. Gorbaz is not on a mount. Like, Gorbaz is on a 40. I should have sent Gorbaz in alone. Yeah, it's too late. I can't. I should have sent in Gorbaz. You know what? Let's restart. I want Gorbaz to go murder that guy, because that other way we don't have to deal with the magic. Because otherwise, as we discussed, Warp Lightning Bolts are a hell of an ability. And I don't want to be dealing with that. It's 5,000 Skaven. Oh, that is still 5,000 Skaven we're fighting. Okay, Gorbaz, you are 40 speed to 40. Okay, we can't actually get... If he tries to run, we won't catch him. We're going to run that chance. Gorbaz, go deal with him. I wish he had his mount. But then I wish Drazoath had his mount. If Drazoath had his mount, I'd feel much better about this fight. All of you, group up. Prepare for the eventual Skaven attack. And let's go. I'm also attacking for the water, which is not smart, but hey. Okay, 45 seconds. We wait. 21, 30, 35. Okay. Move, 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 move. Move, 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 move. Kill him. Kill him good. Beat him up. They killed one entity. Okay. Hey, he's not running. He's not running. Let's poison him. I don't know why he didn't run. I'm not complaining though. Maybe he feels like he can win this. Let me turn on the other ability. We'll kill the wizard. That was a good move on my part. Let's readjust. Let's readjust. Let's readjust. Let's prepare for the next cast. Okay, no. Finish him off. Finish him off. We don't want that to Skaven. He'll always come back. Await reinforcements. Okay, we run again. I think we spread out a little bit too much this time. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, Gorbaz, you might want to pull back. Ah, interesting. I didn't realize that getting a summon below would reset the like, do you want to end the fight? Okay, let's regroup again. No, turn off fire at will. Turn off fire at will. We need to retreat Gorbaz. I think Gorbaz has done his job. Let's pull him back. Let's regroup for another summon. They have 4 and we've seen 2. Yeah. Speak of the rats. Let's go. Let's just attack it one more time. And let's do that. Another one. And it should be pretty clear. Do I want a magic? No, I don't have enough magic to afford just wasting it. Oh my god, he's back. I was right. Look at him. With his 286 health, the man lives. And that is a problem. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't. Okay, let's prepare for the last eventual cast. God, it's so frustrating. Nothing I can do about it because I can't physically kill him over there, but like, I'll need to just shoot him. The first chance I get, I just need to shoot him. Let's make sure they run. Here we go, the last one. There we go, we jumped that and we're good. We've done it. We solved the problem. Something catching up with him? No. They have a Night Runner. Okay, so what do they have? Trash. I mean, clan rats are not quite trash, unfortunately. Still a lot of trash. Okay. So we have one against the trash. Summon trash. And we have to fight the non-summon trash. Let's put you guys here. And let's put you guys up on the hill. Now, let's learn our lesson. Fired will on. Fired will on. Fired will on. Fired will still was already on. Okay. Let's they're gonna come into me gradually. I don't mind that. Let me actually motivate them. Poor Gorbaz. He's been running a while. Gore does. Oh, I don't know why he's Gorbaz. Gorbaz is one of the legendary lords, isn't he? Like I know the name Gorbaz. It's not like I'm pulling that out of my ass. I think, but let's go. Get into firing range. Get into firing range. I said. Let's light him up. Clan rats with shields is a good kill. I'll take that. Let's U-turn and fight him. I don't know what benefit I got. I got the physical resistance, I think. That's good. Out of all the options, I think that's a good one. I have 40% damage resistance. Okay, I didn't get that. I must have got the armor then. Oh yeah, I got the armor. That still works. There we go. Excellent. That's one unit down. Only another 4,000 something to go. We need to deal with those. Nah, I don't think adjusting up there is necessarily beneficial. So, what's the plan? Win. Big brain, big thinking, folks. We are here. You are watching Master Strategy at its finest. We are gonna win this. They are coming in real slowly. I need to kill you. You are my priority. You know what? I'm gonna risk Corvaz. Or does yeah. I should have dodged that. We need to kill this guy at any cost. I don't know what they're doing. They've been like the AI's been doing this a lot where they get like stuck in like weird choke points. And I'm not happy about it. He needs to die before he casts. Speaking of which. Okay, that's the last time. We got him. That was not good. That was a lot of value though. He got a lot of value off of that. Readjust the lines. We're good. We're in position. Drazoath is here. Spread out the trash further. We'll hold the trash using Gorbaz over here. And now we're in position. Let's get the slingers. Get those clan rats. Attack. Okay. So far, so good. Oh, god damn it. I jinxed it. I jinxed it so hard, folks. Jinxed it. No, let's readjust. Let's readjust. Okay, that's good. That's clean. Mostly a dodge. That is good. That is going to be our weak point. We need to turn some of these archers around. Otherwise, we are not going to hold that front. Let's trust our front line to our guns. Let's trust our sidelines to our archers. That's the way we're going to do this, because otherwise we are going to lose, because those are 2 trash stacks. And I know that Skaven are trash, but some things are trasher than Skaven. Unfortunately. We need to kill this wizard. We need to kill that wizard again. Alright. I haven't killed the wizard quite yet. We need to fight in melee so that way we don't get shot up. We need you to shoot at various slinger units. Maybe the Night Runners. We're pretty spread out. We're getting bogged down again. I'm not enjoying this. We are in a really tough position right now. That wizard is just racking up value way from the rear. It doesn't really matter that we killed the first wizard, because the second wizard is just getting the value from all the winds of magic. And yeah, we lost the line. We're getting too cocky. Hopefully we can retreat. Might be worth it. Yeah, I think we were overconfident this time. Astragoth will hold. Let me just cast somewhere in this direction if I can. Okay. Yeah, this is not going too hot. Yeah. There's just too many of them. And the funny part is, even as we're completely majorly outnumbered like we are right now, we are still listed as like equal. Okay, now we're losing more and more ground. We were listed as equal for a second in terms of like balance power, but I think that's changed. They will hold for a while. Let me try to break the rat. But not forever. Shoot at something, please. Okay. We're going to be a little bit cheesy. I'm going to rewind myself a turn. And let's try to play that better. I don't think we could have... I don't think there's much we could have done to play that better. Unlike the last fight. The last fight I was like, okay, if I just retake the position, I can win that much better. I don't think there's anything I did particularly massively wrong there. I just think we lost. So, let's rewind. Let's do that properly. So, that's the thing. So, just to go through like the Chaos Dwarf. So obviously there are 3 Chaos Dwarf Lords. One of them is Astrogoth. Astrogoth, the one in the mech suit, this exoskeleton, he is Chief Honcho. So effectively, kind of like Thorgrim Gudgebearer. As I was saying yesterday stream, like Chaos Dwarfs and dwarfs are basically similar. So Chaos Dwarfs have their own kind of slayers. The Infernal Guard are effectively slayers. They're kind of similar. So if you've done a big goof, you put a metal mask on your face, and I really should have been doing cohorts, and you effectively get a similar deal in life. You know, you're out to die, but unlike slayers, if you can redeem yourself, if you do a good job in redeeming yourself, however that looks like, you do actually have no permanent mark on your record. So if you, as an Infernal Guard, you know, you distinguish yourself, you do a good job, you become like a good member of society, whatever, you know, society you want to call that. You do your job, you serve, you basically are serving. You put a metal mask, they weld it to your face. But if you end up redeeming yourself, you will take the metal mask off, so you'll have really dramatic scars on your face. You'll have severe scarring, right? But you will actually be a full-time member of society. You're not going to be treated any differently because you served in the Infernal Guard. And that's the difference between Slayers and Chaos Dwarfs. It's like, the Slayers, like, he is treated as dead the moment, that is only one stack, that is only one stack. I think I can get this. A Slayer is treated as dead by his peers the moment he goes out and dies. So, they make a funeral for him, and he is treated as, the person he once was is effectively treated as dead by society. So for example, Gotrek, like who Gotrek used to be. So if you don't know, Gotrek used to be an engineer before everything that happened. I'm not going to give you spoilers. Like, it is such a stereotype, but it is a stereotype for a reason. If you're going to read any books from anything in this series, go read Gotrek and Felix. It is a good series. It is worth the read. But it's it is worth it. Like, once again, it is obvious. Ooh, Gotrek and Felix is good. Yeah, Gotrek and Felix is good, but Gotrek and Felix is good for a reason. If you can read any books in this series, you want to read anything about this world, Gotrek and Felix is the way to go. Where am I gonna... This is an awful map. This is an awful map. And where am I gonna go? I'm gonna position myself here, I think. So, Slayer... So... Now, Drazoath's whole deal is that Drazoath is a bit of an up-and-comer. He's a bit of a troublemaker. So, he effectively gets middle management over to another position. So they can't really kill him because he's too successful to really kill him. And then also killing him would be a waste. You know, but like at the same time, they want to get rid of him. So what they decided to do, and it, like the Immortal Empires map, it doesn't have quite the scale to show you that. He kind of gets sent to the outskirts of the territory. He's not quite exiled, you know, he is exiled, but he's not quite killed off, obviously. But he is sent like to, you know, the branch that like nobody wants to go work at. We killed that, very nice, good. He's sent to the branch that like is far away from everything. He is just gonna be like sent to just do that. Like, they are still using him, he is still serving, but he is not quite a full, like, he doesn't get the right. So that's, and once again, you don't really see it on the map because the map is a little bit too small for you to see like how far away he is from like the rest of Chaos Dwarfs. But he is effectively treated as like a social, like not quite a social outcast, but just, yeah, just like sent out to die. Not quite, because he is defending territory. So Chaos Dwarfs have a lot of enemies. So they have that Wood Elf faction down south. Now, a really funny thing about that Wood Elf faction down south. So you know the where there's the vampire counts down south is a Wood Elf forest. And actually in lore, it is just a Wood Elf settlement, like pretty much any of the magical forests. And one time they launched a raid on the Chaos Dwarfs, and the Chaos Dwarfs have ever since, they've been incredibly petty about it. So every single like 100 years or so, they go down and they burn the forest. Why? Because fuck you, you attacked us. So now we're never gonna let you forget that. So they do hold that same. They are dwarfs. They hold the hey Apps, how you doing? So like dwarfs, they will hold a grudge. They will act on those grudges and do all those things. But once again, they are not quite honor bound to tradition like traditional dwarfs. So traditional dwarfs is all like, yeah, I won the fight. You missed out on a hell of a good fight. I then lost another fight, so I've rewinded a turn, unfortunately. But you know, the Richter's fight, I did win that fight. It was a messy fight, and you can see that because this is basically like the condition of my army after the Richter's fight. But I did win the Richter's fight, and I'm very happy about that. So they do hold their grudges, but instead of traditional dwarfs where it's like held up on like age. So with traditional dwarfs, if you are old, you are treated with like, oh my, why? Since when does the AI wait? When does the AI wait? That is new. That is a, I didn't think they would, they didn't think they had anything. The AI never waits. My God. That is a problem. Since when does the AI wait till 2 minutes and 45 seconds to use underway? Shit. Drazoath has no health. There's like a huge issue with my situation. Like Drazoath has no health. He basically needs to be a morale like support. So yeah, traditional. So, but what Chaos Dwarfs respect is skill, and that's why they can't really get rid of Drazoath. It's like Drazoath. They might be annoying, he might be a bit of an upstart, he might be a bit like difficult, but no one is as good as him, even though he's younger. So there's this like weird conflict, like he is younger than a lot of them, but he's also damn good. So like, once again, he gets sent out to the outskirts. I don't really know what the third one is, you know, the forgettable one. So there's Astrogoth, and then there's the one on the mount, the anti-wizard one. I don't actually know what his deal is significantly. I'm sure he's got a deal, like everyone has a deal, right? But like, I'm not actually sure what it is. But yeah, they do have this thing. And as I was saying yesterday, Chaos Dwarf's whole thing is, hey, you know the good news for you, if you hate Menace Below, late game Chaos Dwarfs can basically do the same thing. They can do a Menace Below, but they do it with a Kadai, the Kadai Fireborn. It's actually incredibly overpowered and it's really disruptive. Like late game, there's a lot of like builds that just get hard countered just by the fact that you can do that at any point. Let me adjust. I'm really like adjust. Like late game Chaos Dwarf can just summon a Kadai, like Kadai Fireborn in your back lines, and it's incredibly powerful. And it really messes you. So like, unfortunately, when you play against like in a multiplayer game, when you play against like Chaos Dwarf's late game, you really have to just like run hero stacks and stuff that is not word. You can't do like I was playing Empire. And you can't afford to run artillery, because at any point you'll just have a Kadai in your backlines and it'll just mess you up. I really like this little corner I'm camping out in. I'm not quite sure. Can I actually go into this cave? No, I can't go into this valley here. But I really like the corner anyway. It's a good shooting. This little hill that I'm camping on here is a really good shooting angle. So yeah, we're just gonna take that, and we're just gonna. That is the worst position they could have summoned in. I don't mind that one so much. That one I don't mind. But yeah, like, fair is fair. It is annoying when the Skaven do it, but like, the good news for Chaos Dwarf is like late game and even like middle game, a lot of your artillery is not so sensitive to disruption. It's like, you know, if you're running a Dreadquake, it's like, oh, you tried to underway me. These guys are not gonna come over, are they? See, I kind of want to send Drazoath to motivate them to come over. I can magic them to come over because I really like my position. I am not moving out of my position, but if I miscalculate my safety and I get shot at, I am gonna suffer badly. So yeah, so like, as I was saying yesterday, the Chaos Dwarfs never really had like a main role in lore. The Chaos Dwarfs like situation in life was, hey, you are an aspiring Chaos champion, so on your way to like attack the Empire, you are going to, let me send Gorbas to assist. You are going to stop at the Hell Pits, the forges of Zarnagrund, and you're going to get like a bunch of gear, and you're going to be ready to go make the Empire's day a lot worse. That was your whole deal. And to be honest, they kind of did that. Now, as I was telling Neo yesterday, like, obviously, they created Grimgor, and I was like, that's their main, like, contribution to lore, is, like, they created Grimgor, and I think they kind of regret that ever since. So every time you play any faction in this area, and you lose as, like, to Grimgor, just thank the Chaos Dwarfs for that. It's their fault. Let me kind of adjust here. So, okay, it's not just that I don't know his lore. He does actually have no lore. Okay. I guess some characters exist to have no lore. I don't think Malice Darkblade has a lot of lore beyond, like, demon possession. I mean, that's kind of his whole shtick. Are they in range? No, I don't have Fire at Will. Wow, my god. You'd think I'd memorize that. I turn off Fire at Will so I don't waste ammo on the underways. But at the same time, I always forget to turn it back on. Let's go, let's fire. Move, 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 move. Take your little midget legs and move. That was actually pretty good. I need to be careful about getting shot at with Drazoath. Drazoath needs to basically be a support bitch. He's a morale booster. That's all he is right now. Do I want to... I can't even afford... No, I can't afford to send Gorbas to, like... I want him to go harass the wizard. I just can't justify the push right now. Let's go. You. Around. Let's go deal with that. Need to keep an eye on his health. You, can I... Is there anything important you could shoot at? Yes. Yeah, he's, like, important, but he doesn't have, like, a lot going on, if that makes sense. Like, he doesn't have a lot of personality. He doesn't have a lot of characteristics. He doesn't have a lot going. Like, you know, say what you want about Malekith. Like, Malekith has a little bit... They're inconsistent about him. So Malekith flip-flops between, like, I am an evil, stereotypical evil bad guy who does evil because I'm evil. And also, like, I'm actually kind of, like, more conflicted about it, but I'm also, you know, I'm in charge of the Dark Elves. So, like, if I show a moment of hesitation or weakness, someone is going to assassinate me and murder and take me over. Which is, like... So, like, that, in the Tyrion and Teclis books, he's much more on the, like, I'm evil for the sake of evil, like, end of the spectrum. And when, like, in the end times, because, you know, they realize, oh, we actually want to make him into a serious character, because, like, they decided that he was a Phoenix King, right? Spoilers for end time. Like, they give him this, like, conflicted, like, personality where it's like, oh, I never wanted to be, like, particularly evil, but, like, I had to. Like, don't get me wrong, he's not a nice guy. They don't try to act like he was a nice guy, but it's very much like, I have a bit of a temper tantrum, but I'm trying my best to be nice kind of deal going on. Where, like, Malice, like, I'm not even kidding, Malice just get off-screened. Like, Malice basically just, like, he loses control of the demon and still loses, I think, to Tyrion. I actually forgot, I read about it recently, but it is literally, like, one line. Like, he lost control of his demonic possession. Like, he deploys the demon and still loses. Yeah, but yeah, what was surprising to me, because I didn't actually know that until I read that, is like all the I thought it was just like every other guy had walked in the flame and like had been like, I thought they had tricked it, but no, it was actually quite open that like oh, that is an expensive loss. Shoot the wizard, shoot the wizard, shoot the wizard. Like, all of the other Phoenix Kings up to that point had always gone through the flames using wizard protection. So, like, if you were, you know, you always went in with wizard protection. So it was actually surprising to learn that, like, that it was not a new thing. Because I read the end times. Oh, I'm going to talk about Teclis in a minute because I'm almost done reading end times. So I've got some thoughts on Teclis. So it is actually set up in the Tyrion and Teclis books, which happened before, that, like, previous Phoenix Kings use like wizard protection to get in the flames. So only Anirion had ever successfully, important word, successfully, gone through the flames unprotected. Everybody else had always used like wizard protection to... We are losing this, aren't we? I'd always use like wizard protection to survive the flames of Anirian. So it's not always, it's not actually like how I fought it, but let's move on to Tyrion for a second, and then I'll get back to like to Teclis. Teclis is like, so Teclis let's start off. Teclis gets his brother's daughter killed. A bit of a dick move, a bit of a noopsie, a bit of a fuck up. He gets his brother killed because he gets him to pick up the Sword of Cain. So that way it kind of like it kind of resets the Sword of Cain curse out of the bloodline. Because at the moment, Tyrion was too affected by it. So he decides that the best way to deal with it is that Tyrion picks, I'm not sure that was a good cast. I might be slaughtering a lot of my own men. Oh no, that was actually a really good cast. That was actually a really good cast. I'm very happy with that. So he gets him to pick up the Sword of Cain and uses it for a while, and then he dies, which actually resets the Sword of Cain curse from the bloodline. So they're no longer afflicted by the Sword of Cain curse. So then he sacrifices all of Middenheim to get the Flame of Ulrich, which is basically like the divine energy of what's left of Ulrich, and he uses it to bring back Tyrion, so that Tyrion can be the incarnate of the Wind of Light. So yeah, he gets a whole city killed to bring his brother back, which like, and he's like, I would do it again. Like, and to be honest, he kind of owns it. Oh my god, that is an expensive loss. He kind of owns it. He's like, I would do it again in a heartbeat. He's like, he is my brother. He's suffered too much because of everything else he did to him. So I will bring him back, even if it costs us like a city. And it's like, I can kind of respect the dedication, but also that's a really shitty thing to do. It's just like, thousands of people died because like the legend was like, as long as the Flame of Ulrich lived, like burned, Middenheim would never fall. And then like, so they were feeling really confident. Oh my god. I keep getting distracted talking about lore, and then I lose many men. And every time I lose a guy here, my balance of power gets even worse. So he sacrifices a whole city to bring back his brother that he's the one who even killed. So, I don't think an ethics professor would be too impressed with him, right? But this is a risky fight that I'm doing right now. I think it's good, and I should have been doing his ability. We're gonna go in. He heals, so as long as he doesn't take too much damage in one go, we should probably be able to hold. Am I doing a dumb move by doing this? If I misfire, I am gonna let's pull Drazoath out of here, because I'm more likely to light him up by accident than I am to like. I just need to shoot the rat. So he sacrifices Middenheim to bring back his brother, and then at the end he kind of realized like his whole plan, because like supposedly he'd been masterminding this whole operation, right? The whole plan doesn't even work out. So he makes some questionable moves. He gets Finnebar, who was the previous Phoenix King, killed. Because he gets it in his head that Malekith is a true Phoenix King, which yes, he is correct about that. As much as like, it makes no sense. The lore says he is correct about that. So you can't really say that one was wrong, but he still kills Finnebar, which is the old Phoenix King. I feel like there probably is a better way to like, go about that. It turns out that Finnebar was aware that he was getting cucked the whole time. Like, before it was like, it was a bit of a secret, but no, Malekith has him like admit that like, no, he kind of knew, he was just kind of embarrassed about it, so he didn't say anything. I'm not sure you had to like hit a man, you had to like, we win. I'm not sure you had to be that much of a dick about it. I feel like calling him out is a bit unnecessary. And then Teclis helps him summon a demon into the middle of Lothern. And technically, the Phoenix King could have defended himself. He could have defended himself, but he accepts like the guilt of like lying about being the Phoenix King and stealing the throne gets to him, and he kills himself. Yeah, look, once again, if you are a big elf fan, there's a lot of messy stuff with the elf characters. It's not like, let's see, I feel like what they do with Empire, as I've mentioned before, I feel like The Fall of Altdorf is a messy book for other reasons. I think I mentioned this yesterday. You weren't there, Ep, so let me explain it to you. The Fall of Altdorf is Nagash, but mostly Vlad. It is Nurgle, and it is Karl Franz. Those are the three main players of that book. And thank you. And so they have this little moment where Vlad's whole thing is Vlad wants to become electric. You know, he wants the electric count position. He cares about it a lot, and he's like, I deserve it. I'm gonna get it. And he shows up because Nagash wants him to ally with the Empire. So he comes over from Sylvania, and the whole time he's building this mega force. And he arrives to Altdorf, and Altdorf is getting sieged. Like, people are dying, so like Nurgle forces are taking it over. So Nurgle is like actually rotting the walls. And like they came in from Marienburg all the way down the coastline with the Glotkin, which is like this Nurgle champion, blah, blah, blah. Like, we'll get into all of that later. But the important part you need to know is that Vlad gets everything he wanted. Vlad shows up, he gets to save the Empire. He gets told, hey, if you save the Empire, we will make you an electric count. He gets everything he wants, right? He shows up, and so the Glotkin, I guess I do actually have to address what the Glotkin are. The Glotkin are Nurgle champions. They are free brothers who were like cursed by Nurgle at birth. And so one of them is like a caster. One of them is like this massive mega monster. If you wanna see what I'm looking at, go look at the Glotkin model. Here, let me pull it up for you. Instead of just let me illustrate my point. It's a really cool model. It's a little bit excessive. I don't think it fits very well with the rest of the Nurgle vibe, but like if it's your thing, like it's pretty cool. Like it's a very busy model, right? But like it's a very neat little thing. So you got the brother, you've got the melee brother, and you've got the monster brother, the melee brother, and the wizard brother. That's all you need to care about them. So Vlad shows up and he's like, okay, I will save you. And he comes in, he breaks into the palace, which is already like falling, and he fights the melee brother, and he kind of wins. Vlad wins. He basically like no diffs him, easy, clean victory, blah blah blah. And once again, he's about to win, and then, as I've mentioned before, because it is the stupidest piece of lore imaginable, he decides to like gloat and licks Nurgle champion blood off of his sword. As you can imagine, that doesn't go well for him. I feel like I can win that on the offense. Drinking Nurgle champion blood off of his sword basically gives him super AIDS, and he basically just knocks himself out of the fight. He doesn't die, but he feels like sick to his stomach. He basically has to run away from the fight, and like pretty much as happens in Total War, right? The moment the legendary lord of the vampire counts runs away, the army basically collapses. So he could have had everything he wanted. He could have been the savior of the empire. He could have actually allied the empire. He would have had like Nagash would have got what he wanted, because Nagash would have had that partnership with the empire. But they didn't get until much, much later. And all of that gets ruined because he decides to have a slurp of Nurgle champion blood and dies. And I hate this plot point so much. Like, that was the first time when I'm like, okay, people don't just hate the end times because it killed the setting. No. There are incredibly stupid decisions, and that is definitely one of them. That is because like it's actually a good book for the Empire. As an Empire lover myself, I felt it was pretty good. You start off with a field battle, like in Northern, kind of like between like imagine like between like Middenheim and Altdorf. There's a bit of a field battle, and Karl Karl has this realization where like there is a vampire lord on the enemy side corrupted by Khorne. There's a few other things that happen, but the main part is he has this moment of realization that like if he doesn't confront the dragon, because it's a vampire lord on dragon, so you know it's a bit of a big deal. If he doesn't confront the enemy, they're probably gonna lose the fight. But he's also realistic that at the same time, he is not, you know, Karl has never been the greatest melee fighter in the world. Karl can't win this, but he realizes that if he doesn't go and fight this for his men, like his army is lost. So he goes there and he makes a good show of things, and he actually almost wins it, but then does end up losing because, you know, chaos boosted Nurgle Khorne champion. corn boosted vampire is definitely a lot to handle. So he is in this bit of a rough spot. But he goes out there and he tries his best, and he loses the fight and the army collapses. And then another thing is like that really doesn't help the situation is a great unclean one shows up. So the Reichsguard, his Reichsguard, have a really good showing of it where they actually like try really hard to like to deal with it, and they actually do. Because Karl Hellborg shows up. You have a character called Volton who has a big role in things. So Volton is the reincarnation of Sigmar, but he doesn't quite start off as Unga Bunga as, you know, you'd think that the reincarnation of a god is. He's kind of just like a very impressive, he's the son of a blacksmith, and he's this inspirational leader, and he's like kind of getting up in the ranks, but he doesn't have quite his full godly power because it is split between two places. So, you might be wondering, Max, where has Sigmar been this whole time? Because Sigmar obviously never really died. He just kind of disappeared at the end of his life. He just kind of like, okay, I had a good life. I'm bailing now. I'm gonna auto-resolve that because I don't want to fight more Skaven today. He kind of just bails. And the reason is what he was doing this whole time. I just realized that I probably have way too many slaves, and that's why I'm having control issues. I probably should have done something about that earlier. He somehow, through Zeech's trickery, gets tied to the wind of heavens, and then he gets trapped in the vortex. So, for the reason why he's not like an active god on the field, even though you'd think he probably should be, is he got trapped in the vortex. Yeah, Volton does kill. He does kill Wulfric. Wulfric doesn't have a good showing for himself. It's kind of underwhelming. Like, there's a lot of characters that are just kind of like. So in the final End Times book, a lot of characters just show up. You get a very much a like, here's the name character. Then he dies. Arbold dies. To Caradrian, so the new legendary hero for the elf, killed Arbold the Undefeated. So if you're an Arbold fan, it's a bad day for you. They do have a mention of like, well, if it had been any other time, he would have lost, but because he's boosted up by the winds of heaven, he wins. But yeah, so let's get back to the Karl Franz book. Like, they make a good showing of things. So the Nurgle forces are coming towards the city, and there's this moment of realization where it's like, Festus is underneath Altdorf, and he's preparing this like demonic summoning, and what he's doing is he's he's bringing Kugaf Plaguefather in. You've got Bretonia, who Lewin Leoncoeur is a little bit pissed because the Green Knight comes back, and I'm gonna exterminate Rictus. The Green Knight comes back and basically takes over the throne of Bretonia. So he's a little bit peeved because obviously he used to be king. He's kind of no longer king now, so he's not really sure what to do with himself. So he decides to basically launch a crusade to help out the Empire. So he kind of deals with Kugaf. Kugaf shows up, but they make a good showing of the Empire. It is that heroic last stand. Look, there's a lot of deaths in the Empire in the End Times book. That you're like, oh my god, this is stupid. So the classic one is Thorgrim. Thorgrim is a dumb death. I'm not going to defend it. But then there's other deaths that are actually like, they make a good showing of themselves. Technically, Altdorf is not a character, but Altdorf makes a good showing of its final last stand. They really make you fight for all of it because once again, the walls are crumbling from Nurgle magic. There are plague everywhere. The sky is raining this like oily rain that like makes it really slippery. So like when you shoot a gun, you can trip. You can't stand your ground properly, and it only affects the Empire side. So like if you are part of the forces of chaos, you basically have no downsides during this fight. There's a lot of stuff that's really going bad for them, but they make a really good show of themselves. Once again, if you like the Empire, out of all of the End Times books, they come out of it like the cleanest out of the whole situation. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is okay. Now, once again, if you like Kyle's, let's not talk about it. Now, the one that I was really like impressed by, because I never really cared about, if you play Total War, you don't care about Belegar. Belegar exists. You don't play Belegar's campaign. He doesn't exist. And I'll get to your comment in a second. Let me continue on my little like train of thought here. So like Belegar, Skarsnik, and what's his face? Queek have this long running rivalry for Carrick Eight Peaks. Carrick Eight Peaks used to be one of the greatest cities of the dwarfs. And then it got Skaven, and then it got whatchamacallit, greenskinned. So it kind of became this like Stalingrad situation for thousands of years where they're just like this fighting this endless back and forwards war for like, we're talking like not even like the whole place, but like rooms of this place. So like getting back a room or two is like this massive achievement. So Belegar like basically becomes a money sink for other dwarfs. Like he begs money, he like tries to get any money he can for it. Like he's just trying to get like, and then he can't pay the loans back, which is like pretty embarrassing for a dwarf. Obviously, like if you make a loan and you promise, hey, I'm gonna pay it back, and then you physically can't because you know you don't have anything to show for your long war, it's a bit of a problem. So you see the last stand. Let me spoilers if you don't like, maybe, but like you see the last stand of Belegar, you see the last stand of the dwarves of Carrick Eight Peaks. They hold pretty much every room. Queek comes in. Queek like he does beat them, and as I mentioned on I think yesterday's talk, like the part that really gets me, and I'm not sure if it's like it's a good moment or maybe I'm a dad so it like would make me sad, but like the men die. They make a grand hold in the hall, and they Belegar does end up dying. But what happens is the women and children obviously were hiding somewhere, and you know the Skaven fight. And as you can imagine, the Skaven don't have great things planned for you. So if you're not aware, Skaven do keep slaves. They can keep like dwarves, they can keep slaves. What they're more likely to do is they love making dwarf skin stuff. So you want a pouch of dwarf skin, or man's skin, or especially, you know, soft child flesh. You know, every goofy thing you could think for Skaven is true. Skaven are great. I love Skaven, but like, yeah. So they are well aware like death is most likely going to happen, but if we don't die, it's probably actually worse. So they are very determined to like make a last stand for these things. And so there's this kid, and like the whole book they hype up this kid as like he is the last hope for the no, I love Skaven. I love Skaven. They are objectively evil but in like the best way. Like, you know, the famous line from Fanquil, and I like I remember reading it. It was like it's like, you know, there's more than one way to skin an infant. It's like, that's just so fucking stupid, but in like the best way. But like they make this last stand that like they break into the room, they find where all the women and children are hiding, and they make this room. And like, so his son was hyped up as being like the best hope for the dwarfs that they will ever have in generations. He is a good kid, he's a strong kid, like, you know, he's charismatic, all of these things, but also he's like 10 years old, so he can't really do much. And then there's his mom, and his mom had tried to run away with her son, and then Belegar stopped her and like kind of basically doomed him effectively. But because like he never accepted that like his quest was a doomed quest. You know, he's been chasing this dream of taking back 8 Peaks, and at some point he kind of realized it's never going to happen, and he maybe ends up regretting not letting his wife leave. But like letting your wife leave would kind of admit to yourself that it was never going to happen. So they break into the room, and the Skaven straight away realize, okay, the adult in the room is going to be a tough fight, but you know, the kid, he might be wearing Gromril, and he might be, you know, a bit of a tough kid, right? But he's still a kid, so they basically no-diff him in the first few seconds of the fight. The kid gets butchered, and like not even like in like great detail. It's just like they broke into the room, and like the second line is like they went for the weak target and they killed the kid immediately. It's like, oh boy, yeah, a child just died in this book, and then like, because like for a while I kind of thought they were gonna like save the kid, because you know a lot of dwarf characters, they live on to AOS, and I didn't know anything about Belegar's kid or anything, so I kind of thought like, okay, maybe they're gonna let him live and maybe he'll show up on like AOS as like the leader or something. No. The kid gets butchered. Nice, quickly, no big business there. It just dies. And then you see it from her perspective as she's running this desperate fight, and honestly, like as you would expect from Skaven, like they are dying by the hundreds, but she knows it's lost. She's lost pretty much everything she ever cares about. She knows she's not going to make it, and you basically watch her last stand. So the Skaven, and she's holding this like really tight room where like they can't really get their numbers going, and you end up in this situation where like at some point they throw a poison globe in, and she realized, oh crap, I can't breathe that in, but she kind of does have to breathe it in a little bit. Let me get rid of some of my labor. Speaking of which, so they poison globe her, and she ends up in a situation where, like, once again, she breathes it in a little bit because like Skaven poison is very effective. Like you don't survive that. So her lungs, she's feeling her lungs fill up with blood and fluids, and she's still fighting. She still makes a good show of it, and then unfortunately it doesn't end well for her, obviously. But like, it made me care about like free characters, but I didn't necessarily care about. I didn't particularly care about Belagar, and I obviously didn't really care about Belagar's wife and kid, but like throughout this book, you do get that perspective. Skarsnik, I'm not sure I care about Skarsnik. I think Skarsnik is a character that exists in that book. You see a Goldfag. Goldfag exists in this book, so if you want to read more about Goldfag, he exists. He doesn't really do a lot, but he is there. And yeah, so like once again, it's like there's this really strong showing for the dwarfs. The dwarfs have a proper good showing of things. They really make a proper like respectable last stand. And then you get on to Kazakh 8 Peak, Kazakh Karak. So you know, if you play Total War, you know the dwarf settlement that's here. This is the High King's like settlement. This is the last big city. So it used to be that it was basically 2 cities of the dwarf that were the biggest, best city. It was Kazakh 8 Peaks, and it was Kazakh Karak. And Kazakh Karak is now basically the last city, because at this point it was like, it's like they're a bit weird about time in the they're a little bit weird about time in the End Times book. Sometimes like long periods of time can pass and it's not very like clearly noted, and also various different books will go over the same period of time not so clearly. So let me should I kill off more of my slaves? I feel like I should. It doesn't actually solve the problem. We're still gonna have a rebellion next turn. Okay, so they do have this thing where like it's been a year since then, and like Thorgrim is making a last stand. So Thorgrim's whole deal as a leader compared to like other people of his race is that Thorgrim is kind of different. So from a race that like, you know, his whole deal is like, we never change. We are gonna hide in our holes, because like during the Great War with Chaos, so like when the Lizard Man and the Skaven were fighting, the dwarves basically kind of sat out of it for the most part, which left them in a very good position after the war. But like during most of the war, they basically like sheltered in their holds, and they kind of tried to wait out the storm. But Thorgrim Grudgebearer is not that kind of leader. Thorgrim Grudgebearer is like, hey, we are losing, and we can hide in our holds forever, and we will end up like dying slowly because this war of attrition. We cannot outbreed the rats. We cannot really win this, especially because like, so Vermin Lords, which is something that's going to show up in probably in the End Times DLC for Skaven. These like greater demons of Skaven. Like he fights a greater demon than Skaven, and he ends up beating it because like he is at this point he's infused with the wind of metal, which so like the magical winds. So okay, we're gonna need to rewind a little bit. So if we look at the map, over here is something called the Vortex. So this was made by the elves as a way to like get magic out of the world. So because what used to happen is there used to be a lot of magic in the world, and if you were a demon, you could easily just like materialize and you could really wreak havoc. So the elves built this vortex to basically stop that happening regularly. And the issue for pretty much everyone, like the issue is that during the End Times, Tyrion Teclis, part of the questionable decisions of Teclis, that I am not going to defend, unlike some people in the chat, part of the thing that Teclis does is that Teclis tears apart the vortex. So he gets rid of it and he breaks it down into pieces so that he can put the Wind of Light into his brother to bring him back. And then separately, the other winds find hosts. So the Winds of Beast finds Grimgor, the Winds of Shadow finds Malekith, the Winds of Fire finds Thorgrim Grudgebearer, Iron Fist, but it does end up finding other people's spoilers. And then like the Winds of Heaven finds Karl Franz, but it's not really Karl Franz anymore. It's Um, it is Sigmar at this point. Karl Franz is very much dead at this point, but he kind of gets like possessed by Sigmar, who's basically playing meat puppet warrior. So make of that what you will. I'm gonna sink a lot of points into getting a bunch of these, and then we'll go fight Imric next. So you are in a situation where, like, he is infused with the winds of metal. So he has this really cool scene where, once again, he's fighting a Skaven Greater Demon and his throne. So you ever look at his throne, you ever look at Forgrim's Grudgebearer, right? And you look at his throne, you think, this is the stupidest thing imaginable. Because, like, look at it. He's being carried around on a chair into battle. How does he fight? And it turns out, like, not only can he fight from the chair, because he kind of gets up, you can get up and you can swing your axe and stuff, but, like, his crew who's carrying him are specifically trained to fight while carrying him, which probably wouldn't work, but let's roll with it because it's fucking cool. And then at the same time, the chair itself is like one of the like biggest rune artifacts of the dwarfs, and it basically has a bunch of protection magic. Should we fight this? It has a bunch of protection magic like built into the chair, where like it like straight up just creates a shield bubble to protect him from the thing. So, but what is really important is on that chair is a rune. And this rune is one of like, so once again, dwarfs, they put their magic into like rune magic. So they beat the magic and they make it into like shapes. So you'll hear about like rune axes and rune armor of the dwarfs, and they basically beat the magic into the weapon. So that's why a lot of dwarf stuff will have a lot of magic damage when they don't have magic. It's like they built the weapon into the axe. So they have weapons that can like handle demons. They have armor that is tougher than it should be because it's like magically built into it, right? So, and he talks about this rune that like at the back of the chair is like, as long as this rune holds, will be, like the dwarves will survive. The dwarves will make it. The dwarves will all like, will keep fighting. And he's like, okay, we are going to make the last stand of the dwarves. We are going to go out there and we are going to make a showing of ourselves because we will do this. And so he leads his people out. They just cleared out some Storm Fiends. They just cleared out a Greater Demon. He's leaving this great victory. So Queek is sitting outside because Queek just came over from Carrick 8 Piece. He's like, I am Queek. I took Carrick 8 Piece. I beat the Greenskins. I beat the dwarves. I am the owner. I'm going to now go take out Carrick, and I'm going to make a proper showing of things. Like, fuck it. So his whole plan was that, okay, we're going to siege Carrick. We're going to send in the slaves, the Skaven slaves, to die by the millions because, you know, these are dwarfs. They're going to sit in their, hold. I have fought like a million of these battles. I know what's going to happen. They are going to sit in their holds, and then they're going to die. We're going to send in the slaves and say we're going to shell them with our warp lightning cannons, and we just got this. Turns out that, I don't know why, but like, End Times focuses on the warp lightning cannons a lot. They don't actually focus on plague claw catapults. It doesn't really mean a lot, but I just noticed that there's not a lot of plague claw catapults. But the dwarfs, instead of being sieged, because his whole plan was like he was going to send in assassins to take out all of the dwarf like the cannons, so like all of the fortifications, and then they were going to just swarm the place. But instead, he pushes out of the city and he makes this heroic stand where, once again, he's being boosted by the magical wind of metal. So like his fellow dwarf's armor is tougher than it should be. His their blades are sharper than they should be. Imric has not moved a millimeter from this position, and I kind of need him to move because this army is not going to fight Imric. So I need him to leave, please. We are in kind of this awkward stalemate because I physically cannot fight him if he stays there, but I kind of need him to move. So they make a last stand in the south, and he pushes out and he beats the shit out of Queek. Sorry for Giga Chad Rat, as you said, but like Queek gets his butt handed to him, blah blah blah, and like he does not have a good time. And once again, he's holding him by the head and he reads out all of his crimes and like how many like for this. So he's like, for the death, for the capture of Carrick 8 Priest, of Carrick 8 Peaks, you know, the head of Queek, and for the murder of this clan, the head of Queek, and blah blah. He reads out his crimes to him, and then he kills him. Yeah, he does hate Greyseers, but there are Greyseers in his army because he's kind of forced to accept the Greyseer. So like you'd think that they would be, and they are absolutely wizards in his army. He's not just doing it because like it could be there. I think the main issue is that Clan Pestilence gets wiped out because if you're not aware, everything that is in South America gets destroyed because Claw blew up the Warpstone moon. So there in Warhammer Fantasy there are 2 moons. There are 2 moons. So there's the normal moon. Now we would all know if you look out in the sky, there's a moon there, right? But then there's also the evil Chaos Warpstone moon. So there's this giant, imagine it like a giant moon made out of satanic uranium. I'm not even kidding. That is basically what Warpstone is. It's like satanic or uranium. And like he wants the uranium, so he shoots it with a laser because of course Skaven can destroy moons with a laser. Like, why couldn't glory to Skaven supremacy, you know? So he shoots the moon and he destroys it. Now, a little bit of an oopsie, or maybe it's part of the plan. It's not focused on, or at least in the books that I saw, it's not particularly focused on whether that's intentional or not, but it falls over Lustria. So if you are a lizardman, you're not having a good day. If you are Clan Pestilence, you're not having a good day. If you are pretty much anyone else in that region, you basically get turbo nuked. A lot of the Slann, they die trying to protect the continent from like falling chunks of workstone, but basically Clan Pestilence basically gets mostly deleted from the map. Not 100%. There are still some Clan Pestilence who are in other places, but like the main power of Clan Pestilence, who used to be this like clan that could like actually rival the rest of Skavendom almost like single-handedly, they get basically turbo nuked out of existence. Very unexpected. So there's a lot that goes on. Like I read the 5 main end times book, but like even having read all that, there's clearly a lot that happens that is not directly addressed. For example, the fall of Marienburg, I know for a fact is like very like detailed on how it all went down. I just don't know where that is, for example. But like it's a pretty big battle because if you don't know, Nurgle has one of the biggest fleets in the world. Like the Nurgle Navy is like a surprisingly powerful force in the world. And it's just like, that's not something you'd expect thinking about Nurgle, but it, okay. I am not looking forward to this fight. The Nurgle Navy is, but he did his job. I think he ran away in the other direction, so we have time to solidify our hold of the capital. So even if I lose this army, this is still a win because we just grabbed this capital city and we have time to fortify it and get replenishment. So this is going to be fine. So the Nurgle fleet comes in and they have this like, so the Lord of Tentacles is a model that was released. So a lot of the like big heavy hitters for Nurgle are things that were released as like end times models, because that's how like that's how they like to do things. Is like if you have a model releasing or like a line releasing by Games Workshop, suddenly you're the big focus of the story. So Nurgle, oh, that's neat. Can I use the back here as do I want to be back here? I think I do want to use this choke point. I think I have more archers than he does. So I actually do think I want to be, I don't have a lot of anti-large. Like this is technically my anti-large, I think, but they don't even have anti-large. So like Nurgle comes in and the Lord of Tentacles, which is a really cool looking model. They come in and like, they have these like plague ships, I think they're called. And like when you shoot cannonballs at them, like they kind of get absorbed into like this like mucus and like membrane and like disease, like ridden like thing where they like every time they shoot a cannonball, the ship kind of heals itself, and they manage to land on the city. And now it turns out that there was a vampire who was living in Marienburg who kind of made it his turn, so he tries to make a last stand of the whole thing as well. And it's a pretty big fight, and I know about these like side details, but I don't know it in a great deal of depth because like I don't know where you go and read about it because it's not in the 5 end times book that I've read. But so once again, they come in there, they take over Marienburg, and then they push down towards Altdorf. But that's a side detail. But like Nurgle is like one of these things that like has, once again, end times is the Nurgle story. If you want to, if you are a Nurgle enjoyer, you're enjoying end times because they have a big presence. If you're a Khorne, you still have got a bit of a presence. So there's like Kabanda, which is like the huntsman of Khorne, who has makes a pretty good showing for himself. All in all, he definitely puts people on the back foot. He obviously ends up dying at some point, but hey, can you really count dies to Sigmar as like a negative mark on a guy's record? I would say that's like As these things go, I would say that's a pretty unacceptable loss, you know? Like, I'm sure Korn wasn't very impressed with him, but like, dice to Sigmar, you know, that's an acceptable loss. Now, we need to prepare for the Fat Lizard. Where's the Fat Lizard? Speaking of which. So I need to focus on it. We got an eagle, I'm not too concerned. And then we have the Fat Lizard. The Fat Lizard is going to be a big problem. So like, they sally out of the city, and they make a good show of things. But what he notices is that, let me go back. So, because I kind of got distracted from the dwarf talk that I was having. It's like, they push out from the city, and it's this big heroic moment, and like, they really, like, they push back the enemy. Forgrim, like, Iron Fist shows up, you know, the Slayer King shows up, Bugman, which is a character that doesn't really exist in Total War, but might exist at some point. He's one of those things that people really want to get memed on. So basically, he's a joke character that got turned into like a very serious character. He ran a brewery for the dwarfs, and the greenskins burned down his brewery. And ever since then, he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna murder every single greenskin I can. And he makes the best ale in the world. And he, like to the point that, like, I think Goldfag has some. I think that's like one of his legendary items. I don't know, I've never played Goldfag yet, right? But like, yeah, Bugman Rangers are in the game, but Bugman himself is not. And then, like, it's one, so I don't think they would ever make him a full lord, but they should make him like a horde faction lord, because like, that would be appropriate for him. We are gonna get Dragon Princed on the side here. We need a brace for impact. So like Bugman shows up and Bugman's Ranger shows up, and like, once again, it's this like glorious last moment, and then at the end of the fight they realize a slight problem though. The rune that I was just talking about that like shows that the elves, the dwarves are going to be fine. Let me readjust here. The rune that like will signify that as long as this rune holds, the dwarves will be fine forever. You know what? You can breathe fire on that trash. They're trash. Look, I wish he didn't. I kind of wish he didn't do that, I'm gonna be honest with you. But like, out of all the possible things he could have fire breathed on, I think that's fine. He's just gonna ignore my little line, isn't he? Where is he? Where's he landing? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Focus fire the dragon. Everybody focus fire the dragon. Focus fire the dragon. Focus fire the dragon. You go, 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 go. Go melee. Like, so the rune broke. And it's kind of like treated as like this oh shit moment. It's like, this is not going to end well, is it? It's like, nope, it is not going to end well. So one of the most hated moments in the end times about to happen, where Forgrim, Grudgebearer, High King of the Dwarves, dies because he left the door open. And I at first I thought, okay, there has to be a little bit more to this. This is a meme, because, you know, you hear about this thing, it's like, there has to have been a bit more to it. No, no, no. Basically, and once again, you get a perspective from Thankful, because Thankful of all people is watching this happen. We got the dragon. We're gonna lose, but we got the dragon. So you know what? That's a win in my book. We actually dealt with a really important piece with this army. So I'm actually kind of happy with the result. Like, they left the door open, and Clan Ashen, what's his face, comes in and kills him. And like, once again, he's wearing armor that is boosted by the winds of metal, as I said, so he should be strong. He's wearing Gromril armor. He's like doing all of these things. But no, he got special daggers made by... we really need to deal with the other enemy archers. Actually, no, let's focus fire the Dragon Princes. If I can kill the Dragon Princes, we've killed the other important unit. And like, they just murder him. He just dies in like a split second, like almost an afterthought. He just dies. And it's like, eh. And then because he killed the High King, we are gonna cast that badly. That was not a good, like, because he killed the High King, he ends up in the situation where, like, what's his name? Snitch creates basically a summoning circle and like lets in a bunch of his assassins into the city. And like that's how it all ends for the hold. It's like, like that. Like, once again, I was really like the fall of 8 Peaks. I felt was pretty good. I can't defend the other fight so good. Like that was a little bit messy. Like, that was not a good fight. If you want, oh, they actually do have a wizard casting magic finally. I kind of didn't think they did. I don't know. I didn't see any magic for ages. But once again, there are good moments and bad moments. So, when they tear apart the vortex, part of the, we're going to add this to the list of crimes by Teclis, right? When he tears apart the vortex, part of what happens is that Ulfwan sinks. So Ulfwan was basically being sustained by the vortex. I don't actually think it wasn't part of the vortex's original, like thing. It just kind of became a side effect, because, like, the vortex was keeping Ulfwan up, and then that didn't age too well. Obviously, it kind of collapsed. So Dark Elves and High Elves make this retreat over to Athelorn, where so we killed the dragon. You know what? Honestly, killing the dragon was worth doing this fight manually. And they are holed up in Athelorn, and that's why they all retreat. Now, it's important to note that not everybody retreats with them. Some people, such as Helebron, team up with Archeon, go and team up with Archeon. They kind of like do their own thing. They kind of lose their mind. But then they realize that, you know, so a lot of main characters hold up at Athelorn, because it basically becomes like the holdout for like the late game end times, because the Empire is gone, Bretonnia is mostly gone, most of the other nations have been off screen. So if you're a Cafe fan, sorry, you get off screen, because Cafe didn't exist when the end times happened, so I didn't really give it much of a thought, which is kind of embarrassing now, because now that I feel like losing everything was a bit much. Thank you, fuck off, man. Do we want to fight that manually? I feel like I do. I feel like we want to fight that manually. It'll give me time to talk, right? So all of these characters hold off, and then there's Lilith, who is like one of the elven goddess. She appears physically in person. I think she does that because she wanted to have a mortal child or something. I'm not really sure what her deal is. I haven't looked into her too much just yet. But one of the plans that they had is Lilith was working on is creating this like safe haven where everybody was going to retreat to it. It's a little side world. Okay, I'm telling the story out of order. Let me try to readjust the story. Nagash gets resurrected, right? And as part of his resurrection, he's been making a few attempts, though it's kind of gone badly because there's been a few things getting in the way, such as I mentioned, Vlad's embarrassing defeat earlier. That I've kind of delayed his plan. So like getting Glotkened was definitely like kind of delayed. I didn't realize how beat up the walls were. So much for getting time to replenish, huh? The issue is I can't just afford to pull too far back into the city, because otherwise the archers are going to light me up, and he's got a lot of flyers, so I'm not really sure where we want to hold. The advantage of holding on the walls, the lighting is terrible. Let me try to adjust. Let me try to like adjust my sitting. Let me talk about this for 2 seconds, then we'll readjust. So like Nagash is trying to get allies, because he realizes like, hey, I am Nagash, glory to Nagash, but Nagash still needs friends if Nagash is going to win, because Nagash, you know, speaks about Nagash in the third person. I'm not entirely joking about that. Nagash absolutely does. So he needs allies, and he realizes, oh shit, I need to ally with these inferior people, especially because they have the other winds of magic. So Nagash gets the wind of death, which, you know, makes sense. He is the necromancer. He gets the death magic wind. Like all of that is logical, right? But he needs to team up with the rest of them and hold. So they show up to Athelorn, Nagash and his homies, which are called as Mortarks. So if you've seen the trailer, you know that like Manfred, Nafarada, Vlad, Krell will all be part of his Mortarks. There's a few others, but I'm not going to spoil them for everyone because they're not really an essential part of the story. And like as a show of good faith, Nagash is like, hey, I will give you the person who killed your daughter. Now, Manfred is feeling pretty good about that because he's like, we're gonna give them Arkin. Fuck Arkin, I hate Arkin. Because him and Arkin had this like kind of rivalry going on throughout like most of the book. Then it turns out that Nagash meant Manfred, and he's obviously not too huge on that. So Manfred gets offered up as this like sacrifice. Just like as a kind of like a medieval princess, he gets offered up in marriage to the person she doesn't want to marry. Basically the same drill. We're doing very good here. Yeah, he gets basically they dump him in a cage. but he's still kind of around and he's still kind of watching. So he realizes very quickly that like, huh, who the fuck is this Lilith woman that's kind of hanging around? And he kind of realizes who she is. Like she's a elven goddess. Like, so at some point, Be'lakor made an attack on, no, I have not read the Nehekara books. That is on like, there's a lot of things that are on my to read list. The Nehekara, I want to read more Empire books. I want to read more Empire. He's like, the only Empire, as much as I love the Empire, the only Empire book that I've read is The Fall of Altdorf, which, as you can imagine, like, is not, it's a mixed feelings kind of book, right? Yeah. What was I gonna say? I need to get those guys back on the wall because otherwise they're gonna get jumped. I need to get them back on the wall so that they don't get flanked, and also they can shoot from up on the walls. The fall of Be'lakor has a bit of a bad showing in the end times. So if you read the Gotrek and Felix books, Gotrek and Felix kind of beat the shit out of him, like unceremoniously. He just gets beaten up by Gotrek and Felix. Now they're Gotrek and Felix, right? But he's still one of like the greater main characters of Chaos. Like we're talking up there with like the big bads. Like he is unironically like the first ever chosen. Like I'm not sure. Like I'm pretty sure that if I was more attached to Be'lakor as a character, I'd probably be a bit more peeved by that. He gets defeated by a character called Max Schreiber, who, like, don't get me wrong, is a powerful wizard because like unlike most human empires, and it's not actually clear if that was just intentional. Unlike most human wizards, he can use several winds of magic, which like is a pretty big deal for a human wizard because he really shouldn't be able to do that. So, and what happened is it was initially, I think it was an offer mistake. Like he wasn't supposed to be able to do it, but basically the offer kind of forgot which winds of magic he was supposed to use. So I think he ended up being able to use several winds of magic, which should like physically be impossible for him. So yeah, here he is. He defeats, we need to hold the point because the dwarfs, actually no, we're kind of holding actually. We are kind of just, let me fight these guys. They're actually holding fast. I was actually kind of worried that they were going to push into the city. So, Be'lakor then ends up, like finding out about Isha's little pet project. Now, if you don't know, Isha's little pet project was to create basically a side realm where everybody was going to go hide. So she's going to create this like Bretonian like paradise where like, you know, you were going to be able to beat up the peasants for eternity and you would like be happy and like you're going to live a good life and like blah, blah, blah. And she was creating this little like hidden pocket dimension kind of world. And Be'lakor, so in exchange for freeing Manfred, because Manfred was trapped in a cage, Be'lakor frees him, was like, hey, what information can you give me? And like Manfred like reveals like the little hidden pocket dimension. So that doesn't go any well. So like a lot of Lilith's plans, because once again, Teclis does everything he does in end times because he is working for the elven goddess Lilith and is basically just kind of being her like her puppet. So everything he does is following her orders at this stage. And part of that is, as I said, making this like every action he takes, and he just believes her to the letter, and it never works out because like Lilith does not have a very good track record for a goddess. She ends up being wrong quite a lot. So once again, he gets his brother killed on her orders, and he does quite a lot of things that don't end up working so good. No, I don't think we've skipped it. No, the pocket dimension is not the age of Sigmar. It's not the age of Sigmar thing. That happens later. Age of Sigmar is very different. But no. In the end times, one of the contingencies she was working on is creating the pocket dimension, which is not the Age of Sigmar one. But thank you for pointing that out. I should explain. The Age of Sigmar world comes later. First, she was creating her own little thing, and it ended up not working because obviously he found out about it and he made sure that like it never happened. But no, it's not the Age of Sigmar world. Same but different. So that was her plan for how to deal with the situation. Once again, it doesn't end up well because Manfred finds out about it and tells Be'lakor. And Be'lakor, it's not really clear who killed it, but some agent of chaos, some like faction of chaos, slaughters it. Like it gets deleted. Like she doesn't feel it anymore, and it's kind of assumed that it got destroyed. So much for that plan. But yeah. So Be'lakor kind of attacks and is like, I can 1v1 you all. I am Be'lakor. And kind of like Be'lakor in game, Be'lakor is a little bit too confident. Now, have you ever played against Be'lakor's AI? Be'lakor has this weird habit. I don't know why like the AI does this, but Be'lakor tends to like run in front of his army and just like die solo. He tries to solo like you. He just flies up to you menacingly. So if you got like a slightest bit of guns, you're playing as Empire, you can just usually just shoot Be'lakor very easily. So and it turns out it's not an AI bug. It's actually a very lore accurate move. He tries to 1v8. Once again, the people that are connected to the lores of magic, so like very magically juiced up people, and it doesn't age well for him. I think we're definitely winning. We are morale breaking them. It doesn't age well for him. He gets trapped in a jewel. He does come back in Age of Sigmar. It's a very neat model. If you don't know, 2 seconds. Let me keep doing my demo showcase. Be'lakor model. Let me pull that up here. 2 seconds. Like, look at this. Like, it's not even a good paint job. Like, unironically, Yodobashi is kind of like the Amazon of Japan. They have a really big store in Akihabara. They actually have a modeling section in the store, and one of the best painted Be'lakors I've ever seen is just sitting in this fucking Amazon style tech store, and it looks incredible. But like, I am not confident I can paint Be'lakor, unfortunately. I want to. He looks cool, but yeah. So Be'lakor gets trapped. He frees himself, and obviously in Age of Sigmar, but that's kind of the end of Be'lakor in the story. So yeah, they end up in this situation where it's like, I'm glad I got that replenishment because I'm going to need it, because I did kill the dragon, but he still has a few units. They end up in this situation where they don't have a backup plan. And then Kabanda, so we're going through the events of the last book, which I'm not quite done yet, but it's pretty done. I kind of know what happens now. Kabanda wants to go hunt down the people he wants to kill. He's like, oh, you know, I'm bored waiting around in the city. Because Archaon's whole thing, and the reason why Middenheim is so important for the end times, is that in Middenheim is a chaos portal like there is at the North and South Pole. So if you don't know, the North and the South Poles of the Warhammer world are 2 chaos gates. So that's why it looks like a hellish shit show on either locations. Yeah, that's a good show. I usually do it for the income buff. Generally speaking. It's like, especially when you play as Carl, you just do it for the income. So at the top of the bottom of the world are 2 chaos portals, which lead directly to hell and are not a good time. Like, they basically warp the world in like their demonic energy. So like, I'll go into it later because that's a very fun Gotrek and Felix book. But let's focus on that. But under Middenheim, I'm not really sure if they explain why it's there. There is another one. There is a portal that leads to, and if they open this portal, and Archaon wants to open this portal, and by doing that, he will basically unstabilize the world, and things will go to shit. Very bad. I am being very like scientific about it, you know? The world go boom. Kind of don't want to, I don't want to attack him because I feel like, yeah, Old One's Gate, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's a corrupted Old One's Gate. Okay, I'll take your word for it. But yeah, do I just want to just accept this result? I feel like I do. So there's this corrupted Old One's Gate, and like he's like sacrificing people to it in his like attempt to open it, and he's going to destroy the world using the gate. Because he's going to open it and it's going to destabilize. So they realize, oh shit. But if you are a Khorne champion, kind of waiting around for the world to blow up, it's kind of underwhelming. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of killing your vibe, you know? You want to be out there killing things. So he kind of goes like, hey boss. Can I go kill them? I really want to kill them. I want a leadership boosting one. I want the leadership boosting one. Because I'm going to run this guy as the Goblin Lord. So I want one that has a little bit of leadership more to like boost up my goblins. So can I go kill them? So Khorne almost solos them because he like the forces of Khorne go attack Athaloran, and like they make a pretty good showing of themselves for like one part of Chaos. Like he goes in there, he is taking names, he is killing a lot of things. Alariel like summons Durfu, like she really like wakes up the forest and tries to hold off, but like even she's like having a bit of a rough time of it. Um, yeah, but it doesn't go well. It doesn't go well. They are losing. So Teclis making one of his only smart decisions. I will grant him this one I can accept. Teclis is like, okay, shit. We're losing. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna teleport all of us to Middenheim, and we're gonna try to make a last stand instead of like fighting Khorne and losing, because like because they, you know, they're in Aphelorn. So Aphelorn to Middenheim, if you look at the Warhammer map, is still quite a distance. So instead he makes this like he teleports people all the way over to Middenheim. So he teleports Nagash's forces, so a lot of his zombies. He teleports his Mortarks. He teleports the other incarnates, and then also he teleports Grimgor from wherever Grimgor is to go and join him. So he gets all of the winds of magic in one place. Now, it's important to note that, you know, the criticism is like, oh, if Teclis could just do this all along, why didn't he do this? He can't just do this on his own. Teclis ends up absorbing, oh, I forgot that I fired 2 of them. I hate that when it happens when you destroy a building and like you try to recruit a unit from that building. Teclis absorb, like the Lilith, the goddess we've been talking about, ends up dying. So let me try to fight this. So it ends up dying, and as part of that, on her way out, she's giving like she sacrifices herself to give the magic to Teclis, to give him like a bit of a boost to be able to teleport everyone to Middenheim. So he can't just do that at a base level. And honestly, he really goofs up the spell. So he that's why, so like everybody does show up in Middenheim, but they're all over the place, and it's a bit of a difficult situation for them. You know, you kind of get thrown into the middle of the chaos fight, and it's a bit of yeah, TP Archon, exactly. And then Grimgor, like, you know, Grimgor has no fucking clue what's going on. Grimgor's just here to Grimgor, so Grimgor's not exactly being cooperative with the whole exercise. So at the end of the day, though, they all regroup, and this is where like each faction is killing like various legendary characters you know about. So Arbold gets defeated, as I mentioned. Hammerstorm gets no diff, not really no diff, but he does, yeah, he basically gets no diffed by Vlad, which, to be honest, like out of all of the people he could have done, no, it's not even Vlad. Does he get Vlad? No, somebody gets, a lot of people get hey honey, 2 seconds. I'm muting you guys for, give me 1 minute, guys. Sorry. So, a lot of the main characters. So Dakala shows up, and Dakala fights Tyrion, which goes exactly how you might expect Dakala to end up. Arbold gets defeated. Azazel gets defeated by Sigmar, which is accurate because Azazel is Azazel comes from the time of Sigmar and betrayed him. I'm not, once again, that's one of those stories that I do want to read. I do want to read more about Sigmar, you know, for Age of Sigmar reasons and also just for base reasons. Yeah, so like a lot of these like main characters you know about show up just to like get named and also get killed off, because like this is the last book, right? So we might as well kill off all of the characters, trying to give them a good moment. Vlad dies saving his wife because his wife got possessed by Nurgle. So she got brought back, but she is like, there's a greater demon of Nurgle inside. So he's kind of obviously not huge on the whole thing. So he sacrifices himself, but at the same time puts on his ring. So if you don't know, Vlad has a ring, which is a legendary item for him in the game, where when he dies, he comes back. So he kills her, but because he put the ring on her finger at the last second, it's kind of implied, it's not really seen on screen, it's implied that she's probably going to make it. So good for him. He got what he wanted out of the whole thing. Because that was really like a big thing on his mind. Obviously, it's like, hey, if the love of your life is possessed by a Nurgle demon, you're probably not, you know, happy about it. What? Crown of Skulls is better. It gives way more ward save. Let me give him even more ward save. So I am sitting at 38% ward save, and I don't even have his melee stats yet. So that's good. So yeah, getting like let me give you a pro tip at life. Getting Nurgle possessed is not a good time. She's not having a good time. So he saves. A lot of characters had that little moment. Manfred kind of just exists. I haven't reached the point of the book where I get to the famous Manfred moment, but we're gonna get to the famous Manfred moment. I know it's there, and I think everybody kind of knows about it. But yeah, so, and we're about to go beat up Archeon. Grimgor makes a good showing of himself. Grimgor actually puts Archeon on like the back foot. Like a lot of the times I think that people are a little bit too hyped up about Grimgor. Grimgor, like there are characters that will probably make a good fighter. But like Grimgor is holding his own against Archeon to the point that Archeon is a special sword that has a demon possessed inside. Because you know, how can you be edgy enough? Demon possessed sword. That's definitely a way to really get your edge going, right? Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with Manfred. To be honest, the one part that I was surprised about is like Manfred being pissed off at Gelt to the point of doing certain actions, which I'm not going to spoil yet because I haven't read it. So I haven't read it, so I'm not going to speak about those events yet until I'm at the last 10% of the book. But like Manfred doing what Manfred does to Gelt is actually set up because early in the end times, the Empire does two things at the start of the end times, which kind of hold it off for a long while. They set up what is known as the Oryx Bastion, which is this mega fuck-off wall, like at the border of Kislev, which basically holds off the invasion of Chaos for like a decent chunk of time. And it's held over by a mix of like priests and magic and all of that. And so that's step one. That's really good. Now, he might have been taught about that by Zeech, I think. So, or there's at least some Chaos trickery there. So, as you can imagine, doesn't end well, obviously, but that's for later. It does hold for a while, and you have to give him credit. The wall holds. And then the second thing that he does is he creates a barrier around Sylvania. Because he's like, fuck it, I'm not dealing with you vampires right now, so all of you get trapped in a cage. So it actually is set up relatively early in the narrative, but like, Manfred is a little bit pissed about the whole like getting caged. You know, it's kind of like displeasing to the ego that some like human wizard kind of traps you in a zoo. He's really not huge about it. So like, out of all of the things that people like do set up in the end, the fact that he goes and like at the last minute stabs Gelt. So, okay, I kind of spoiled it. The fact that at the last minute he goes and stabs Gelt is actually kind of set up. It's not like the most out of nowhere thing. It happened 4 books ago, but he does spend a lot of that book being like, fuck Gelt, when I get my hands on Gelt, I'm gonna fucking murder that little bitch. So like, you know, there is an argument for it. It is actually, there is like a reason for it. So like, that's good because like, it is usually held by a lot of people that like, Manfred just does it to be stupid. It's like, no. I mean, look, is it stupid? Yes. Is it set up and in character? Also, yes. Now, you might not like that character, but as long as a character is making actions that make sense for that character, it's not necessarily bad writing. At the end of the day, the world had to end, right? So, setting it up is fun. There's a lot of, look, there are much more egregious dumb moments in the book, as I've gone over on this stream, than specifically that one. So, out of all of the issues, like, there's a million worse things I could get more mad at than Manfred doing what Manfred is famous for in the end times. Can I win this? There is a cannon. I don't like that cannon. I think we're gonna take a more defensive position. I think we're gonna let him attack me. I don't think I can quite handle that. We'll just keep high. I don't have Gorbaz. Oh, there's Gorbaz. Where is Gorbaz? So let me go get Gorbaz. Gorbaz will be my assistant in this operation. So like, the world ends. Spoilers, the end times does end up killing the world. So how we get to Age of Sigmar is not for that pocket dimension of Lilith that I was talking about. Sigmar basically ends up floating in eternity for a long, long while, and then meets a dragon, and literally the dragon teaches him how to rebuild the world, and like that's basically the gist of it. Once again, this is not the Age of Sigmar stream, so we're gonna focus back on the real world because like, I just wanted to like talk about, I mentioned it earlier, like the Chaos Waves are like pretty like cool things. So let's talk about it. Like during a Gotrek and Felix book, they go from Kislev, I'm fucking up my geography. They go from Kislev, and they go from Kislev to where Malachi start, which you'd think is just like not that big of a journey, right? But it is like going into the Chaos Waste is not just something you can just walk into. Like, it is a very risky operation. Obviously, it messes with like time and space and all those like magical things. But like, it is basically like treated like Chernobyl, but like magical radiation Chernobyl. Like, you need to be prepared. You need to have magical protections against like the radiation. You can't just take it lightly. Let me make a deal with clan. Speaking of clan wars, let me make a deal with clan wars. Can I give them that port? Should I give Clan Moors Bitter Bay? I feel like I should. So let me give Bitter Bay to Clan Moors, and we'll piece him out. That's good. At least he will hold all of that side for me, and then I can go deal with things. So like, Gotrek and Felix, once again, they get the assistance of Max Schreiber. So Max Schreiber once again is that wizard. Now he's a wizard who pays a little bit too close attention to chaos. Like he researches it, which like is probably a good thing you want to do, but it's kind of treated as like, that's a little bit sus. You know, why are you paying such close attention to chaos? It's a bit weird, you know. Don't do that too much. Like, so he is kind of treated as a bit of an outcast by the rest of the schools of magic of the Empire. He is treated as like a bit of an oddity, but he is pretty good. And as I said, he is a very, very powerful wizard. Like, even before he gets access to several lores of magic, he is the one adding these like magical coatings to the Spirit of Grunny. And so Malachi shows up. Once again, we're spoiling one of the Godric and Felix's books. Sorry. I'm not going to go into massive detail, but like, they have to coat the Spirit of Grunny in these magical runes. So they have dwarf runes, they have human protection, they have all of these things, and because Gotrek had previously made another attempt to go into the waste, because the character who like hires him to like go into the waste had made an attempt previously, and it turned into failure. So what they were trying to do is they were using these like armored vehicles. Basically, they were like almost like kind of like a steam tank, but like a dwarf steam tank. I think they were pushing it by hand because like they couldn't trust motors. So they were pushing it by hand into the Chaos Waste, and as you can imagine, it didn't go very well. That's where Gotrek finds his axe, though. So there you go. He finds it in the Chaos Waste. I'm not going to explain to you who that axe belongs to. That is something you should read. You should read, like, I know it's a stereotype, but yes, you should read the Gotrek and Felix books. They are good. They are worth reading. But like, there's a hell of a lot of fuckery. Like, when they go into the Chaos Waste, they see like these endless hordes of chaos. They see like these endless wars that are being fought between the various chaos factions in the endless waste. And like the trip almost kills them at several points, just to go from like, once again, where's my geography? Yeah, here we go. This is Kislev. Like, from going from like a small distance, it literally almost kills them several times. And it's not treated as several. And like, it is a big deal because there is this Skaven character who's been sneaking along with them the whole time. And he's a very fun he's a minor character. Basically, Fanquil wants to keep track of them because Fanquil noticed that there was this like workshop of dwarves. Okay, the dwarves are building something. It's probably a big deal. And he goes over there with his crew of Skaven, and he realizes, oh shit, this isn't just like a little mining operation. They're building the Spirit of Grunny. So he gets his brain is filled with like ideas of like, I'm gonna show up to Skaven Blight with this like this dwarf invention, and I'm gonna become a head wizard. Because like, to be fair, if he did show up with Skaven Blight with the Spirit of Grunny, he probably would have. But like, they attack it. It doesn't go well because Gotrek and Felix are there. But he does manage to get one rat aboard the Spirit of Grunny during this expedition. So this whole time, there's this one Skaven who has to like keep hiding himself on the ship, and like, because it's a very small ship, right? And there's like, they are all there, so it's kind of awkward. And to make things worse, Fanquil is like, where the fuck are you every 2 minutes? So imagine you're trying to hide, you're really tense because you're worried because, you know, you've seen what Gotrek can do and you're in the same ship as Gotrek, so you're kind of really worried. And then at the same time, your boss is like regularly asking, I probably should not have declared war on that, but your boss is regularly asking you for updates as you are sitting there scared to your mind. And at one point, he has no choice
but to hide on the outside of the airship. So he basically gets turbo mutated by chaos. When I and I'm not talking like in a light way, like he gets like beyond rat ogre treatment. He was like a clan rat, and he ends up becoming like more like bigger than a rat ogre. He ends up being quite powerful. He's a minor character, and it's for the Thankful books that I haven't actually read yet. But like that's just like a really brief exposure. Like, don't get me wrong, it was still a storm in chaos, but like that was a brief exposure to the whole thing. So like it's a bit of a rough time. No, Skaven demons have existed for a while, but he is definitely, he becomes his own little like gag character in a fun way. He is quite fun. Snitch Lurktongue is a little character, but that was like for a little brief, like once again, he gets like a microdose of chaos for like one storm. It doesn't end well for him. So it is quite a place. It is quite a miss. Now, do I want to just do the quest battle? I'm not actually, screw it. I'm not confident enough. I want to get 2 more units. I want to get 2 more guns. So I want to get 2 more guns, and then I will feel less like a coward. And then so I'm not going to spoil the rest of the book. They end up going to search for something. So they're looking for a dwarf hold. Whether or not they find out what happens is. But on the way back, we're gonna talk about Thankful, because Thankful is fun. Like, so once again, the airship has a ton of magical protections. It is literally like juiced up protections. It has dwarf runes, so it is pretty magic proof. It is all that. And Thankful is Thankful though. And Thankful is a hell of a wizard. It is a meme. It is a meme, but it is also 100% true. Thankful is the guy. Thankful just basically like starts, you know that like very famous old Star Wars video game where they like, he pulls a Star Destroyer out from space, which like breaks every sort of imaginable Star Wars power level, but it's a cool shot, so you kind of just ignore it. He basically starts doing that with the Spirits of Grenny, because all Skaven can snort Warpstone for power. So if you are a Skaven, Grey Seer, and you're like, I need a little bit of a boost, you basically just snort Warpstone like cocaine. And then you just get a power boost. I'm not sure, maybe there's a better drug, but I'm not a drug expert. So you'll have to insert drug of your choice. Now, as expected of something that I'm comparing to a drug, it usually has the pretty severe side effects of like, you fucking up your health and like, but like Thankful doesn't, the thing that makes Thankful so impressive, let me fire these guys because I want to replace them. The thing that makes Thankful so impressive is that Thankful can snort this warp cocaine without pretty much any downsides. He just snorts the stuff regularly, and the only thing it kind of does for him is kind of make him a little bit extra murdery. So like when he snorts it, he gets into this kind of like murdery rage where he starts threatening all of his underlings, and like he gets on this like power trip because like he is coursing through like mega power. So like he goes a bit crazy, but it kind of tends to like tone it down afterwards. Like, he gets on a high and then he comes back down to earth. But like in terms of power level, he is snorting straight chaos. So like we're talking like raw chaos straight up through the nostrils. He ends up being like incredibly powerful. He ends up, and once again he will tell everyone around him like I am in charge. Screw you. We are gonna go attack. You know what? I'm kind of bored of waiting. We are going to attack Kugaf. Is this a good plan? I don't know what the rest of his army is. He has more armies than I do, but we'll take out this army and we're gonna attack Kugaf. But like, so he snorts this warpstone, and he just starts pulling down the airship. And like, Max, once again, we're gonna keep mentioning Max Schreiber because anything magical that is involved in Gothic and Felix, Max Schreiber is there to like comment about it because you need a character to give you that perspective. Max Schreiber is like, holy fucking hell, like this rat is like incredibly powerful, because it's easy to forget because he's a bumbling moron, right? But like this rat is so powerful. Like what the hell? Why is there so much power coming from this rat? And like he realizes like the amount of warpstone going through him would kill pretty much anyone else. But once again, Thankful is Thankful, so Thankful just tanks it. Thankful's like, yep. I'm basically just doing it. Now, once again, he notices Gotrek, because Gotrek had already gotten off of the airship at this point, and he noticed it Gotrek, so he lets go of the airship because he's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. That's Gotrek. I have bigger problems now, and obviously hilarity ensues. But like, just like Thankful is one of those things that like I hope they make him properly. So if you don't know, and I'm pretty sure this is not an AOS model, I'm pretty sure he looked like this. We're gonna keep doing a demonstration of models. So Thankful is on a Bone Ripper. So Thankful has a bunch of bodyguards and Bone Ripper bodyguards, which used to be, I'm not going to spoil it, so we're not going to blow the surprise for a second, which used to be rat ogres. So you would regularly have a rat ogre, which would die very unceremoniously, like literally just Gotrek cuts one in half in like not even a thought about it. And then at some point he upgrades, because during the end times they release Storm Fiends, which look incredible. I'm gonna show a Storm Fiend in a second. Let's start by showing off a Storm Fiend. This is the thing that I am looking forward to the most for Skaven, is going to be, look at these guys. Because this is a rat ogre, and then you strap a bunch of weapons onto them, and you like, so they have like poison wind mortars, they have rattling guns, or that you can put them in melee varieties. If you put them in melee varieties, you're boring. But he's like, no. See, that's cool and all, but I am Thankful, and Thankful gets a pretty big promotion during the end times. So he gets this thing. So Thankful is on top. This is Thankful at the top here, and this is Bone Ripper, which is basically like a super Storm Fiend. And I'm really hoping that they add. So there's a Bone Ripper book. There's a Thankful book for the end times, and I need to read it. I don't know. I think I think if you look at them in like Vermintide, they make them a little bit dirtier. And like, I can see your perspective. Like in Vermintide, they are a little bit dirty. I'm going to keep getting warriors. I'm going to keep buying these, sinking too much money into getting these warriors. But like in Vermintide, they are much dirtier and a little bit messier. And I can agree with you. They probably do look better like that. But at the end of the day, I think it's cool. I think they're definitely going to add a lot to Skaven. I am way more excited about them than I am about Vermin Lords. Vermin Lords do not excite me. Like the models don't really speak to me. Their lore doesn't really speak to me. But Storm Fiends are fun. So I'm really looking forward to it. But he gets the mega rat. So how I'm thinking they're going to implement him in game, or at least the way I would do it, is like you start off with a rat ogre. So you kind of like start off a bit like Skarsnik, where you're a pretty decent commander. Because actually, Thankful is actually a decent melee combatant when he's like scared. When he's scared enough to fight, he actually is pretty decent. So you start off with like you start off with like maybe like a rat ogre, and then like if he dies, you then progressively upgrade to like a Storm Fiend like assistant, and then you upgrade to like Bone Ripper. Because if you start off with like, if you're like level 12 and you're like, oh yeah, you get that Bone Ripper, I think the balance might have some questions, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know, Vermilords, I don't know, they don't, I think it's their personality. Like you're reading them and they're basically just like slightly souped up Skaven. Is like, I get it, Skaven are fun, but Skaven are fun because, you know, they're petty and they're small. So like when you read that the Greater Demon is also kind of just doing the same thing, it's like, I don't know, it doesn't speak to me. I like Skaven, I love Skaven, I just doesn't speak to me. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't click. So what was I'm gonna start building something else, because he says, well, then clicks and buys another blunderbuss that he can't even hire right now because I don't even have the building. I'm gonna send a recruitment lord. He's just gonna spawn him in. He's gonna buy a bunch of blunderbusses, then he's gonna put them into, why can't I recruit? Why is this not? No. Where's my blunderbuss? Great. I'm paying attention. Let's buy another one. So, let's start blunderbuss recruitment. So like, and then once I add them to his army, I'm gonna do the quest battle. That'll be a good point. So like, there is this whole like thing going on where it's like, yeah. Now, as we've mentioned, the Chaos Dwarves get no diff because Chaos Dwarves, a lot of like factions. So as I mentioned yesterday, but I'll repeat myself, a lot of the factions in end times, the moment you are not a faction of focus, you get no diff. So Tylea, no diff. Araby, no diffed. Cafe, because Cafe was not a big thing in older Warhammer, completely no diffed off screen. And now, technically, Chaos Dwarfs were a real faction. They did have a slight tabletop presence, but they also kind of got no diff because they didn't really exist. Chaos Dwarfs are not really characters. Most Chaos Dwarf, like, were not made to players. Like, once again, they are a part of it. They are mentioned a lot, but in more in the like, hey, I am Chaos Dwarf, as I've mentioned, I am like Chaos Champion number 16. I went to Zarnagrund and I grabbed stuff. Like that is, as I mentioned before, that is the main extent of Chaos Dwarf lore for most of the books. So like they get no diff completely off screen, and that's basically what happens to them. Like there's not a lot going on there. I just noticed Kugaf, so we need to be prepared for that. But like it's really funny with Cafe because you know now that's the thing about Old World. So like Old World. So if you don't know, Old World brings back Warhammer Fantasy. So if you like Warhammer Fantasy, you don't like Age of Sigmar, or like you don't like 40k, and you want to play Aegis like Fantasy, you want to play Old World. It gives you all of your like older models and stuff, and it like you can play with like Wood Elves, you can play with all of these things. The only issue is that it is 300 years before the age of Karl Franz. So if you like a lot of the characters that are alive in the age of Karl Franz, so like Balthasar Geld, Karl Franz, all of these people, they don't exist. And it's this weirdest decision because like they brought back the Old World to be a factor for. They brought back the Old World to appeal to people who play Total War, because Total War brought back Warhammer Fantasy, and maybe even Vermintide brought back Warhammer Fantasy into relevance. But then at the same time, I don't understand why they don't just like just do the era of Karl Franz, which is like the popular era, right? And yes, the world ended, but also they've kind of brought they've killed off the world and brought it back before. It's not like they could never like justify a reason why it's back. I feel like they missed out on such an opportunity because like I would have bought a Karl Franz. You put me a Karl Franz on Demigryph, I would have bought that. I'm still gonna buy a steam tank because they still have steam tanks and I love steam tanks. Do I want to piece them out? Yeah, I feel like we want to piece him out. For now, I really like his settlements. His island chains are really good. But like, so you have Old World, but like you run, so it's during the era of Magnus the Pious. So it's a different emperor. They still have chaos invading and all of that, but they don't quite have all of these characters you like from Total War. So it kind of sucks. I don't understand the marketing decision behind that. Because like, I'm going to buy Gotrek from, but he has an AOS model. It's a really cool AOS model. 2 seconds. Let me pull that up. When I'm done, I'm only buying him when I'm done with my current pile of shame. But like, look at this model. This looks cool. It's like, if you even just release it as like these little models you could buy of like Total War characters, you don't even have to give them gameplay rules. I think people would buy them. I just don't understand why they ignore it from the gameplay perspective. And I don't understand it. Yeah, but you can do new era, and you can do new factions. Once again, the way they could just do it is be like, the world didn't end. And yeah, technically it would be unsatisfying to like the six End Times fans in the world. But like for the rest of us, like, you're just like, hey, the End Times didn't happen. Just make another branching path. Because they did that with like Storm of Chaos. Like they did that with Storm of Chaos, where like they technically had their end of the game and then they just basically like wiped it. So it's really weird if you're reading certain books around that era, like you reach a point where like Gotrek in the Gotrek and Felix books, Gotrek is obviously really excited about going to fight Archaon. Like Gotrek is like, ooh, I'm gonna go fight him. I'm gonna go fight him. It's like it's gonna be a real challenge. And then like they had a sudden moment. It's like, okay, he got defeated and like nothing comes out of it, and like they kind of just ignore it. They kind of just brush it under the rug again. And it's like this, like, because like they kind of obviously changed the direction that End Times was going. So it's kind of a bit weird how they do that. It's very jarring in the book. But like you could just like make another branching timeline. You get the characters that people care about, and then that way you get like an existing customer base from the Total War players. And it's weird because like if you like Total War, you're kind of stuck between several gameplays. So you have, if you like Skaven, you're mostly playing in Age of Sigmar. I think Skaven do have they're not properly treated yet in Old World. So they don't have a place in Old World. So you are mostly playing in Age of Sigmar. If you like Slayers and that part of Dwarfs, you are still playing in Age of Sigmar. Now, maybe Fire Slayers, as many people have pointed out, are not like on their own are not cool, but they're gonna get a refresh. I think this year they are, and during the summer, they're expected to like reintroduce like more dwarfy dwarfs. So if you like dwarfs, but you don't like exclusively Slayers, they are gonna get a refresh this summer in Age of Sigmar to reintroduce. So they're gonna add in the Fire Slayers and all of everything that's going on in them, and to a bunch of more traditional dwarfs. So I think that'll actually have my attention. If you like Chaos Dwarfs, you play the Hellsmiths of Hashut, as we discussed yesterday. And then, like, you have these various factions. Now, if you like your Chaos, a lot of Chaos is eating very well. So, like, Chaos has some of their best models in the game in Age of Sigmar. So there's some really cool stuff going on with Chaos. Let me trade those two out. Going on. So like, but because like if you are but you are split between like several factions, and it's kind of this like messy system. I just don't understand why they didn't just do like old world is just the time, because like you could have like once again, if you just do a slightly branching timeline again, you would like just have this situation. I appreciate, by the way, you adding like lore that I'm not covering. Like I appreciate you add like you could have just done this branching timeline where end times like kind of like you have all the characters, but like it didn't end up. And yes, technically it would be unsatisfying because like, oh, it's not going to believe that the world is going to end. But like the old world as they're doing now, you don't believe that chaos is going to be a threat because we all know that it survives at least till the era of Karl Franz. So like there's no dramatic stakes that are lost. And at this, I still hate that the voice lines are not working. It doesn't work for me either. Like I want to hear these voice lines. Like it's just such a missed opportunity because like I would like it a lot more. Like Cafe has really cool models. The Cafe Sentinel looks cool, and I'm probably gonna buy one. But I'm gonna add him like at some point. I'm gonna add a shelf behind here where I'm gonna like add models and like stuff and like stuff I've painted over time. It'll also motivate me to get some stuff painted as like background decoration, right? But to be a problem in Warhammer is that the stacking money debuff is not big enough to care. I think I like most players, most of my campaigns, I do not end up having enough armies where it like matters significantly. So that's the first thing. It's like if you don't end the game fast enough to matter, that's the first thing. It doesn't really matter. Dude, this one have magic damage, this one does not have magic. What is the difference between this one and this one again? So you got a few extra abilities. So they got dig in. Damn it, I keep clicking it. Let me click these guys. What does the Regiment of Renown? Dig in, which is enabled if not moving. Okay, then they got Char Defense and Contempt. So yeah, they're just basic ones. Like I don't find that it matters significantly. I think it's pretty soft because as long as you're playing like if you're playing one of those like Unga Bunga, so you're playing greenskins, you just having more armies means you make more money, so it balances out the downside, right? And if you're playing as like you're playing as like most other like empire building factions, you tend to make enough money fast enough that like the downsides are not significant enough to defeat it. I'm going to run a pure gunline frontline, and I'm going to estimate that we kill them before they get to me. I might be wrong about that, and we might end up taking some hits, but I feel like I can gun them down fast enough that it's not going to matter. Now, it's where the reinforcements come in. I haven't played this battle in ages, but like, I don't play Bretonia often enough to like, to have thoughts on Bretonia. I did it for the quest battle. I didn't hate them so much, but it didn't excite me. But yeah. So yeah, let's talk about Gotrek and Felix, because I'll keep talking about Gotrek and Felix. We're gonna start moving into like Gotrek and Felix. So if you don't know, one of the really funny things I find at the game, so like Gotrek's axe is the axe of Grimnir. Like, not Grimnir. Yeah, Grimnir's the Slayer one. Yeah, Grimnir. It's the axe of Grimnir. So it is like the axe. Like everybody who's ever seen that axe talks about like how it's like buffed up with magical power. Like it is a really powerful magical artifact. And then in game, it is actually pretty reflective of that power level. It's a pretty powerful item, right? But like the funny part is it's one of two axes. And the other axe is owned by the High King of the Dwarfs. And like in game, if you go look at its stats, it's really underwhelming in comparison. It's kind of funny how terrible it is because it's supposed to be a pair of axe. So they should have the same attributes, relatively speaking, but they really don't in game at least. That was good. We're gonna hold the front line. I'm gonna hold off the cavalry charge. Let's land in the middle. Let's disrupt the cavalry charge. It's one of those funny things. Like, so if you don't know, in end times, Gotrek. I hate the way Felix dies. The way Felix dies makes me sad. I'm not going to talk about it. But Gotrek becomes like the new kind of Grimnir. He kind of takes up the role of like the new Grimnir, and he basically wanders off into the realms of chaos to basically fight them off for like pretty much eternity, which is kind of funny because it means he never dies. Like I'm not sold on the final. I'm not sold on the final Gotrek and Felix. Look, the reality is like, there's not a very satisfying way to end Gotrek and Felix's story. Because, like, the reality is, like, he is a slayer, right? So, you either let him die, which I would hate. Because, like, it kind of ruins the gag. Because, like, the gag is obviously that he's never going to die. But also, like, it would kind of be a bit, like, you know, killing off characters that you're attached to kind of sucks. And also, they kind of realize that, hey, there's a mark. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Back up, back up, back up. Stop shooting, stop shooting, stop shooting, stop shooting. We are melting my own men. Ow. Yeah, we melted my own unit. And this is a legendary one. This is a Regiment of Renown one too. Sucks for them. We are gonna move out of the way and then we're gonna open fire again. There we go. That was a bit unfortunate for them. But like, yeah, they are very good books. And what's really nice about the Gotrek and Felix books, as I've mentioned before, is that you get a really good lore introduction. So if you want to read a little bit more about like Nuln, or you want to read a little bit more about like the dwarf culture, and like a lot of the like, they go to a lot of places because, you know, they're kind of like wandering vagabonds, right? So if you want to just like learn more about X place in the Warhammer world, you want to learn a bit more about Tomb Kings, etc. A good way to do that is to read Gotrek and Felix. Like, what are you doing? He was acting a bit weird. You just read like Gotrek and Felix, like a book like around that place. So once again, Nuln is pretty heavily. Nuln shows up a few times in Gotrek and Felix, and like each time you learn a lot about it. Like, so it is the gun. It is where you make the guns of the Empire, right? So, but like, one of their rights. So when a person who works at the smiths, right, is like who's making the guns dies, one of the things they'll do is they will bury them. They will burn their ashes, and they will add their ashes to like the next cannon at the foundry. So if you die on the job, or like you're like a respectable person in the community, your ashes will be added to the cannons, and it's like, it doesn't matter, right? This is not a significant piece of lore. It doesn't change anything. It just like, it adds that little bit of flavor. It's like, it's this little cool, like little lore detail you learn. That's like the cool thing of like, yeah, I'll read the Nagash books, but I want to read more, I'm not a big, like, I will read about all these factions, right? But I want to read more about Empire next. Now, please do not murder too much of my own men. All right, pull back, pull back, pull back. You're gonna get shot up. You're gonna get shot up. You're gonna get shot up. Like, do I want to fight further back? I think I do. I think we want to readjust my lines over to here. Let's keep the melee infantry as a backline. So it just adds this flavor that like the games don't give you, right? The games are fun, and the games do sometimes give you more lore than you realize if you pay attention. But like, there is that mod like legendary lore, or like whatever it's called. Like it's a very good mod to use, because it just gives you like, when you hire like a Regiment of Renown, it gives you the story of that Regiment of Renown. If you like capture a specific settlement, it gives you the lore. It does give it to you as a big block of text on the side of your screen. So you don't always feel like reading it, but it's still one of those mods that I'd recommend if you want to learn more about the world in like a passive way. Like sometimes you'll just learn about a specific faction. For example, Sigvald the Magnificent. You know that like he has an army. He has his Regiment of Renown, the Mirror Shield something, is exactly what the Mirror Shield sounds like. He has a bunch of guys that fight with mirrors, so that way he can admire himself while fighting. Once again, it's one of those like little goofy bits of lore, but it's fun. I like goofy bits of lore that like add to the world in a fun way. That's definitely one of them. Is like, of course he would, like someone egotistical would do that. It's like, it's fun. I like that. I like little lore details that just add to the world in a way. Let me deal with the Air Force. I don't know what the AI is really doing right now. I'm not sure what it's planning to do, but hey, we'll just kill these and we'll kill the wizard. But yeah, once again, I think once I'm done with the end times, I'm gonna make sure that I've read all of the end times books. I think there's a Thankful book because there's the like end times. What I thought was the end times Skaven book, but that's more like the Queek book. And I think that separately there's an end times Thankful book that I'm not sure I read. So that being the case, I'm gonna go read the end times Thankful book because you know one cannot read it without end times Thankful. But there are two things that I want for Thankful's mechanics in the DLC that will come out. Once again, I want scaling Bone Rippers. I want it so when a Bone Ripper dies, you get a better one. And then second of all, I want a mechanic where like 5% of the time. Okay, where's the reinforcements coming in? Honestly, that's a good position for them. I'm not too bothered about. 5% of the time, I want Gotrek and Felix to show up on the enemy's side. So like 5% of the time, you just have Gotrek and Felix that just show up on the... It doesn't matter what faction you're playing against as Thankful. But like fully upgraded Gotrek and Felix just show up and you just have to deal with them. And that's just like... It's both a funny little gimmick ability, but I also think it's a very like lore thing. But like, I think it'd be very funny. Might it be a little bit frustrating? Yes. Yes, it would. But that's also frustrating for him. So that's part of the point. Like you want it to be a little bit frustrating that like oh my god, he's ruining my plans again. Like that is accurate. We need to get out of here. There's a bit too many units and I do not have the magic or the stats to fight. I guess we're gonna fight. Can we pull out, please? Pull out. Upgrade. Melee. Please. Please. Come on, you fat piece of bacon. It's not even bacon, like beef. There we go. We're up. Oh my god. Let's readjust. We are getting people coming in. I'm reading about what's his face, Queek made me realize that because first I've played SFO. I played SFO once or twice, and I played Queek on SFO, and I didn't realize like what it is, like what a Ska Bloodtail is. But now reading about Ska Bloodtail, which for the record is like basically Queek's like not really a bitch boy. He is kind of treated like with respect, but he is still kind of also treated like Queek treats everyone badly. So like being treated like the best by Queek is not quite the win you think it is. I didn't really need to use that boost, but like out of anyone on Earth, Ska Bloodtail is like probably the one person that Queek kind of treats with like a modicum of respect. So it is kind of sad that he doesn't have Ska Bloodtail as part of his faction. It's a really little minor detail, but they should really just give him a legendary hero. Like, I think Queek's biggest flaw, and once again, I don't know if in other books he's like that, but in End Times, like Queek's biggest flaw is anger management. Queek has a bit of a huge anger issue, and that kind of like affects him at several points. He makes a bunch of regrettable decisions. Like if he like was a little less Queek, it would probably have ended better for him. Like once again, like he knows that the fight is going badly, for example, but he's like, he gets baited and he gets insulted by Thorgrim to go fight him. I'm like, probably not the best move. And he kind of realizes there's something up with Thorgrim too. There's a lot of power. He's like, So, but like, yeah, he's a very angry boy, but then like any Skaven leader like has a bit of a underling abusing issue. So I guess it's not like specifically, can we chase this down? Oh, they're not gonna run. Okay, pull out. We did a lot of damage. We want to get away from the cat. Once again, he's not my favorite Skaven character because he doesn't have a lot of personality to him. He's much more of a unga bunga murder kill Skaven character, but you know, having a Skaven character that is actually brave and actually does want to like, I'm gonna murder everyone here is good. I think that is like his defining trait is not quite the as you said, the loyalty, because it's not actually that evident. Like he is loyal to Ska and maybe like his Red Guard, but like the rest of the Skaven, But like his underlying trait that Queek has is like he is the one Skaven who is willing to like go this is a 1v1 against your strong character. I'm actually gonna try to win this. I'm actually gonna like fight you. I'm not gonna do any tricks. Look, as a faction strategy, he will absolutely do the Skaven basics of like send a million slaves to die. He still does that kind of thing, right? But like he will 1v1 you. Especially if he thinks you're tough, he will want the challenge. He will go, like he goes and like murders a lot of Belegar's like honor guard. So like Belegar has his honor guard and like Queek just goes in and like when I say that he massacres them, I mean it. Like Queek is described as like this almost like graceful combatant. He just bounces off and he will like unironically he will do backflips and he will like push himself off of like the helmet of one dwarf and he will use, so he has his pick, right? He has like, this ice pick that he uses and he will like, yeah, I am on easy mode, but hey, that's the issue with Chaos Dwarves. There's not much you can do past a certain point. But he's described as graceful. He will just like bounce off one dwarf, pierce their head in like from the side of the head with his ice pick, and then like move on to the next. Like never really stopping. He's really hard to like lock down, and it just like you have a really bad time. And once again, his ice pick like doesn't sound like such a big deal, but it is like specifically made so that it can like pierce through like dwarven armor. Yeah, I guess it does, but like in the most Skaven way it does. But he does still have like he will still like send millions of Skaven to die. So like he doesn't. I think it gets overstated sometimes when he's almost regret like he treats you like as well. But like he shows loyalty towards his men. He absolutely does, and he never betrays like Scott. He'll abuse Scott sometimes, and he'll talk shit. But he definitely treats him with like a lot of respect. And it's like his red guard will do stuff, and he has moments when he'll like promise like whoever does this for me will get breeding rights and shit like that. Was like for Skaven society is a big deal. If you want to have a really bad read, go read about Skaven females. Because you know they're not a big thing in the lore, and I'm glad they're not a big focus of lore. But like, if you want to have like this is messed up. Go read about Skaven females. Like move. It's like a little piece of lore that I did not need to learn about. But there we go. All of you go. Skaven females is one of those lores that I wish I did not learn about Skaven breeders. But now I know this piece of information, and you can decide to search it at your own risk. I warned you. You do you. Let's shoot at the chariots because they are technically still shooting me. It is one of those like iffy pieces of lore. Yeah. So we are winning. Yeah. Once again, that's the issue with Chaos Dwarfs. Is like early game, you don't have a lot of fun units, and it's kind of underwhelming. And then late game, they do not. There is no way that Skaven. I'm not. You know, I don't want to know. I choose not to know. I choose not to look into this more. There are things that are best left unseen and unknown. There we go. We've won. Just kill the last few. Pull him out of the fight before he gets shot up. But yeah, like when you get to your fun units, you're invincible, and when you're in the early game, you actually do suffer a little bit. That's the like the conundrum of Chaos Dwarfs is like at this stage I've effectively won the campaign, so and I face no threat. But I'm gonna keep playing just because like I'll do it for today. It makes for a nice self-contained stream where I can start after like either Christmas. I'm not sure if I'll stream next week, and I probably will, realistically speaking. But like. This is I can play this campaign, and then next stream we can do another campaign. So continuing on lore. Like another thing that I'm looking that will be cool. The issue is I think it'll be a little bit too repetitive. Is like in the game, people know about like Knights of the Blazing Sun, because Knights of the Blazing Sun, you know about them, and like there's now the Knights of More. But there's like many other knights factions for the Empire. So knights like Lord Knights are these like okay, so there are many it's fine. I'm just gonna move on. But like there are many knights factions in the game that in the lore. So there's like Knights of the Panther. There's like all these like groups, which are basically just these like groups of literally knights that just like are like they have like imagery to them. You know, there's like lore around them and stuff like that, and like they could add them, but the issue is like if you add like 600 different cavalry that are called slightly differently but kind of do the same thing, it kind of becomes underwhelming. I think the main one that what Knights of More add is, you know, they add a cavalry that is like an actual like melee cav, you know, like a fighting cav, like that will actually like hold the line and fight. And like that is a unique thing, right? That is a unique thing that they're doing. But like not every cav. Let me do money for slaves. I want more slaves. Where is money for slaves, please? Am I out of... I guess I'll do Bay of Blades then. I don't know where my money for slaves went. But like, maybe I already did it. Maybe that was the one I was doing right now. So maybe I already have one convoy going there. But like... yeah, so... What was I talking about? Like, Knights... Like, so there's Knights of the Panther. I'm not really sure what Knights... Like, they already added a distinctive... faction. So they already added the Knights of More, which do cover a unique ground. So that's good. I'm not really sure what other knights would do, but like I think like from a flavor win, they should, just because like it is a surprisingly big part of the lore reading into them. And I think like that's what a lot of people want to see, is like a lot of factions, they want to have them like feature complete to the best of what is possible, you know? So now people want Ulrican priests. And Ulrican priests are like, they're kind of like priests of Sigmar, so you know, like the bold guys you can hire, and they're, you know, they are another one of those like fighting gods. Like Empire gods are very unga bunga fighty gods, right? So because of that, their priests are very unga bunga fighty priests, and then they want to see Knights of More. So Knights of Ulrich. So Knights of Ulrich are like Ulrich infantry would ideally act as this like really tough front line for the Empire, and it'd be something that they desperately need. Now, whether you could only do that as like a Middenheim faction specific, that might actually be the compromise, because like, you know, for example, Elfarion has a bunch of units which are Elfarion only units, and they are very overpowered. So my worry by adding Empire to giving them like really good melee infantry is that Empire has no downsides at that point. Yeah, like Empire has, if it has strong infantry, it has strong artillery, it has strong single entities, both in like their heroes and lords, but also in terms of their steam tanks. Because steam tanks, the way you use a steam tank is basically like the same way other factions will use like a monster, because you can literally just heal it. It acts effectively the same. I got into a discussion with someone. We're gonna go fight Grimgor. That's a way to get a good challenge. We're gonna go fight Grimgor. The way you use steam tanks is effectively like other factions use like a big monster unit. So like there are these things you could do. So if you give them strong wizards, strong artillery, strong guns, strong cavalry, strong everything, like there's no downside, and they become too powerful. But if you added them as like the Middenheim faction only, I feel like that's relatively balanced. Like having one faction that is overpowered is relatively fine, but you don't want to make every single Empire faction too strong, because then there's no downsides, you know? And every faction should have downsides. For example, Skaven don't have strong infantry too, but they also don't have flyers, same as Empire. So Empire and Skaven have similar, because like Skaven don't have like cavalry in the traditional sense, right? But they do have like Doom Flayers, which act effectively as cavalry, and they do have like other things they can use as cavalry. So technically, Empire and Skaven are very similar in how they play. You've got very strong guns, you've got very strong artillery, and you've got very strong single entities, and you've got very strong magic, but they both don't have flyers, and they both don't have strong infantry. So giving either side strong infantry would be a bit of a problem. So that's why I think they would be, if I'm balancing, it'd be a bit too much, and I'm kind of worried that like they're gonna, as much as I enjoy that Skaven are pretty powerful, and let's not kid ourselves, Skaven are not balanced, but you're making the problem a million times worse if you also give them like strong infantry. If you gave either faction strong infantry, like I'm worried about the balance of the whole game. So that is something that's something I'm worried about. Is like how you, yeah, Kugaf is, we're having non-aggression with Kugaf. Like Kugaf is going to spread his HIV everywhere. But he's not, we're not at war. I can ignore him. He's not a problem. He's probably going through somewhere to go fight something else, but I do want him to leave though. I don't want him going through my lands because he is going to spread disease all over me. How's the Empire going? Is Gelt alive? That's what I'm curious about, because like Gelt used to be really safe and you could reliably count that Gelt would make it. Gelt at the moment gets the Khalid, and that's really good for the Gelt. Like the Gelt player actually has a challenge. That's great, right? But if you are someone who wants to collect Gelt, or you play as Carl, and you want to collect the Pokemon, every single one of your legendary lords now is threatened. Gelt is threatened by Dakala. Gelt AI has a really hard time with Dakala. Obviously, Volkmar and oh, just as I move the army away, I guess we have to, right? So I guess we'll take that army down south and we'll position that at the same time. So all three of the legendary lords that don't start in the Empire are now relatively squishy, and I'm like, so that's a bit of a problem. So maybe they'll give them a confederation mechanic, as like they've been adding more and more confederation mechanics, and I think that's really good for the game. I don't really know how you do an Empire confederation mechanic. I guess you could just be like, Empire orders you home, so you just get the lord without the units, the faction, but also like, and then it maybe works when it's dead. Be a bit messy. I'm not sure how you do it. I've just declared war on Grimgor. Most of Grimgor, I don't know what Grimgor's doing, because Grimgor has these two settlements, and then he's not here. .50-50 on Volkmar, who wins. Like on the minimap, Volkmar loses a lot more than like, yeah, like the issue with vampire counts, right, is that vampire counts have very bad auto resolve, just because like the auto resolve has a really hard time with single entity. So like lords. So like lords, magic lords, that kind of thing. And you know, Manfred out of all the lords is definitely the most magic-y of the lords. And if you mix that in with the fact that the rest of the army is trash, it has a really hard time calculating how powerful it is. So that is a bit messy. But at the same time, Empire is still Empire, and Empire doesn't have the bestest auto-resolve either. It's not quite as clear-cut as like other things. What just happened? Did I just trade? Ah, okay. It just didn't calculate very well. No. Reset. So, like, but even if like Manfred doesn't do it, Wurzag will definitely, like one of the Greenskins or Scarbrand or somebody wipes him out. And then let's not even talk about the shit show that is Lustria, because like it's not a, you don't want to be in Lustria, obviously, and he is in Lustria, so Huntsman gets deleted. Because there's more and more incredibly powerful factions being spawned in that part of the world, and like Huntsman was never good, and he didn't get reworked, and he's definitely not getting any stronger, right? So it's good. So how are we doing, everyone? I'm gonna do the streamer faux pas. I'm gonna address the people on YouTube. How are we all doing? What guides do you want to see? What guides do we all play? Are we enjoying the sales? Oh, I just saw Gelt go by at the top. So Gelt still lives. So that's good. Feel free to like and subscribe, by the way, for anybody watching. I'd appreciate that on YouTube. It goes a long way, but honestly, just watching this is definitely going a long way, because like I'm almost at the subscribers to get monetized, but I do need a bit more watch time. So thank you for everyone watching today. I appreciate it. And thank you to you, Eps, as well. Definitely for like being here for most of the stream. I appreciate it. And obviously, Tarny, I always appreciate you, even if you're watching on Twitch. Technically, you make me 30 cents a day, I think, or something like that. So I appreciate your contribution to the cause. I'm not even sure it pays for my electricity bill for running the computer. I've been a Sea Patrol, tilts Lustria towards Order Tide. Where does the AI go? Where does the AI go? That's a question. I don't actually know. Where does the AI, where does, what's his face? Aislinn go when he is under AI control? because I haven't supervised his AI like I've done with other factions where like I know they're like predictable patterns, because like it's important to know. So like for example, Ashen, I've been doing the Miao Yin guide, and like I've come up with this like reliable way to like to fight Ashen. So you join a fight with Ashen on his side as Miao Yin. You can actually team up with him. You can actually no, you do get a bit more. Oh, so you're the turbo. No, I get $1 from the sub, and then you do get the turbo. So I think I got like 40 extra cents, but it's like irregular. It doesn't happen every time. I'm not sure how it works. So Clan Ashen, you can, as Miao Ying, on turn 4, you can non-aggression him for 10 turns. So you don't want to do that because he will outscale you very hard. So you do want to deal with him. So what you can do is you can still declare war on his minor faction, and just as he's wiping it up, you can show up in time and join the fight. So it's a siege battle, so he's going to take a time. So if you manually fight the fight with Clan Ashen, you just sit there on the sidelines of the city. You don't want to help him. You only send in 2 units. You send in your war blimp, and you send in your wizard. And what you do with both of those units is you spend your entire time trying to murder Ashen units on your ally. So you cast on your allies, you specifically what you really want to kill is the poison wind mortars. And it's a really cheesy little thing you can do. You don't technically have to, but by taking, and then he comes in with 2 armies. I'm going to make a whole guide. This is going to be in my next like short on YouTube, right? I know I'm making it this week. Don't expect it this week because this week is Christmas and I'm not doing stuff. So as I put in the post, expect this like in either like the end of this year or the start of next year. But like what you can do is you can, so you lock, so Snitch, so the other thing that happens if you manually fight the battle, Snitch actually dies because I don't know, he doesn't calculate the power level of the orcs very well, and he just basically just dies. The AI just sends him in to die. It's really funny. So that is the last thing you want to do. Like manually fighting that fight really gets a lot of work done. What was I gonna say? I just got Mad's map, I think. So one second, I'll go for it all in the guide. But what you want to do then is that there's 2 armies of Snitch. So if you take a Spare Lord, which you'll have hired in the earlier turns in the guide, and you can lock, you do that thing where you lock the AI into the city using like a single Lord, and then he can't reinforce an army sitting outside of the city, and you can basically split up his forces and kill him. Is a little bit cheesy. Yeah, but all my guides are a little bit cheesy. I like just being like, here's a way for you to reliably auto-resolve all of your steps, preferably. And that's how I like to do the guides. Once again, you don't have to do it. It's just like, here's a really funny way that I developed to like deal with Snitch. So it's Ikit. No, it's not Ikit. What's his name? What's Clan Ashen's name? He's escaping me right now. I want to sell that and rebuild this here. But like, yeah, it's a little funny little meme build I've been working on. I need to work on my Gelt guide, because dealing with the Kala is a problem. You can very reliably deal with her, but if you don't handle her properly, she will outpace you, and it becomes very, very tough to deal with. Because as I said, she will outpace you. Yeah, Deathmaster Snitch, there we go. Deathmaster Snitch is like, I built a way to very reliably kill him on like turn 6 as Miao Ying, and that's going to be my guide on how to do it. That's the like next short that I'm working on, because on YouTube I run these like shorts on how to do like an optimal start. So one of my funniest things I do as Ikit. So my Ikit guide, I team up with the humans that whatchamacallit fights. Oh, that is not where I expected him to be. Sartosa. Sartosa has that like starting enemy, like the starting human faction that she usually wipes out. And if you're quick enough, you can basically join them in a fight against Sartosa. And you basically let them, you once again, you sit back and you let them kill each other. And you just like nuke the winning side. No, watch, take a minute and watch my, if you've never seen my Ikit video, take a minute and watch my Ikit video. I think you'll find it funny. It's 3 minutes. It's fun. It's like, it's a really unique way, because like going to deal with the goat and then with the French, I really don't enjoy that as an Ikit start. I really prefer going the other way. So I developed this whole little like, I've never seen anyone else do this one. So I'm very proud of that one. Like, this is like my own little like custom build. And I'm very like proud of it. It's a very fun little way to play the game. Why did that not register again? I got a bunch of unusual locations. Let me just check. Okay, then it worked, but it didn't show for a second. But yeah, go, have a look at my Ikid guide. It's a short, but it's a really like funny way to play Ikid. I really like doing it. And then you can reliably do it, and it's a great way to start the game. And then you don't bog yourself down in killing the goat, and then you have to go kill like the French, and you're stuck in this endless war with the French. Because the French, as Ikid, is one of the most, it's one of the driest ways to play. Okay, I have to push, because otherwise he's going to push in from the north. So I do have to be aggressive, but I think we can just ambush stance here. It is a very easy, reliable way, and it opens up a whole different avenue, because normally the way you normally play Sartosa, or you normally deal with Sartosa, is you kind of piece her into becoming your like permanent ally, which is not bad, right? But I much prefer killing her off and going that way. It opens up such a unique way to play Ikit, and it's very fun. That's my personal recommendation to anyone watching. Is like, if you want to play Ikit, it's a great way to do it. I'm self-plugging myself, but it's good. I enjoy it. Yeah. So I like coming up with like unique ways, because I don't want to just be like, here's your guide to play the character. It's pretty bog standard way to do it. Like sometimes like just explaining, here's how you do your first few starts is good, right? But I'd always rather have like a unique twist to the guide. So once again, I came up with a unique twist for Ikit, and I'm very proud of that one. And I'm coming up with a unique twist from Yao Ying in the future, and then I will make a short and I will do it. That's like on the to-do list. And then once again, I need to do a guide for Gelt, where I deal with the Kala. The issue is it's too long to make as a short, so it's going to be a full video on how to properly deal with the Kala. And it starts with getting a fire wizard and hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know who followed me. I can't see it. I don't get the notification, but somebody followed me, and I appreciate that, by the way. But yeah, I don't, it is a little bit bigger, but you want to get a death wizard so you can deal with Dakala herself, because you cannot melee, like your Empire captain is not going to melee Dakala, so you really need to deal with her magically. And then you want a fire wizard, because, you know, Slanesh has very low armor troops, so you can just kill them. I'll take that auto resolve. And you can just kill them in using the fire wizard. It should be in mod view, the stream activity alerts. No, I can see, I have the activity feed. I have it. And I have all of my alert, like everything should be there, but I just physically can't see who followed me. Redeemed, highlight my message. I do see redeems. I can see that. I see that. I appreciate that. I don't know what that does. I'm still too new to streaming. I don't know what a redeem does or whatever you just did. I can see all of that, but I just can't see the person who followed me on Twitch. So sorry. I appreciate the follow. Sorry, I can't call you out. I really need to work on like more like features, you know, like pop-ups. This person followed me and like blah blah blah, and like all of these like features that exist. But I just don't have them. I also need to work on getting YouTube chat, because I'm sorry for like a YouTube chat doesn't pop up on screen, and I really need to like work on that. I know that like I could just buy stream elements, right? And I can just pay for stream elements like premium, and I can just view that. But like as much as I'm enjoying streaming right now, I'm not quite making the amount of money on this little project that I'm like, I feel like they where I want to like sink like $17 a month into this. It kind of feels like a waste right now. I'm not exactly like, I'm not making money on this operation yet, but I don't want to be actively sinking money, because like right now, as much as I'm enjoying doing this, it is very much like a part-time little hobby thing, right? And it's going well. And once again, I appreciate to all of you watching on YouTube, and to like the 500, like almost 500 subscribers we have on YouTube, right? I appreciate that, but I don't know. It's not, I don't know. I don't quite want to like sink money into it more than I have, because like I have a good microphone, but I bought that mostly because I work with the microphone as well, so like it wasn't really like a streaming purchase per se. So we're not quite at the point where I'm sinking in the big bucks into it yet. Maybe like, you know, that's like not having faith in myself, blah blah blah, maybe, but not quite yet. At some point when like YouTube becomes monetized and like maybe like starts making an income. It doesn't have to make an exciting income, but like when we start making income, then I can start justifying like extra purchases, you know? But we're not quite there yet. But it's going quite well. I'm actually like, it's funny because like YouTube Shorts, and we're gonna go back to talking about Warhammer in a minute, but I just want to talk about YouTube Shorts 2 minutes. Don't worry, guys. We're going back. YouTube Shorts does this thing where it's like, because you get so many views on YouTube Short, it kind of makes you numb to like getting a good amount of views on main YouTube. Because like I got like 60,000 views on a short on YouTube Shorts. So when I get like 6,000 views on a long form video, which is actually a really good amount to have for a new YouTube, it kind of doesn't feel as good. It doesn't feel like the win it is, because it's just like in comparison, it doesn't feel so high. But yeah, let's talk about Bretonia for a few minutes. 'Cause obviously Bretonia has like the shittiest moment. If you're a Bretonia fan, End Times is not for you, right? Because like, I think everybody knows this, but like Bretonia gets revealed that, their whole culture and their whole religion is a bit of a sham, which is a bit shitty to find out. You know, your god tricked you, and it's a really good moment with highly redeemed channel points are basically incentives to watch you, and your points as you watch, sub or donate bits. You get them for free just by watching. You can set custom redeems in this way, interacting with the viewers. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do on my break? I'm gonna set a reminder for myself. Like on my break, I am gonna like study Twitch and study YouTube and study all of these things. Like there's so many things that I don't know about. That is interesting. I'll have like a proper think of what that means later, but I appreciate you taking the time to explain that to me, and I'll have a look afterwards. But so Bretonia's entire culture turns out to be a lie, which is kind of shitty because like every other faction in the game, the gods might be dead. So Grimnir is basically dead, and Ulrich exists, but once again, Ulrich is basically dead as well. Like every other faction in the game, their gods exist. Once again, maybe not very presently, but they are at least a factor, right? And then Bretonia, well, Bretonia doesn't get that. Bretonia, their gods were like a joke. It was a joke by the elves, and like it's a bit of a hee hee ha ha. And like she's like, oh, and she lives up to it. Like to be fair, like she's confronted by like one of the last Bretonians, and she's like I would do it again. I turned your people into like what they are now, and like I like you only stand because of me. And it's like I see where she's getting at, but also like if they didn't have their own little pseudo religion, they probably would have joined the Empire, and like that probably would have been good for both parties. Because like one of the things that the Empire has to deal with is like once in a while, not very often, because you know, but they are still rival factions. Once in a while, Bretonia and the Empire fight, and it's like one more enemy for both sides. Is that really necessary? Let me start actually getting artillery. So like, but you know, it is easy to like stand and do your own thing because, you know, Bretonia is stuck, you know, in the perpetual Middle Ages, right? That is their whole shtick. Like they are the knights, but it's easy to be like a perpetual knight faction when, you know, you drink from the magic cup and you are basically turned into like a super soldier. Like unironically to like the level of like Spartans almost. Like you are pretty much one of the strongest fighters. Like generic infantry, a Grail Knight can pretty much solo anything in the game. Like one of the Grail Knights has this moment is like, I'm pretty sure I can't fight Manfred von Karstein, but like I'm probably gonna last long enough that I can get reinforcements. And Manfred thinks the same thing because Manfred doesn't fight him. Manfred backs off because he's afraid of like reinforcements coming to help him. But the fact that like a human, not a legendary lore, not like just a guy who just drank from the cup, is like, oh, I could probably hold my own. And I don't think the story doesn't treat it like he's just like full of shit. Like he might actually hold a chance against Manfred von Karstein, which like is a vampire, is one of like the head vampires. Like that is not like a small claim, but he is pretty confident about it. Obviously the battle doesn't happen, so you don't actually know whether he's full of shit or not. But like the fact that he's like, I'll hold my own, so you should back off, and Manfred does back off, is like, that's a flex. So look, once again, they did get something out of the arrangement. You can't be like, she manipulated them and you got nothing out of it. They do get like benefits out of this arrangement, but they are still used as this like pawn of of the wood elves, right? Because like the wood elves keep them on the outskirts of their forest, and that way they deal with all the beastmen and other issue that could be there, and so like they exist there to like cushion the wood elves. That's basically their purpose. And like that does feel kind of shit. If you are a Bretonnian player, that probably doesn't feel very good. You know, I know that, you know, Bretonnian hatred is a meme, thanks Pancreas, right? But like, I'm sure there were Bretonnian fans. And like, Bretonnia was one of the first factions they brought out as Old World, and it clearly sold a lot because like, Old World became this thing that they're now expanding on. But like, one of the first factions they came out with as Old World was Bretonnia. So like, there are fans. There are clearly fans of Bretonnia. It's not just like, we hate Bretonnia, blah, blah, like memes like you see online. But like, that has to suck. Once again, there are some factions which I feel like handle themselves pretty good. If you're a Skaven fan, you're having a great time. Skaven solos the world. Like all of these, like once again, especially if you're if you come in the game from Total War and you think of Cathay as not like this major, like minor lore faction in the background, but you think of Cathay as what it is in game, where it's just like real major empire. The fact that Skaven, maybe with like Chaos Dwarfs and Grimgore, basically just like no diff all of like that part of the world, like you're feeling pretty good, right? You're feeling pretty good. Like Skaven destroy Altdorf because like after Nurgle beats it up, the Skaven it survives a little bit because basically Nurgle ends up getting defeated because whatchamacallit, Sigmar comes back. Sigmar comes over and Sigmar like basically clears it out for like another 2 years of peace. And then like, so people try to rebuild Altdorf and it really doesn't end well because like 2 years later, the Skaven basically delete Nuln and Altdorf. So Nuln and Altdorf get Skavened. Most of the world gets Skavened. 8 Peaks gets Skaven. It's a huge Skaven win. Like if you are a Skaven fan, you're having a great time in the end times. But like, once again, there are factions where like the Dark Elves, I don't know how you'd feel as a Dark Elf player because like you kind of, if you enjoyed Malekith as like, I am evil for the sake of evil, you're not having a great time because once again, he kind of backs off of that. He's still a bit of an asshole, right? But like in a like almost like a Marvel villain way, it's like, I'm gonna hurt you, but like he backs off from a lot of his evil. He generally, let me, I think I haven't been like doing my caravan skills. Like he generally backs off a lot of that. And like, if you like Marathi kind of like, no, we'll get back to that in a second. Marathi kind of goes crazy. So Marathi, like, she misses her boy toy. So Anirian used to be her hubby, and then like Anirian kind of died. Like, so what she does in the end time, she starts getting a bit senile, and she convinces herself that Tyrion is Anirian because she goes a bit senile, as I said, and she sees like the Sword of Cain. Like, and he's holding the Sword of Cain. So like Marathi shacks up with Tyrion and like they do all the things that you'd expect Marathi to do, right? And she kind of like gets Slanesh, and that's how she kind of gets saved by Slanesh, weirdly. Like that's kind of how Marathi doesn't do a lot. So I'm not sure how you'd feel about it as a Dark Elf person, because like, you know, Nagaroth and all of the Dark Elf stuff does end up not mattering. But the Dark Elves do end up getting the throne. So like if you are invested in the arc of like Malekith is going to win back his father's throne that he rightfully owned, like you do get that plot point resolved. But then at the same time, Ulfon gets deleted. So I'm not sure how far you can really take it, right? So it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag for Dark Elves. And I don't know. I haven't read the Cafe books. I probably should read the Cafe books. It probably is an important part to read because it is now part of the world, right? But like, no, Ashen gets constrained by Fantasy Japan. So Nippon, which is literally just Japan in Japanese, very creative. Now, Cafe is old. Look, Cafe is also China in Chinese, but like it's like older Chinese. Nippon is just like actually just how you say Japan in Japanese. So very creative. Like for some reason, Nippon looked at Skaven and were like, you know what we're gonna do? You know how we're gonna make the world a better place? We're gonna teach Skaven the art, like how to be ninjas. Like Clan Ashen got taught voluntarily, not like they didn't like force them somehow. They got taught voluntarily by Nippon how to do all of their shtick. And it's just like, why? Why would you do that? Why in any situation would you be like, would you look at these scheming rats and you're like, ah, yes, these are my disciples. And I know the joke is like, you know, Master Splinter, you know, Ninja Turtles, right? But like, in what feasible universe is that like a logical thing to do? And it's just like one of those like, haha, funny like moments. It's just like, ah, yes, Clan Ashen, trained by Nippon. And like, people are like, there are two factions. There's one, so there are two factions that might get added to the game at some point. And then there are three factions that really won't be. The first one is Dogs of War. So Dogs of War are this like mercenary faction that exists in the lore. Okay, I can win this fight very easily. Let's fight this battle. Do I even want to? Nah, we don't even want to manually fight. That's not even worth manually fighting. Dogs of War is like this faction that exists in lore. They're kind of these mercenaries. They kind of, and the reason like people are like, oh, there'll be a faction is that a lot of their units are like a hodgepodge of like other faction units. So there's nothing particularly like real unique about them in that sense. Like there's a few unique stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're all like not unique, but like it would be relatively easy for CA to implement. And there's been mentions of Dogs of War in the files, and there's been hints of it and stuff like that. So Dogs of War is the first one that like, it was supposed to come out before End Times, and or even like before Tides of Torment, and then Tides of Torment come out, and now we have End Times coming. So it seems to be on a bit on the back burner, possibly forever. So now there's a whole group of people like clamoring for Dogs of War in the comment sections of the Reddit. Once again, I'm mentioning that horrid place, everything. But Dogs of War is technically a faction that like will exist, probably. It like could exist. There is definitely a case that it could exist. Let me keep balancing out these slaves to avoid problems. Where's my rebellion? No. So here? Do I actually have a rebellion, or did it just not update again? The Howling Waste. Where's the Howling Waste? Is it here? Oh wait, I can just check settlements. I can just check settlements manually. So 96 and dropping. 81. I think it hasn't updated. I think this is the Howling Waste, and I don't think it updated. But like, so that's the first faction that like people are expecting at. The second one is halflings. Now, if you don't know what a halfling is, think of Lord of the Rings, think of a hobbit, but make it racist. So they are very horny. They are endlessly thieving from their better races. They are pretty good cooks though. So they took the cook part of like and they are endlessly stealing, and they are endlessly horny, but they do like have a presence in lore. They are a part of the Empire, and people think that they might get added as like an Empire like sub faction. So you know how like with some races, like if you play a specific faction, you have access to a few extra units. Like maybe it'll be added something like that, or maybe it will just be added like as a free LC to like the rest of the Empire, and you can just let me get Burning Head on this guy, like. The halflings, so the main thing that people want to see, but like as a meme, not as like a full DLC. It won't be a DLC. There's no way it'll be added as a DLC. But like if you just add like 1 or 2 halfling units for like call fronts, and you can run like the hot pot artillery, like that might be a thing. Just because it probably is not like they are adding free units to factions, and like the amount of like positive goodwill they would get for doing it would probably be worth it. Now, I don't think there'll be a serious faction, but I think a little bit of representation will be there, because like, you know, in like older, like Rome 2, you can fire B artillery, like B catapults, and like they're not actually that effective, but it is a thing you can do. So like, it's not like they've never added meme artillery to the two factions, and I think it would definitely be up there on like good points. So like Bugman, Tranquil, Boris, and a hot pot would definitely be up there, and like things they could add that would drive a lot of like community uproar. So those are the two things that are like I personally feel are likely to be added. They could do the hob. So there's like things like the hobgoblet Khanate, which is like, I don't know much about them. I think they're just like, imagine like Mongols, but like they're all wolf riders, and they have a king and stuff. Oh my god, the Chaos Dwarfs are like Chaos Dwarfs are doing work. Jesus, I didn't notice how much of their territory like he owns. I'm looking forward to confederating them in a minute. So like those things exist. Don't count on it. Don't count on it. Let me have a look at this. Yeah. So like there's not much to go on, right? There's not a lot to go on, but like you could make it a little bit cool, and I'm sure CA could like once again they've added a lot of lore to existing factions, and they've added a lot of units to existing factions. So like I feel like they could like update it, like GW could update it, and then maybe as an old world model, and then as a side detail it gets added to the game. Like that would be a way to do it. The same way that they updated Cafe in old world to add it to the game. Like I feel like there's an avenue for it, and they could do it. Is it a joke unit? Yes, absolutely. I'm not defending that it isn't a joke unit, but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't happen. But then you get like, once again, you get the Hobgoblin Khanate, which is not really gonna happen. I don't think, like technically it would be like somewhere like up here, and you could like expand the map a bit more, and they've been interested in that, but like, don't kid yourself. There's not a lot to go on, and I don't think it's a priority for CA to update. Then we get into the things that are absolutely not going to happen in the game. So first of all, as I mentioned yesterday, we have Araby. Araby is the most stereotypical Middle Eastern faction you can imagine. You think of all of your stereotypes, all of them are true. It is run by Sultan Jafar. I do believe they have jihad, and they run jinns, and like all of these things that like CA as a company and like Games Workshop as a company, I think would rather forget about. So there's gonna be no Araby. There was a mod for Araby, and it's supposed to be pretty good. But like as a company, I don't think they're gonna be doing Araby as a faction. Let's not bullshit each other on that. I don't think it's happening. So that's step one. There's gonna be Koresh. So Indian Koresh. There's another one of those things that have a lot of lore. The only thing you know about like Ind is India and has a lot of gods. So that is what we know about Ind and Koresh. They are technically on the map, and then Koresh I think is Warhammer Korea, and I don't think Warhammer Korea has anything going for it either. I think both of those things, like the hope that like for people huffing like serious copium is that they will get the cafe treatment, because maybe they're hoping to get into like the India market, and then we'll get the cafe treatment where they get a whole bunch of lore built up, and like maybe like they will like expand cafe like in as a faction, and then like we will get to play it and blah blah blah, and like they're huffing serious cope. The one that has like 5% chance, and I'm talking like 5% chance, but like you are on CPR copium levels of chance, is the aforementioned Nippon. So Nippon is fantasy Japan, and they have made efforts to get into the Japanese market before. So Tau is basically Gundam and does actually have a market in Japan. People do play Tau here. It's not just like a meme, but like, so Nippon, I don't know a great deal. I don't think there's a lot explored about Nippon. So Nippon has ninjas because Nippon taught Clan Ashen how to do ninja stuff. So there's at least that. We know that about them. And they are kind of stupid because, once again, they taught Clan Ashen how to do ninja stuff. So they can't be the smartest people in the world. And technically, there is a tiny, tiny little % chance that they might add Nippon to the game once they're done doing it. Because like, in terms of like scheduling, the next faction that they're going to add, so like when they add another like completely out of nowhere faction, what they are expected to add is Kislev. So Kislev in game is not quite how it was in lore, and Kislev is probably going to get a tabletop release. I'm just going to buy a bunch of things that I'm not even going to use at the moment. but like they will probably get a Kislev tabletop army because it's never actually had a tabletop army. Because Kislev is one of those factions that like kind of like Cathay was built up for Total War. It did have a lot more lore because Kislev is close enough to the Empire that it did have lore, and people went to Kislev and like in our Gotrek and Felix book, there's a big battle at Prague and blah blah blah. But like the lore of Kislev as it is in the older books compared to the Kislev you see in game is actually radically different. So it's not a one-to-one, but it is different. Yeah, but they teased it, but they don't seem to be making any moves on it because it's been like 2 or 3 years on Kislev, and they seem to be downplaying because right now they're heavily in like the Cafe release. So they did like Cafe Wave 1, now they've done Cafe Wave 2, and Games Workshop likes to spread out its releases. They like to have a continuous flow of releases, but they also like to spread it out because what they want you to do is just when you're done buying your first army, a new army comes out. So if you're like a Total War player, you're like, ooh, well, I just finished building Cafe. I'm gonna go buy Kislev now. So they like to spread out their releases. So right now they're midway through Cafe. They're still releasing Cafe as we speak. So don't expect Kislev anytime soon. But at some point they will do Kislev. At some point Kislev will come out. And I really need to start building up another army because I really need to start expanding a little bit harder than I'm doing right now. Because right now I'm kind of running out of slaves because I don't have enough armies to be collecting my voluntary labor force. So let me, I don't have the money right now either. So next turn we need to start building up an army. But like, so they will release Cafe at some point. They will release Kislev at some point. And then, but part of that, so once they've done doing that, they technically need to make something else. And what they could do is they could release it in Total War as kind of a promotion, because by the time they do that we will be heavily into 40k. I really need to like clip stuff. It's like I'm talking a lot in these things and I could release it as like an individual thoughts video, but I haven't been doing that properly. I need to like, I'm not sure if like making like a video out of like my talks on stream is good enough content, or maybe I should like trim it down as its own video. I need to work on that right now. But like in the future, when they are releasing Nippon for tabletop, if they ever choose to release Nippon, they could, because you know they can't add like brand new factions that were never mentioned in lore, because then they have to explain where they are in the time of Call of France. So you either have a faction that like you know is gonna die because it didn't exist in the time of Call of France, so like it existed and then it died at some point, which is not very good for like player investment. Or you take these background factions and you make something out of them. Now, 2 seconds. I said I was going to use my money to do something. So Nippon could be that faction because you could just expand it. You could make it a real thing. And like, you could then be like, and then you could release it simultaneously in Total War as like a cross promotion exercise. Let me just run vehicle. Let me just run like a bunch of things I'm not using. And like it would probably be very popular, and it would probably be very like effective, and it would allow for, because they said they're going to do DLC after 40k. Now, no, but I need to do it myself because I need to. I think I'm going to clip it off the YouTube because the YouTube is at a much better bit rate than the Twitch is. And then B, I probably need to like clip the whole thing, but I appreciate you clipping it. But what I meant is I need to get one of those buttons. I know you can set up like a button so it like records the last like 5 minutes of stream and like it clips it straight away for me. There's all of these things I need to set up. Like there's these things I know you can do as a streamer, and I just need to like sit down and learn it. But I really appreciate that you taking the time to do that. Seriously. Thank you. But yeah, like where was I going with this? So at some point they could release Nippon, because as I said, they promised that they would release more DLC for Warhammer 3 after Warhammer 40k. The issue they're going to have is like a lot of the audience is going to be gone, so they're not going to get the sales they want. So I hope that they don't like, I hope that they're realistic about how much sales they get so they don't get disappointed about the sales, because if they get disappointed about the sales, then they'll stop making more DLC. But ideally, I want them to make more DLC. And what could motivate Games Workshop, I don't know. Okay, go on. What do I not know? What would motivate Games Workshop to like to make it is if they could tie it into like a tabletop release, because then they get that cross promotion. So even if they don't make the biggest and mostest money from the thing, it would still make a lot of money from like the cross promotion with the tabletop. I clipped you saying you need to clip stuff. Yeah, I can see the title. I kind of figured. What I said is I need to clip the whole thing. But yeah, I know people, I'm like, the audience can make clips. There's a lot of stuff I need to like. Once again, there's a lot of stuff I need to learn, because that's the thing is like when I have free time, I stream, but like I have a hard time like working on like the technical stuff behind it, because I don't know how to do like technical stuff for a stream without like being live. I don't know how to check if it works enough without being like straight up live. So I don't want to be like, hi guys, I'm turning on my stream for like a half a second. I could probably do I'm sure that I can do maybe a non-public, like as I'm saying it, I'm sure there is like a non-public stream where there's a way to do it. So you see, as I'm talking out loud, like I'm realizing there's a way to do it, but like I need to like work on the technical stuff without just blasting everybody on YouTube with like, hi. Max is like streaming and then stream. No, I do need it because like I have people talking on YouTube. Like not at the moment. I think Ep is kind of maybe asleep. Hope like maybe he's asleep. I suspect. But like people type on YouTube, right? And like think like it's good that and I want their text to like show up on stream on the stream. But I don't know how to set that up. So that is a bit of an issue, for example. That's just like one of the issues I'm having. We want to hire a guy here, and we want to hold that city. And we will hire more guys in a minute. So like there's a lot of like technical stuff that I need to like work on. So during this break that I'm having over the next like week, where I'm not going to be streaming so much and like not making a lot of YouTube, I might work on like trying to get the at least like YouTube chat on stream. Because if I can get the YouTube chat on stream, then that's already a big quality of life upgrade. Because as I've mentioned before, the person unfollowed me on Twitch. I'm down to 37. Ouch. As I mentioned on, I really want the view time, and like I'm getting a lot of view time today. So that's I'm really glad. So and that's why I've been talking a lot about like lore, and I think like talking about the lore is definitely like a winning strategy for the stream, right? But like he can't take the city because I definitely am stronger than him on the city's perspective. So we're just gonna like kind of train up in front of him because he can't do anything about it because that army is not gonna take it. So where was I going with this? Like, yeah, I just like there are small things that I could do where like if I could figure out, it would make things better. So that being the case, it's like I should just take a time and like figure it out and like do these things. So, like I just get distracted. Like my biggest issue is like, you know, the ADHD autism thing is like I lose focus. I think that's a very basic bitch autism negative, right? But it still is an autism negative. It's like I tend to lose focus. I tend to get sidetracked. And like I have a lot to keep my attention, right? Because like, as I said before, it's like when I'm not doing like the YouTube or the Twitch, I want to spend time with my family, and that's much more important. I just realized how many dwarfs I just walked into because I wasn't paying attention. I'm about to die. Now stream elements, I think, yeah, one of them, but I think it's the one I'm using to get like Twitch chat that I'm getting right now, to do multi-stream, is I need to pay them like a sizable chunk of change. And it's like, no, I'm not quite at that level yet. So I need to find like one of the free alternatives. One of the thoughts that I had is like, if I just basically run like 2 separate things on each side of the screen, I could have one doing Twitch chat and one doing YouTube chat, except I can't get YouTube chat to work. I thought yesterday that I got it working before the stream and it didn't work. So yeah, we're in for a rough time. I'm probably going to go down swinging, but I think this is the end of this army. Now, I know that it's a pretty, like, because of all of the upgrades I have attached to them, I know they're a pretty late game army now, but I don't think, unless only 1 or 2 of the dwarves can make it at a time, I don't think we're making it out of that. But yeah, 50 viewers on YouTube and 9 people watching currently. Once again, hi, how are we all doing? Please like and subscribe. I'm gonna make a lot more stuff. And does anybody wanna, like, feel free to chat, you know? What's something you guys have been playing at the moment? Who you guys been playing? Anybody want to say any join? Just because Tarny and me are talking doesn't mean you can't join in, for the record. Can I win this? Yes. I can win this. This is winnable, right? I think I need to hide behind this cliff face to avoid the artillery. This is gonna be rough though. I think I'm gonna lose. I think realistically I've lost this. I can definitely go down swing. It doesn't really matter whether I take them all down with me because there's like 6 other armies around. So let's make a good show of things. Magic you work, but good luck. I don't actually have much magic built into that lord yet. He's been my training up my goblins lord. He doesn't actually have any magic. I think I've got fireball on him, and he's on a flying mount. So those are my. Oh, look where the reinforcement point is, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're gonna cheese this. I think we're gonna do some serious cheese. I think we are about to cheese the reinforcement point. In my defense, I don't know why they're coming in there. It's not like I forced it. We need to go deal with the cannon. They have a cannon, and I need to make sure that that cannon is dealt with. I think. Do you think we're safe? No, we're not safe from the cannon. That cannon still can shoot us from that angle. That cannon could 100% shoot us from that angle. Let me take that there. Like, I was hoping that, like, because we're on a decline slope, he might not be able to shoot me. But he absolutely can shoot me. So, distraction force. Over there. Hopefully they send something to go kill them. And we've got this. We need you as morale. And we need you harassing various things on your flying mounts, such as these gyro bombers. But we also have a cannon. There's a few things we need to kill. So let's wait for something to go try to kill those. And then we will jump whatever it is that goes and tries to kill them. Hey, look at that. There we got a gyro. They are moving though. They are moving before reinforcements are showing up. That is unfortunate. I kind of hoping they would do the usual wait for reinforcements. They don't seem to be moving too significant. Oh, hello. Are we fast? We have 85 speed to 105 speed. I'm not actually going to catch them. It's not a good plan. Let's retreat to the archers. We'll bait them to the archers, and then we will shoot them down. My plan is not working the way I wanted. The only good side so far is that they've sent a unit to go deal with the gyro bombers. They sent a unit to go deal with it over there. But yeah, I can't slow them down. I don't have anything. I have a fireball, which technically would work. 52 seconds. I think realistically we're dead, aren't we? I think realistically this is not going to end well. Let me try to turn around and shoot that. Shoot it down. There we go. Let me, greater armor piercing damage. As long as I don't miss it, I think it's worth it to overcast that. If I miss it, it's going to be a disappointment and a half. Are we casting or no? I think he's going to die. No, let's break off the cast. He's going to die before we get the cast off. We got one. That was good. That was probably a bit too many arrows, but we did the job. We are going to die. How are we doing over there? The gyro bomber is gyro bombing. Gyro bombingly. Yeah. There we go. Reinforcements are here. Just open fire. Let's try to kill as much as we can. Gorbaz, your job is to kill the Lord. Or at least get to the Lord if you can. And then we need to go harass the cannon. The cannon, oh, we're getting shot at. Ah, wow. We are getting shot at by the cannon. My job is to just bum rush that cannon. I think realistically we are quite dead, but hey. We went out swinging. We went out like goblins. We went out like men. We did a good we made a good showing of things. We're definitely too clumped up. Let me try to readjust for reinforce. Ow! I don't even think we're gonna make it. I don't have much. That's not gonna help me. Leadership. Well, let's boost our leadership up. I like bum rushing the cannon straight up is probably not the best plan, right? But I don't think there's much of an option. You go engage the slayers. You engage these guys. You two will be able to reposition. Are my hobgoblins not even winning? Like, you're telling me that I ambushed, I jumped them at the wall and we still lose? Jesus. Dwarfs. Dwarfs. Dwarf be dwarfing. Can you... Ah, well. I didn't even make it. Oh, we're trying to shoot at it. We were trying to shoot a cannon with my pistol. Ah, damn. Not a good plan. Well, we got the gyro bombers for what it's worth. Yeah, well, it's again. I don't think we had a chance of winning that, so I'm not playing it too seriously. I'm not going to try to, like, re-roll that. I'm happy with that. But yeah, it's been interesting. It's been interesting reading the end times. Once again, I think it is a mixed bag. You definitely get the, you get the firm impression, that they, it was like, you know, a lot of the decisions were like, once again, it was like, you can very much tell that like a lot of these decisions are made, because like they needed to end it. They needed to end the writers wanted it to end. Hey, let me just write 2 seconds, 2 things. So like a lot of these decisions feel forced, but like there are some good moments. It's not all bad. Like if it wasn't for the end of the setting and some of the dumber decisions, like there would be really cool moments in there. Once again, Volkmar being the son of Sigmar, like the great something of Sigmar, is cool. It's neat. It made me try Volkmar for about 2 seconds until I decided never to touch him again because Volkmar is painful. But like it is neat. It's a neat little lore thing. Okay. Let me try that. So I just needed to write something for work. Yeah, I have all these units that I'm not even using in this army. At some point, I agree with you. Next time I have a manual fight. Oh, damn it, they sold the banner. I forgot that he had the banner of swiftness. I really should have kept that. But like, there are nice moments in the end times. It is not all bad. It is a lot of bad. And it is hard to forget that bad, but it is not all bad. And I don't know, like it's not my review, and maybe I think I'm gonna do like a full video at some point. My review of the end times is that it is probably worse if you have like long-standing emotional attachment to these characters. So if you spent many years of your life going like, oh, I wonder how like Tyrion and Teclis' story is gonna end up. I wonder how like Karl Franz is going to unite the Empire and like bring the Empire to a new age, and like all these things that don't end up happening. It probably sucks a lot more than it does for me. But like on my perspective, it's like there is stuff to like. Not all of it. There's a lot of stuff you really can't like, right? Demons of Chaos, getting +20 relations with Demons of Chaos specifically. So that's with Daniel. Imagine a whole skill to get +20 relations with Daniel. I got that. It's probably something from like Realms of Chaos when you're starting near Daniel or something. But like you do not want that. But like there's a lot to like, and there are good moments, there are fun moments as I've mentioned, and then there are moments when even I am like, fucking hell, that was stupid. So it's mixed. It's mixed. But once again, maybe I'll make a full length video. I'll probably put that on the chopping block, but I didn't really like take notes as I was reading through it. So I really either need to do it fresh, and I'm not going to do it this week. So I'm not sure if I'll do it or not. But it's just good. It's just good to find out about. 8 additions to lore culminating to a very rapid ending was always going to be challenging. Short of the Horus Heresy book treatment, it wasn't going to land well. Yeah, and look, they didn't obviously do the Horus Heresy treatment because it wasn't selling. Like, I think the reality is like, what I do not understand and what nobody will ever understand because none of us are in that room, is like why they didn't just put the setting on a bit of an afterburner and at least give Total War a chance. Like, hey, you're making a video game. Look, I know that it's like Total War was a niche. It was a video game that existed, right? But it was still a bit of a niche video game. So you can't just be like, they should have known that Total War was going to save the game. But like, they could at least like have given it a slight chance, you know, to like you didn't have to kill the setting. What you could have done is just like make less models. It'll be like, hey, we're taking a bit of a break. We're taking a hiatus. We're like working on stuff. Like, there's ways to like put stuff on the afterburner without like killing it outright. And I feel like that was a missed opportunity for them. Obviously, looking back, it probably was. Looking back, they're like shit. I mean, and I would hope that like shit like that, like it would have led to more sales. Because like you don't have to axe it. Now, the obvious thing that everybody talks about is like, individual Space Marines were selling more than them. And yeah, to be fair, they probably were. But once again, that's an argument to like make less models. Make less models, maybe invest a little bit less money. But like, if you're running Vermintide and you're running Warhammer 2, don't kill the whole thing. It's like, where's the logic in that? But they did it. They just killed it. And it's like, why? Why? It's like, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but no, I get that. I get that. But like, once again, like if you're still making games, because they had sold the license, there's still stuff coming out. I agree that I don't think they obviously didn't expect it to be as big as it is. I grant that. I grant that. But like at the end of the day, you are making stuff. You're still making stuff in the license. So like, it's not worth it. Like they ran the end times, and the end times allowed them to release new models, right? And like some of those models were like building it, and I think they really wanted to build into AOS, and they wanted to refresh. So there are reasons to kill it off. I think I am ignoring the whole like builds into AOS part of the conversation. But you could still just have like branching timelines. It's not necessarily an endpoint. Like there are things you could do, and it's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's a better way. But now they're in this weird situation when they can't acknowledge that the end times was ever bad, so they kind of just like, they act like it kind of never happened. Not that it never happened, but like they can't undo it, even though they act like they don't, like end times never happened because they're trying to release Old World. But they don't like, now they're in this stuck situation where like, they can't go back to like, oh my god, that is a lot of cannons. I'm gonna auto-resolve that result. They can't like go back and just undo it, because then that acknowledges that end times is bad, but they clearly want to, because like, you know, it would allow them to be using the world that was, and they really want to do Old World, and you know, so it's like, it's this awkward situation for them. I would not want to be in the room trying to like figure all of that out, but hey, it's not, once again. Well, look, I'm showing sympathy for the billion-dollar company that is doing quite well for themselves. I'm sure they can live with themselves. It's just like, I don't know, questionable decisions, right? We are just kind of really making this work. We are kind of just spreading. The good news is we're about to fight a lot of dwarves, so we're about to get a lot of slaves. Create a new convoy. Just keep making convoys, I guess. Oh, we actually have 2 right now. Can I get another one? I can get another one for the I haven't been focusing the Tower of Zara that much. But the reality is, like, if I confederate either one of the other 2, either one of these guys, like, I already won the game. Like, there's nothing that can, like, I am so safe in my starting area because of, like, whatever the hell is happening here. But, like, I've won. So it's fine. Yeah. And, like, AOS, I think Spearhead has been such a big boost for Age of Sigmar. So if you don't know, Age of Sigmar runs this like miniature version of the game where you buy like 1 box and it plays like a board game. So you just play with your 1 box, you open your 1 box, you build and paint your 1 box. So you can just play them unpainted, like obviously people do. And like, it just like runs as this like miniature game mode. And it's actually been really popular to the point that I don't think they even expected it, because they've been like making more and more content from Spearhead. And it's like this like really successful little mini game mode and like to the point that like I think 40K is trying to copy it a bit because of how successful it is. Where that's like I bought a lot of spearheads and like I have the book and I have the rules and I have the miniature. So like one day when my son is older, I'll be able to like play that as like a self-contained little mini game board mode thing. But like Age of Sigmar has been selling better recently, but like it had a really bad launch because obviously it burned off a lot of goodwill. And then obviously there were still some issues I think with earlier Age of Sigmar, but like Age of Sigmar 4 Spearhead especially has been like actually picking up quite significantly. I think Age of Sigmar, especially with like once again the Skaven being the focus, have benefited from Total War. Obviously, I think that goes without saying that like I bought into Age of Sigmar because I like Skaven, and if you like Skaven, you go buy the Skaven Tide box, and the Skaven Tide box gave you your Skaven. So like it has benefited from it. And I hope it continues because like I like the models. The models, if you've never like for those of you who are from 40K, because like maybe a lot of people probably still are from 40K, like the models for Age of Sigmar are neat models. They're some of the best models the game has to offer. They're really cool looking. It's generally a fun like a thing they're doing there. But at the same time, it's not quite a one-to-one, right? Because they have some of it is one-to-one, and other of it is just like brand new, and some of it is pretty cool. But Age of Sigmar is famously neglected in the video games. Age of Sigmar has like no video game presence. People were like, oh, they're gonna make Age of Sigmar 40K. It's like no. They don't make video games about Age of Sigmar. Don't kid yourself. They should. I think it would work. But once again, there's that issue of like the geography not being so. Age of Sigmar geography is very like not established because it's all like messy realms, and like it allows for that like storytelling flexibility. It's kind of like how 40K's universe is not exactly the most established thing ever. It allows for that storytelling flexibility, but what it doesn't do, it doesn't give you like good geography for fans to like sink their like teeth into. Like this is. Like this, once again, they are pretty much everywhere on this map, within reason, has books telling you about what this place is like. And I really wish that I had more vision on the Empire, because recently I was reading the Tyrion and Teclis books. And the Tyrion and Teclis books talk about, I think it's right here, they talk about Skeggi, which is a Norska outpost. So Norska, which obviously are all the way over there, we have a little home base right about there, and they basically is like the only place in Lustria where like there's like a solid human presence on like a port, and like they actually have like a bit of an economy going, and it's just like randomly in the middle of the jungle there is like a Norska outpost, and they basically like they're kind of chill. So like you can be a high elf faction and you can like sail a boat there. They're not gonna like attack you. They kind of just like it's kind of like a home away from home. They just do their own thing. And they just vibe, you know? And it's like, you can't see that on the minimap. And that's why I like OVN Lost World, because like, I could clearly tell when you play with like OVN Lost World mod, it like adds a little bit much more loreful settlements. So you could clearly tell there's something going on there. But like, if you play base game or you just play without any knowledge, you're like, there's nothing there. What is Kremlo? I'm not familiar with Kremlo. I know that like Moonclaw comes from the moon, and like that's a little bit of a lore blurb. There are things that come from the moon. There were things on the moon. I think she comes from Morslib, right? So like on the Chaos Moon, there's stuff people were living on it. So that's a bit of a little like tidbit that like once again it's not really explored. Like the implications of that are not particularly explored either. But like there's so much like that they could like bring into the that they could be expanding on. Like the issue is like. And like, as much as I enjoy the lore, as I've said before, like, do we think there's Skaven there? Like, there has to be Skaven here, right? But at the same time, what Skaven faction wouldn't? Because Clan Moors, I'm allied with Clan Moors for what little that gives me. Like, I really hope the dwarves come and take this, and then I don't have to deal with them. But like, I don't know who would I don't know who's coming. It's like I don't know, like I feel like there's dwarfs there, like there's Skaven there, because like that's the obvious like assumption, right? But You know what? Fuck it. Let's go find out. I'm worried about them, but they're far enough away that I can come there and come back in time. Oh. Turns out there's no escape. Turns out I've just completed my settlement. Okay. Oh my god, I have a lot of slaves. I really need to I need to build more outposts. I actually have too many slaves. Is a Slan that landed in Skeggy as a child from space and grew up as a Norskin. Slan Norskin, very old lore. His adopted dad was the Skeggy chief. That is goofy. I like that. I like that. Okay, I didn't know. I obviously didn't really establish that when I was reading about Skeggy because like they just like not Gottfried, Teclis and Tyrion go to Skeggy and they like because they're looking for Sunfang. So it's like Tyrion's flaming sword. So you know the one he uses his legendary item in game is the sword of Anirion. So it's before he picks up the sword of Cain, he had another sword. And he goes and finds it because it's good because like if you read the Tyrion and Teclis books, they are really worried about Nakari, because Nakari is like the big threat of those books, and Nakari is a pretty big deal. Like Nakari is a greater demon, and you know that's pretty important. Now, it gets defeated kind of easily sometimes, but you know that's story convenience sometimes. But like Nakari is a big threat, and the issue with like if you make a greater demon as an enemy, as they end up doing, is that greater demons can't die. You can't really kill the greater demon. So they know for a fact that at some point, Nakari is going to come back and harass them. So not only do they want it politically, because like, imagine you are a nation built by like the Empire's greatest, so like Sigmar. And imagine you, you're a descendant of Sigmar, like known descendant of Sigmar. And then on top of that, you come back holding Sigmar's, like, imagine like Galmaraz was lost and like you were the heir of Sigmar and then you found Galmaraz. Like that would be a pretty big deal. Like you would get a lot of clout. But and then high elf politics is all about like that clout and that like movement. So they go on this quest to find Sunfang for the double purpose of like it's like a pretty powerful magic weapon. So like it's really good for fighting the demons, you know? And then second of all, it will give you like that street cred. Like we are the guys who found like his old sword, like, hey, look at us. So there's a double purpose for it. Let me do the refinery. So they go in and they go to Norska and they're going through the jungle. They found a guy who had been there before, like a human explorer who'd been there before. They're worried that he's a bit sketchy and that he's gonna scam them. But hey, they don't have a lot of options because they've never been to it. And they go to like one of the Slan temples that like really got fucked up during the Chaos Wars. So it's not currently active. Like there's a bit of a presence, and there's actually is a hibernating Slan. So Teclis kind of like detects a hibernating Slan, which is like cool. It's like a hibernating Slan is pretty cool, like as these things go. And like you can tell the magical power of this thing and like all of that. But whatchamacallit, they never really get like they defeat a few Forgrims over there because he's like, where is he? And he's like, he's not there. They defeat like a few what's a low tier what's a low tier lizardmen, you know, the worker ones. They defeat a few of them. They get attacked by them and skinks. There we go. They defeat a few skinks and they generally they have a fight with a dinosaur, but like mostly it's just a chill adventure. Like he ends up trying to like he ends up almost killing Tyrion because he tries to like barbecue the dinosaur, but at the same time Tyrion was trying to like fight it and by riding on it. So it's a bit of a messy little fight in the jungle. It's just a fun adventure. But yeah, once again, you read about Skeggy, you read about all of that, and then you come back to Ulfon. And all three books in some way are dealing with Nakari, but you're also dealing with Malekith. So those are like the two main enemies. So Malekith is Nakari is a pretty big thing because Nakari, like, you know, as I've mentioned before, elves in elves in fantasy are not quite like they are in 40k, where, you know, Slanesh is really like, hey, you know, I'm gonna drink your soul. I'm gonna drink your soul. Like it is still, there's a bit of a connection. She likes elf souls, right? But she's not quite. Oh my god, how many? I need to start. I have too many slaves. Things like that are not politically correct to say. Like she still likes elf souls, right? But it's more of a preference thing rather than like the like I will suck up every elf I can get my hands on kind of thing she has going on in like in 40k. Here? Oh, I'm just building it because I have the unit cap. I'm just kind of like training things that because like it's too easy to play Chaos Dwarfs and just only build guns. I mostly just need to like I need to build more settlements to get rid of all of these slaves. I need to get more like I ran from like having too many slaves to not enough slaves. So I need to build up more slave settlements. But yeah, so Nakari was trapped in the vortex, as I mentioned I think before. So and she starts out the book and then she manages like over thousands of years she manages to get herself out of the vortex. Now, as you can imagine, being trapped in the vortex for so long kind of made her a little bit pissy at the person who put her there. So, namely, Anarian. And now, because Anarian's dead, I'm gonna go bully like his descendants. You know. So that's like the main instigating incident. And so all over Ulthuan are these waystones, which are part of what keeps the vortex going. So basically, just imagine like a rock. It has runes. It's a magic rock. And they're all over the place, and they keep the vortex going. But what Nakari figured out how to do is use those waystones to get from point A to point B very, very quickly. So basically, Nakari is able to teleport across the donut, and it's obviously pretty hard to deal with. That was kind of predictable. Okay, well, I guess we got to deal with that now. That was kind of predictable that he would kind of do that. So Nakari ends up in a situation where like Nakari raids, and once again, you read about the different regions of the Empire and you see the standard like Slaneshi corruption stuff. So what's important to note about Keepers of Secrets is that Nakari, you might look at Nakari and be like, how the fuck is this thing like a seductive like thing? Because like Nakari looks like a freaky little lobster. But any like demon of Slanesh kind of has this like aura of seductiveness. So like it looks like the most beautiful person you've ever seen. It will try to tempt you. Its voice will sound magical to you. It will all of those things. Like we are losing consumed. I'm not quite sure about losing things. I don't think I'm doing my economy properly, but I'm kind of distracted by storytelling mode, right? But like, so first of all, there's the like magical aura. So it's the same with demonettes. Like demonettes will like often like seduce opponents. So like you won't be thinking straight. Like Felix, the first time he fights a demonette, like falls kind of on that same influence of just like you can't fight seriously. You're kind of like confused. You're a bit hazy, and like you get basically your mind gets like messed with a lot, and it's kind of hard to deal with. So that's the first thing. It's like fighting Nakari. Like a lot of people who fight Nakari in the book basically just end up like kind of surrendering to Nakari. So like I'm gonna fight them in the settlement. I'm gonna let them fight me in the settlement. I want to be on the walls. A lot of people like before like she doesn't even need to fight them because they'll just like surrender and bow down and give up in front of her, and then you know she can either kill them or do other things to her. And like they don't shy away that like Nakari is a Slanesh demon. In the third book, he was about to do you know things that I cannot say on YouTube to Alariel. Like I don't know, the offer was going on a bit of a crack point, but he makes a point of like making it very clear that Alariel is about to have a very Slaneshi time, and it's like that feels a little bit excessive. But at the same time, if you are a writer, you need to have a reason why he doesn't just kill Alariel straight away. So it's like, okay, that's certainly an angle, and obviously he leaves it a little bit ambiguous, but like he's pressing Alariel up against a tree. And he's not killing her. So once again, you can leave it up to ambiguity, and like she's under his influence. So like, but also like greater. So let's coming back to greater like Keepers of Secret. Keepers of Secrets can change their appearance. So a lot of the times, he will appear as like a very, usually very attractive like elf. So like an attractive woman, attractive man, but like deeply seductive being. Like sometimes he will leave a little bit more obvious that he's still not quite human, and at other times he will leave it to he will leave it like completely hidden. Oh my god, we are winning an auto resolve against 3 stacks of dwarfs. I don't care though. I want to fight that. Like, yeah, I don't think most people listening to this are going to be reading the books. I'm here to talk about lore. Like, he will transform into very seductive figures. So sometimes he will leave like goat legs and horns, and other times he will just look like a very just seductive elf. Now, it's important to note that the books makes it very clear. A lot of the characters make it very clear that like, while they are very seductive, some characters like, Marafi's better. So that tells you something about Marafi on a side note, that like, even like a demon of Slaanesh who can like control its appearance still doesn't beat Marafi according to like the hotness ranking of Total War, of Warhammer. It's important to note that not only that, but like Marafi like basically just at one point in the books just basically just shows up and just basically just seduce. Like she has a bunch of sex slaves, I think is the best way to put it. And like we're not talking just women. There are twinks, there are women, and she basically sends them to a bunch of Norscan raiders to basically just get them on her side. So she just basically just pulls out the Epstein playbook and like gets a bunch of like probably not highly consenting people to just get sex toyed in order to buy their loyalty. Like, you know, as you do, it is one of those details like that is a thing that happens. We're here to talk about things that happen in the book, and that is definitely a thing that happens in the book. So there is too much there's an artillery piece, and I'm kind of worried about like lining up on the wall. But at the same time, I kind of do want to line up on the wall because it'll be a very good position. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna line up on the wall, and then I'm gonna rely on I'm gonna rely on Drazoath to go deal with the problem. So we are gonna shove you over here. So once again, Nakari does all of these things like so she goes around Ulthuan, teleporting basically, and basically like turns like a lot of people into pleasure cults. So a lot of people are like open to Slaaneshi influence, either like very directly. So it goes into like, even on Ulthuan, there are some people that are maybe like partaking in a little bit too much horny. There are some people who are like maybe doing a little bit too much drugs recreationally, all those things that like open you up to that like Slaanesh influence. So Nakari like visits some of these people's dreams, and he basically like appearing as like, some of them he appears like once again an attractive elf, some of them he like just straight up appears in his like real form. He's like, hey, you better show up or I'm gonna haunt you. And like he basically just gets all of these people to like meet him at various points. So he basically on Ulthuan, he builds this like army very quickly to like threaten like, you know, the good guys. I kind of want to deal with these like this little army here because it feels like very easy to deal with, but at the same time I do have to use Drazoath to go deal with the main force here because I need to deal with those cannons. So unfortunately, we are if I charge Drazoath too quickly in, there's a lot of things that are good. I think we're gonna rely on the fact that Drazoath is really tanking. We're just gonna kind of face tank him. And once how they deal with him is actually like they go to the Shrine of Asiran. So Finnabar, the cucked. Well, he hasn't actually been the cucked yet. He will be cucked in the future by the guy he saved. So like probably regrets that decision. But Finnabar, the Phoenix King, comes up with this plan of like, I'm gonna put the heirs of Anirian, so like Tyrion and Teclis, I'm gonna put them in the Shrine of Asiran. And it's kind of like this double thing. He kind of thinks they're gonna be safe, which turns out they're not, but we'll get into that. And then the other thing that he's kind of hoping for is actually kind of like a false flag. He's very much hoping for like a false flag because he's hoping that like by attacking the Shrine of Assyrian, he will be able to strengthen his position diplomatically. Because like, okay, your holy site, sorry, my nose is scratching me. Your holy site is getting attacked. So like, all I have to do is like let it be attacked, and then like I will have much more support from my fellow elves. So he kind of is aware that it's gonna get attacked, but I think like what they were counting on is that because this is like a holy place of Assyrian, who is like he's a major elf god. He's like the head of the elf god. They were kind of hoping that it would be enough to like hold off the greater demons. And to be fair, most of the greater demons can't actually make it. Like a lot of the greater demons get banished simply by being in the presence of like the power of Assyrian. But Nakari had spent a lot of time in the vortex, and it kind of made him like a little bit more juiced up. He kind of got that juice going, and he can handle it. Where are we getting? That's a problem. He handles the. I probably should have put a few more units here. I probably am undermanned on this section of the wall. Is there anything that I can send to reinforce? Yeah, let's send you 4. Like he sends them over to deal with like he does like Nakari can like handle being there, and the way they end up dealing with it is Teclis basically like takes the power of Anirian temporarily. It's quite a lot of power because, you know, it's still divine power, right? But he manages to take it long enough to like banish Nakari while Tyrion does his best to like distract him. Like Tyrion was obviously gonna lose, but Nakari was kind of doing that like I'm gonna enjoy my victory kind of like bad guy moment where like he could win but he's having fun with it because, you know, he's won. But it is kind of interesting that like, you know, because once again, it's another thing that like the Total War doesn't put a lot of focus on, because like it's just like, oh, there's a special building there, but it's like it's not really drawn upon. It doesn't look that, without the mod that I keep mentioning, the OVN Lost World, it's not particularly mentioned that like this is like a huge holy place. Oh, Norgremlins, Ironbreakers. That is a these guys are in the end times. Let's not, don't ask me what happens to them. It's not a happy ending for them, but they are in the book. So that's a cool little reference. Like, once again, it's cool to see these like little references. I'm actually gonna let what's his face come into the city, because I'm gonna go deal with our artillery. We've definitely cleared up this front. There's no reinforcements. All of you pull back into the city. It's nice to see these lore things, like, so like once again, so Nakari, but like they are concerned because like once again, Nakari has beef with like their bloodline, so Nakari's not going to give up. That they're going to come back, and they are right. Nakari does come back in the future. Nakari gets bound by Malekith, which is actually a pretty good big deal, because like binding like a greater demon like to you is a very risky game, not only because like it's hard to do in the first place, but like if you goof even like 1% of the process, right? If you make a slight goof up in your spell, you get the magic wrong, you've got a you have a greater demon that like is pissed at you, because like obviously they don't particularly enjoy being bound. So it's very much a case of like, you know, the moment I get out of here kind of thing, I'm gonna murder you and your family. Which, to be fair, he kind of already did want to murder Malekith, so it actually doesn't change the status quo massively for Malekith, but it's probably still uncomfortable, you know? Because once again, it is still a greater demon, and like it's easy. Greater demons are like, the issue with Warhammer as a narrative is that greater demons are kind of treated as like more or less of a thing based on how cool they want to try to make another character. So like in some stories, like our greater demon is like endgame level threat, and like it is treated as such. And in other stories, Nagash and like no diffs like free greater demon just for the fuck of it. So like, but at this stage of the story, Tyrion and Teclis are still like kids by elf standards. So like getting Nakari'd, like handling Nakari is not something they can do. So it was very much a case of like, If they don't handle it very quickly, it will not end well for them. Luckily, once again, they get the power of Venerian and they handle it. But like, it is funny that like, once again, like you read End Times and it's like, oh, these characters killed a great unclean one, just like casually Mike mentioned as like a detail in the background. And then like the Tyrion and Tekla starting books is like, oh my god, that's a greater demon, that's a greater demon, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And it's like this like changing scale of like power sometimes. But then, you know, Warhammer not being very consistent with the power levels is like, it's not a new thing. I think that's a pretty standard Warhammer issue in general. We are losing back here because we're getting Goblin Heward. I didn't realize we're getting Goblin Heward. Move. I think we honestly did a lot of work. But yeah, we've been tanking Goblin Hewer shots for what, 4,000 damage from Goblin Hewers. Probably not a good move. Let's retreat you back to the city. We definitely dealt with some of the artillery. We'll probably have to come back and deal with some of the other artillery later. Because we do need to deal with the bolt. The bolt throwers are not a big deal. The Goblin Hewers, yeah, there's still a grudge thrower. Let me try to. If he's gonna leave, then I'm gonna come back. Did we deal with anything? I want to break the artillery pieces. Nah, that didn't do shit. My shields are back, so let's go. Let's go back in. Okay, now here's the main problem. They have a lot of they have some artillery over there. So, you know what, that's probably good. Let's stay on the wall and distract them. By staying on the wall, they're going to be fighting them forever. They have some gyrocopters coming in, and we need to shoot those. Oh my god. I forgot that I actually had a unit I cared about here. I forgot about those. That's not good. That's a huge problem. Not a huge problem. It's like, I don't want to lose them, and I feel like I'm about to. Where's my boy? He's shooting, taking pot shots at them too. That's good. So I need these guys. Infernal Guard, Fire. Oh, another unit that I forgot about. Let's go try to hunt them down. I gave up too quickly on some defenses, and now I'm suffering the consequences. Because they're going to destroy that tower. Drazoath the Ashen is coming back. That's good. Let me focus on the fight for a little bit, because like actually I am kind of goofing this up a little bit. There's a lot going on. I think a fight on 4 fronts is not great, obviously. And there's a gyro bomber, gyrocopter. We can't do much about that. Okay, so how are we defending this? Guns in position. Here. Drazoath, I'm actually going to have Drazoath fight them so they don't destroy that tower. Just so it kind of becomes a stalling action. You guys are going to move on to the Rangers. Just to stall. And then you need to take shots at this, please. Right now we're just getting roasted for no reason. Can you deal with this, please? The issue is my guns are gonna have a really shitty firing angle when compared to like Rangers and stuff. They're gonna have a much better firing angle. So we need to pull back, and then we need to move in. We'll need to pull back away, and then we'll come back into the fight. That'll be the best way to handle it. We need to, as I said, we need to take you guys. No, fuck it, we charge. Change of plan. We have fire resistance a little bit. We're gonna delay. Good. We're handling that very well. The tower still lives, which is good. I think we're gonna go fight these. Hey, we got the, wow, they're really split up. I've been there in several places. Like, yeah, half the unit is over there. Look at that. Half the unit is there. Half the unit is here. That is not good for their survival. I'm gonna try to move them over to this wall. I'm gonna try to run past them and like try to hide some of them because I want them to live. I'm gonna cast on that. They're dead now. Now this is a bit of, oh my god, this is, what the fuck is going on here? I cannot be this grouped up right now for obvious reasons. I want 3 shotgunners up here. And I want you 2 over here. I really like, this is a terrible map. Like fighting on the map was on the walls was good, but then I lost control of the walls. Okay, there we go. We've won that. Beat that. You guys are up on the walls. That's good. Just stay there, basically. Just try to live through this fight. Let's take a shot at you, so we can stop having them shoot at me. Are we still... yeah, you free. Up on the wall. Up on this slope. I need a clean killing field. And then you free here. And then once we've done that, then we can pull out of melee and like just try to flee up the space. Because right now we're too clumped up and they've got units that are making us regret that. They don't actually have that many archers over here. Oh, but there's also the units coming in over there. Yeah, we are... I know I wanted a manual fight because I enjoy the manual fight, but sometimes I should just accept the auto-resolve. Oh, I'm gonna kill some of these guys. There's a few Infernal Fireglaive here. And it sucks to be them. Yeah, we definitely killed a few Fireglaves there. But hey, we actually got the result. Let's go jump those gunners there. Let's get these guys up on the hill. And there we go. We got some shots off on Forgrim. That's good. We got some shots off on Forgrim. That's very good. So yeah, like I don't like dwarfs is one of those things like I need to read more about dwarfs. Like I don't know if there's any good dwarf books. Let me try to build some barricades. I want to put that up. We are expecting attackers from this side. I don't know if there's a lot of dwarf... like, obviously, Gotrek... like, it's easy to be like, oh, I don't know if there's any good dwarf books when, like, I'm forgetting about Gotrek and Felix. But, like, does that really count as a dwarf book? I guess it does. It covers dwarfs, right? And it covers dwarfs on a lot of details. Like, reading Gotrek and Felix, you will learn a lot about dwarfs' perspective on things and stuff, right? So it is good on that basis, and it's easy to, like, forget about it, because you're, like... like, most people think of Gotrek and Felix like I do, is, like... just like a fun Warhammer story, not like a way to like learn lore, but you are picking up a lot of lore if you're paying attention to details. There we go, we got those down. Very good. Once again, we're getting shot at from multiple angles, so that's fine. They died delaying, which is fine by me, actually. You are alive, and we will kill that. No, we're going to kill these right here. We're going to move them further back. We need to make sure... basically, I need to make sure that they don't die. Like, let's get them all up on the wall. Let's just give them the order to stay up on that wall. I think we'll be fine. We jump on those. Those are good. And we will have one unit. I didn't want that to be my melee front line, though. I need one... oh, hello. I didn't notice that. Gashkajag Wagoose. A Wagoose indeed, my dude. A Wagoose. Okay, we have one of build some more towers. That's a problem. That Slayer's coming towards me. And we're also getting artillery from some... we're getting artillery. Hopefully they broke and then they'll stop firing them. I didn't... thought it was safe. And now we're getting shot at. Let's retreat back over the hill. Yeah, we're getting shot at by these. We need to kill these. That's a problem. Because otherwise, like, that's the issue with... like, that's the advantage of crossbowmen, right? Is like, they can shoot at angles that I just can't match. And if my units are not lined up correctly to fight units, then that's not great either. Like, half my guns are pointed in weird directions. I'm not even sure why they're pointed that way. Now, I think we've got this, though. I think we've got this. Let me just check something. Hey, we're back. I'll hide from the artillery piece. I'll hide from the artillery piece. I could make a doom charge towards the artillery piece, but that feels a bit too stupid. Even for, like, how I've been playing this fight. Let's cast on them, they die. Alright, now they're dead. Well, there we go. They died. There we go. We're killing this very nicely. I don't even know what he's shelling, but he's shelling something over there. That's a problem. Let's have 2 units go fight that. So I need to answer something. Oh, I need to make sure that my units don't get murdered in the meanwhile. There's an actual Slayer in there. I think we're gonna go kill this artillery though. Oh, we got Slayered. Can you move? Can you move? Can you move? Can you move? Can you move it? Please, 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 please. What is this? What is that? Let's retreat, let's retreat. Let's turn that around. Let's go shoot at them. Let's reposition. I'm pretty sure I lost 1 or 2 guns along the way. What happened to the... Oh, shit. They might have died. Yeah, they definitely died. Well, I lost that handgunners. Those gunners I was hoping to keep. Move, 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 move. Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. Yeah, we got... That's not a... That's a bolt fur. Okay, there's none of them are goblin hewers or anything like that. Let's cast on you. Let's just keep the killing field open. There we go. We got this. Yeah, the towers have been really good this whole time. That's why I'm glad I interrupted them taking this point. But we still lost those things. But this tower, like, there's like 3 towers. Like, I didn't think that was a good investment earlier because I was like, okay, I'm building them in a dumb location, but like, it's really paid off. So that's been good. Well, let's kill the artillery here. And I'm pretty sure we've almost won. No, they actually do have quite a lot of... Okay, let's... They have their own thunderers. Let's pull them out of the fight. Let's pull them out of the fight and swap them out with these 2. I can't position them very well. So let me... Why can't I select past that point? Who knows? How are we doing on killing that Slayer? We're doing good. Okay, we got that Lord. There's a few Lords running around that, like, I need to deal with, basically. And this guy is casting, so let's murder them with magic. Oh, Slayer got to the lines. Back up on the hill, men. You. Try to take a shot at something. Melee, bog him down. And bog this guy down. Oh, run, 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 run. Both of you run now because they're gonna get shot at by this. We've killed the artillery, that's good. I guess we can go murder... we'll go murder those quarrelers over there. We just need to basically been like... He's low, but he's still pretty healthy for low, right? Like it's because of all of his like power. We are losing this fight. We need to disengage. We need to use the corners to our advantage. Let's just retreat, bait them into our killing field. Like just here. Should I attack them from the rear? I think we should, actually. Let's just turbo nuke them. There we go. Problem sorted. I probably should save some magic to do the anti-character spell. But killing the units will allow me to focus on the characters too, so that works. There we go, they broke. I think we broke the Slayer. I think we broke most of them. Have we won? Ah, no, the Slayer won't break. That's true. Let me adjust position. But I think, yeah, we morale broke them except for the Slayer. So now I just need to kite the Slayer to death. We won that. That was a bit of a that was a fun fight. I'm glad I chose to manually fight that instead of just auto resolving it. Because you know, if you auto resolve every fight, it's kind of boring. Open fire will, men. Turn around and shoot him as well. And let me, he's dead. Everyone's dead? Ah, no, one more Slayer. Should I try to gun line him? I feel like I'm being cocky. Let's just kill him. I got tricked once. I was playing against a Malice Darkblade player, and I had a high tier tower, and the guy convinced me to get rid of my tower because he was like, "Oh well, you've bogged down my Malice in melee, so like the tower's doing more damage to your units than mine." And I didn't realize that like towers don't do damage to your own men, so I got baited into getting rid of my tower. Whether that would have made a difference or not, I'm not sure, but like I definitely lowered my DPS because like he was bogged down in like high elf archers. So high elf archers, we're not gonna like high elf spearmen, we're not gonna like kill him, but they do have a lot of like melee defense. So I could have like held the line for a while. And obviously when he demon forms, he's weak to like magical damage, right? So like I had a really high end tower shooting at him, and maybe it would have made a difference. I'll never know. But yeah, it's not immediately obvious that towers don't do friendly damage, but they don't do friendly damage. So there we go. That was a fun fight. I think I think all my units survived, which is good. But yeah, those Gromlinglins, that's the thing. In end times, hammerers have shields, which hammerers in game don't have, and then the aforementioned Grombringlings, Norgrimlings, Ironbreakers are hammers. Hammers are kind of treated like Ironbreakers are mentioned, right? But like hammers are kind of treated in the same way that Ironbreakers are now. They're like the shielded high end dwarf infantry, and I'm wondering if that's a case of like you know how White Lions for the elves are like toned down, because in lore high elf White Lions are effectively, you know, no, we're going to the fight. We're just gonna treat the city as like protected. White Lions are the protectors of the Phoenix King, so are effectively end game infantry for brain no work good. Are effectively late game infantry for the elves, and they are treated with that level of importance. But like in game, they're tier free, and they're not even a very good tier free. Honestly, they're kind of a very like don't use them. They're very underwhelming. So it's just kind of interesting how that kind of happened, and I understand like you can't have all of the elves either be like trash or good. But like I feel like there's like it's funny that like, because once again when you read about them in like end times book, etc., they're like, oh, this is like, oh my god, oh my god, all of the good guys are dead. Ah no, there we go. We can declare war on the Empire. We can declare war on the Empire for 5,000, and we can make some emergency hiring. Like they are treated with this like level of like White Lions of Crace are treated like, oh my god, this is a White Lion, like that's a big deal. But then like in game it's like White Lion, funny. Like White Lion stack is probably one of like worst like stacks in the game. They just don't perform very good. They just don't do anything. So it's kind of just like one of those like funny little moments. Let's push out. We definitely replenished, right? Can I? We can take these guys out. We need some money. I need to make a lot of money to afford to like keep going. Yeah, that's good. I have so many slaves that I need to like, I'm not managing the rebellions very well. So outpost. Let's build more outposts. Let's build mines. Mines everywhere. I don't have any money to afford to move slaves around. I don't even have any outposts. I have way more slaves even if I could move them all around efficiently. So I need to be building more more things. Not right now though. Right now we need to actually balance out all the major issues we're having in our territory. Can I kill some of those slaves off? Yes. Kill that. And then these two can be allowed. Kill that just because we can, and then we can balance them out with the other slaves we have. I probably could afford it to like sell some of those for money. Yeah. Once again, for anybody watching on YouTube, feel free to like, subscribe. It's always welcome. we're taking a bit of a break for Christmas, but I'll be back post-Christmas, probably next weekend. We'll be having a good stream. I appreciate all, like, 54 views and 10 people watching currently. Once again, thank you so much. What do you guys want to see? What guides do you want to make me to make after the New Year's? Like, what's a lord you want a guide on? If anybody wants to, feel free to chip in, you know? But yeah, we are just conquering now at this point. We are just making our way through. Carrick Aches Peak sieged, which is probably good. Like, it'll delay them at least. And right now I have a lot of issues, so I guess being delayed is not the end of the world. I wish, can I join into, I actually didn't know you could attach a hero into an army that is being sieged. I feel like I can win this. We got 15 minutes to win this fight, and then we'll save here. Let's win this fight, folks. This is gonna be a good one. This is definitely gonna be a good fight. We got a lot of artillery. We need to focus down their stuff. So their artillery needs to be shot down immediately. That's priority 1. And then we need to focus down their best units while bogging down their fighting. Ideally, we want to position ourselves back as far as possible, I feel like. And then we want to take advantage of our missile superiority here. I feel like that might be the best way to do this. I think we want to go here. We want them to come in for this little choke point there, ideally. Then we're going to put our cannons here. I love this thing. It's like, you like a hell cannon? What if a unit was 4 hell cannons? It is expensive, but it is worth every penny. Like, if you're playing a bad guy faction, it's one of your best units. We have 1 handgunner. We're going to keep you safe. Then we have our front line, which are going to be our shielded front line. We have our archers. We have our other archers. We have our thingies over here. Can I hide them in the forest? Nah, that's not a big enough forest. I don't know if they can hide or not, but they definitely are not hiding in that forest. So then we have our anti-melee. And we are not playing in Skaven, so we don't have to be too worried about anything like that. We're going to have Gorbaz go in from the side and attack it. Kislev seems so one-note with how you approach it. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if I can come up with like a different, like, I'll have to try them a few times. The issue is with Kislev is like, I don't own the DLC. And I know that it gives them like a starting unit. Like they give them a polearm unit, like, and which actually like does give them something they don't actually start with, like a good like line holding frontline unit. So technically, I'm kind of in that issue where like I don't own the DLC. So because I don't own the DLC, which is like only $2 free, right? But like I don't own the DLC right now, so I don't want to buy DLC for a faction that I'm never gonna play again. I am never gonna play Kislev outside of the guide. So it's like, it's dumb to buy DLC, but like, maybe I should. I'll do it at some point. Like, but it's not at some point. Like, I'm gonna do it on every single lord, but it's more like a question of like, what do you guys want to see first? Because I'm happy to like rearrange. So right now I'm doing Drazoath guide. I'm gonna do how to deal with whatchamacallit. Yeah, Winter Sale is great. Yeah. Like, once again, as I mentioned before, like in Japan, like because of like, you know, the regional pricing on Steam, right? Is that Fork? Oh fuck, that is Fork. Okay, that's actually a big problem. I didn't realize I was fighting a legendary lord in this fight. Like, because of the regional pricing on Steam, games on like the sales are really, really good in Japan. Like, I am paying cheaper for DLC when like you would pay for like CD keys in like Europe. So like, I'm buying the games legit. I'm not stealing, blah blah blah. But like, I did detach the artillery. That's good. I did my job. But like, I'm paying way less for DLC. That's one of the nice parts about it, being in Japan. But there are some things that are pricier, right? Like if you want to get like Western stuff, or if you want to get even like Warhammer itself is pricier. That's why I volunteer my family to bring me Warhammer stuff when they come from England or Europe, mostly England. So like my dad mostly. But he's not coming, is he? But I kind of killed his main issue. Like I turned off his main issue, so I think we can afford to move up and shell him. I think we're going to focus fire Forik, because if we can kill Forik, I feel like we've definitely done a good chance of winning. He can't really do anything. He's kind of done his job. Well, like, I've turned off the artillery. But he can't solo pretty... Like, everything here is listed as red. And I'm not sure how justified or unjustified that is, but I definitely know that I can't find Forik. Forik is scary. Forik is one of those lords, like, it doesn't seem like he's a big deal, but ooh, he hurts. Forik hurts like shit. I think it's mostly because he's like wizard. Like, you don't think of him as a wizard, and then so you don't take the usual steps you would deal with. Like, if you see like Gelt on the enemy side, right? You're like, okay, we probably should expect some magic. We should probably expect like some bullcrap. But when it's like Forik, you don't think magic caster. There we go. We're gonna motivate the AI to move forwards. If you deal enough damage to the AI is gonna feel an urge to move up and react. But for us, you got a little window of time where like the AI just will not react to getting shelled at until it like feels like it has to. Okay, so he's backed off. Let's focus fire the Iron Drakes. That would be a good unit to focus down. But yeah, yeah. If anybody like, I think anybody who's watching on YouTube, I think you already know about my YouTube, my DLC guide, but feel free to have a look if you're wondering like what DLC to get, if you're new to the game. But I'm going to be honest, if you're probably watching a live stream of this game, you probably are slightly experienced. But if you're new, once again, I have a guide about which DLC you should get. My advice though is like, if you are just starting off in the game, you don't need to buy a DLC, just experience the game, try it out. And then like, once you have a good idea of like, this is a faction that I enjoy, then get the DLC, but don't just jump into a DLC because like you feel like you need to. Because like a lot of people, they buy DLC. So they buy a lot of DLC and then they don't end up ever playing this faction again after like 1 or 2 rounds. So you ended up like wasting your money. Like it's not like getting DLC is a good way to support the game and it's fun to have like extra units. Like I'm enjoying a lot of these extra units. And like Chaos Dwarfs, for example, is really fun, right? But Chaos Dwarfs would not be a faction that I'd recommend to like someone just starting out in the game. And also like there are some DLCs that are just not worth it. So once again, it's a mixed bag. Don't ever feel forced to buy DLC, but if you want to buy DLC, like, go for it. There's some very fun factions, both DLC and standard in this game, and I don't blame you. Let me readjust my front line. I think we're gonna hold the choke point. Archers over here, more archers over there. Handgunners are just basically gonna have to sit back, cause like they're not gonna jump me, are they? There's no cavalry here. Forik is tanking shots very successfully. But we are getting good hits on him, so I call that a win in my book. I kind of feel like I want to shell other things. Yeah, let's shell this for a split second. Let me kill other things and then we'll go back to trying to kill Forik. Oh, look at that, they do have a flanker. There's like 1 unit of miners coming around there. Shotgunners, go. I won't have a clean line of sight on anything else, so I might as well use my shotgunners for that, right? Let's kill the crossbowmen. And then we can focus fire these crossbowmen here. There we go. This is going quite well. I'll lower the... No, where's the iron breakers? For dwarfs, using debuff spells is always better than using straight... I prefer straight magic. I think like most people, I find like straight flat damage to be more satisfying. But with dwarves specifically, it is actually better to be using either buffs on your own units or debuffs on them, because those don't get magic resisted the same way that like a straight up damage spell will. So sometimes it's just better to just use magic that I would normally not use. That was a good solid whack on those. Let's change target. Always just like, once you've done a good chunk like this, it's sometimes better to just change targets. I think let's just engage in the fight, because right now we are getting flameforward. I'm not sure how we deal with Forik, right? But we'll get to that. I think we're going to shotgun him. Are we going to break them, or are they going to make it to my lines? Are they going to be slayers? Are these fucking like tier 1 dwarf infantry about to slayer their way into my lines? Please break, please break, please break, please break. One more shot, one more shot, one more shot. Oh my god, they are we broke him. I thought they were gonna Slayer their way over to me. That was a bit scary. There we go. We're doing solid hits back here. We have enough ammo that I'm gonna focus down. The grudge throwers are not moving, but they're not reacting yet, so I guess that's fine. Let me keep forgetting to use those abilities. Let me lower down his stats. We're gonna get a clear. Yeah, there we go. You see, he's wizard casting. Goddamn. There we go. There we go. Come on, shoot, 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 shoot. He doesn't have a clear line of sight. Let me shoot at those then. No, no, no. Ow, 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 ow. Something hit me. Oh, there's the Iron Breakers. Alright, we found the Iron Breakers. This whole time I've been like, where are the Iron Breakers? They've been sneaking around the long way around, which is impressive for Iron Breakers, I guess. Suddenly this is not going so hot. Like, we didn't deal with Fork. And we did not deal with the Iron Breakers. We need a roll back. We're gonna speed boost. We're gonna run these shotgunners back. And we're gonna run that back. We're gonna send the Lord to die. I forgot that he has like an AoE damage effect. Yeah, we actually lost this. That's impressive. I don't have time to redo it, which is a shame. I actually need to go like about now actually. So is it cheesing if I just stop the fight? Because I actually unironically need to go, but it kind of feels like I did it because I lost. Let me just try to take that. Oh my god, I'm shooting my own guy. I need to move him slightly. Okay, well, solve the problem. Shoot him up. If we kill him, I consider this a win. Turns out we did not win. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. I'm sorry that I have to head out. Thank you genuinely to all of you on YouTube and obviously to you, Tawny, and everyone else on Twitch. I appreciate both. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for watching the stream. Have Merry Christmas. Have a lovely time. And all of that, you know? Have a good evening if you're in Europe or America. Have a good day if you're in Asia and you're watching this. And I wish you all the best. Thank you. Let me end stream.